Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 103, Chapter 102, Working Benefits in Anaheim. Did they wake up? Marcus, with two girls, walked over to the brig area where the meeting room is. They were greeted by one of the officers responsible for security. Your Highness, they just recovered. The tall guy almost had a panic attack. That's Rio. He was close with several soldiers who were on the eastern front line. He learned of the horrors of Anaheim from the ones who survived there. Ayano explained to Marcus. But this is what confused him. What kind of horrors is she speaking about? What kind of horrors are you talking about? I think she is talking about that time you kidnapped Layla. Anna tried to recall as well. Oh, that time I snapped. Marcus stroked his chin. That was ages ago to him. Not only was he a bit embarrassed, but he also shelved that incident to the very edge of his memory. Snapped. That is one way of putting it. Anna strained her smile. The inventor looked at his girlfriend for a second. It was a snap. I was pissed off with the war. He shrugged before looking back at the security officer. Ayano and I will go in. The prince said to the soldier before looking at Anna. While you wait here, Anna. Okay. My prince, are you sure? You don't need support. The security officer looked concerned for a second. Don't worry, everything is under control. With a smile, he walked forward and opened the doors, entering the small meeting room. You. The tall Japanese guy exclaimed, pointing at the prince. Relax, Rio. Ayano sighed as she got in after Marcus. Hey Ayano. What the hell? The guy exclaimed even more, seeing his friend in a military uniform. It was me who asked him to fetch you too. The girl said with a sigh. She was feeling weird being on the other side. You are with Anaheim? Yukiya asked. He realized that after seeing her uniform. Indeed. I recruited her. She is now part of the military with a great salary, 25 days of holidays, health insurance and guaranteed land in space colonies once she retires. Marcus explained like a salesman. I do. The girl looked surprised. Sweetheart, you didn't read the contract. The prince looked surprised. I don't know. Anna gave me something to sign. She was confused. Marcus looked at the mirror wall. Darling, at least explain the benefits of joining our esteemed nation. He deadpanned. Sorry, I didn't know we had such benefits. We can go on holiday soon then. Anna replied from the other side. Let's first conquer the world before we go anywhere. The prince replied with an eye roll. Rest when all the big jobs are out of the way. Anyway. Working for my Anaheim is a great chance. Because once things settle down and we stop recruiting, you are going to regret your choice, he said with a serious tone. Can we return to Japan? Yukiya asked. That is if you want. He slowly nodded. You can move into Japan and be part of the garrison there. Though at the moment most of the garrison are at the front lines. Market explained to the pair. So we will be part of the war effort anyway. Yukiya had that mockingish smile. You will be on the other side of the conflict, Marcus replied. You mean the ones who traumatize? Rio said with an annoyed look. We don't do that here. Unless you encounter a KK unit or a Gundam. The prince pointed out. Your precious creations. Indeed, soon the war will end. Just from mentioning that, they recalled speaking with Jean Smilas. I offer this because Ayano wanted to rescue you guys. By all means, I can send you to Japan as it is, and you can work with logistics if you want a job. The pair looked at the girl standing next to him. Is he for real? It was only a couple of hours at most. How quickly he attached himself to her. Yukiya was confused. He is wondering if this guy is this weak against females. But that's strange, as he is a dangerous, warmongering guy, just like his father. He could not put those together. No. I shall join the military. The brown-haired teen replied. Yukiya, are you serious? Rio asked with confusion all over his face. Think of this, Rio. They are offering land, a good salary and other perks. I doubt there is anywhere else like this. There is none. Our resources literally come from space. There is nowhere else like this. Marcus bragged to the pair. See. If you can't beat the enemy, then join him. Yukiya was pragmatic, a bit crazy, since he didn't mind blowing himself to save his friends, but he was pragmatic enough in the end. That is why joining Anaheim sounds good for him. Fine. I suppose. I accept. And so the trio joined the Anaheim. Just like that, Marcus had almost all of Zero. The only thing he needs is the research team, which Gene Smilas will deliver to him. With the trio in Anaheim, the Centauri-class support warship began its journey to Constantinople, where Marcus started his development work. It became one of the most impressive sights in the world, where capsules carrying resources would land from space almost on a daily basis. This is what normal people saw in the might of Anaheim's construction capabilities. While Britannians and their mobile workers are impressive, they have nothing on a faction that is becoming proficient in space development. Legion bots are only getting more efficient thanks to AI modules programmed to self-learn in the construction sector. By the time Marcus arrived back in Constantinople, around 4 days had passed since his conquest of the city and the whole area. The cleaning work is in full swing as there is an enormous Anaheim presence in the whole city, from his iconic black tactical gear soldiers, to variants of Legion bots, to Setanta units stationed in old St. Michael's Order barracks. It's quite something that the Order of Michael decided to headquarter itself in the Dalmabas Palace. The 19th century royal palace was built by the Ottomans. It would seem that in this timeline, the Turks did conquer the Byzantine Empire, but at the very least, the Britannians got the city back. Who can't say no to the romance that comes from holding Roman capitals? Marcus was one of those, as he was already thinking about how he was going to fix the city in his image, from building a spaceport for his warships to dock to laying down new roads to using ancient methods to copy Roman monuments. All of that. Whoa. I always wanted to see Constantinople. Anna gushed as she looked at the city on the horizon. There are skyscrapers on the Asian side of the city and north of the ancient part of the city. But the central part? It's full of old buildings. I am more concerned about that. Ayano was a bit concerned about the number of warships in the air above the city. They were gigantic shadow-casting vessels. Oh. That. The armies are gathering here before they are going to push downwards towards Egypt. Anna leisurely explained the gathered troops. But the amount of troops, the numbers. How quickly they developed such huge numbers. Ayano recalled how, from thin air, this faction appeared. Marcus is a master in mass production, and Layla is amazing at logistics. Anna smiled as she praised her boyfriend and best friend. I see. Ayano nodded as she looked at Marcus, who was having an Anaheim meeting with several high-ranking people. The prince is briefing them on Gene Smilas and the shattering of the EU they plan to carry out soon. So you just had a meeting with a general of the EU in Paris. Cornelia massaged her forehead as she could not believe how reckless he was. I was there with tyrannies, so there are no worries. My prince, even so, you should be more careful. Just because you are there with your machine, it can't defend you all the time. Toto commented with crossed arms. I will. Marcus sighed, even his sensei is commenting on this. Hell, he was there because Anna wanted to see her city, once more. Lulu. You went to Paris, and you didn't take me with you. Euphemia puffed her cheeks. Euphemia. You should not encourage him anymore. Cornelia blasted her little sister. Now back to business. The princess showed the world map. We have 2 fronts on how we will sweep into Africa. We already have a foothold in Madagascar. They capitulated the moment they saw our warships enter the atmosphere above their capital. I have to admit the fear tactics of using massive warships entering the atmosphere pay off. It's half a fight just from showing off. Cornelia praised the warships, even though she had originally been on the fence about them because of their sheer size and the resources they would require. Morale is always important in combat. The carriers bring fear factor. Shinka said with a small nod. Shinka is right. The simple display that we dominate the skies and even space makes people realize that they simply have no means to resist us. Toto nodded as his fellow general. That was the whole point. My KK units are the same in this regard. Marcus smiled, then looked at his older sister. I shall assist in taking North Africa while pushing from Anatolia and taking Egypt. Ground forces can enter through Suez and take Sinai. The prince highlighted his invasion force. Once we have Egypt, we can spread out through the whole area. When you take the eastern part of the African continent, move south, secure South Africa, then return towards Congo. We are going to surround the tropical place before taking it over in a fell swoop. Tropics are always a pain to deal with, considering the river is useless, and the delta is not reachable with the ships. We are going to use warships as support when crossing with mobile suits. Marcus explained to them. And then you are going to use the place to build the space elevator. Cornelia asked after listening to his invasion plan. Indeed. Once this one is completed, I will focus on the one I plan to build in Solomon Islands. Father will lose his mind seeing what kind of things you are building around the world. The second princess smiled sadistically. I am even considering delaying the invasion just to make him experience what it means to fall into irrelevance. Marcus joined her in smiling. Can we not put family dynamics in world conquest? Shinka sighed while asking them. Euphemia nervously laughed as she realized that her two siblings were doing this on purpose. That reminds me. Euphemia, I need you in Constantinople. I want your management skills. Just like that, Marcus shifted the theme of conversation as he looked at Pinkette on the screen. Okay. I will take Bridget and arrive there in a couple of hours. The princess gushed with excitement to see new stuff with her Lulu, no less. Euphemia. Cornelia looked embarrassed how easily Marcus could make her little sister scramble and drop everything just to see him. No worries, sister. I have already set everything in motion in Japan. I can easily leave to check other regions. Indeed. I am keeping Greece and Anatolia for myself. The prince highlighted that he is keeping these old lands for himself. Oh, the weather there is great. We should build a summer estate there. Euphemia agreed without hesitation. My thoughts exactly. After a bit more bantering, the meeting was over. The invasion of Africa is set to happen in a few days. In the meantime, the armies move into positions. As this was happening, Marcus left the warship and took the transporter plane to the airport in Constantinople. What he didn't expect was Layla waiting for him with crossed arms and a frown on her face. Behind her was her mobile suit as she arrived here with her undressed. From the looks of it, she was a bit pissed. I guess I stayed too long with Anna. Marcus thought to himself as he looked at Anna next to her. The Pinkette looked a bit nervous. More chapters, Chapter 112 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, Consequences. Chapter. What do you have to say for yourself? I was worried. You were in Paris. In the capital of an enemy. All they needed was to recognize you, and you would be in trouble. Layla began to rant about his recklessness. The prince looked at Anna, who was standing next to Marcus. Behind them was Ayano, who was looking at the blonde. This blonde was a beauty, dressed in Marcus' retinue uniform. It was one of his girls and that accent. She was from the EU. Is she the girl he kidnapped from Eastern Frontline? The sword girl pondered, her gaze went to the mech kneeling on one knee. It would seem the blonde was the pilot of the Angel machine. She saw some scary things this machine can do on television. Sorry, but Anna wanted to see Paris so. Marcus shrugged, making Layla look at Anna. Can you not make him do crazy things? Layla complained to her friend. Sorry. I thought, if we do some disguising, it would be fine. Besides, the mobile suits are on a different level. Anna tried to wiggle herself from this. It doesn't change the simple fact that the machines can't be with him the whole time. The blonde massaged her forehead from frustration. Regardless, you are back. She sighed in relief before looking at them. What did you even do for 2 days? She looked at her friend and Marcus. Anna blushed as she looked at Marcus. This was enough for Layla as she looked at her with a deadpan look. Seriously? For 2 days? Her response made Anna blush even more. We could have taken a week, but Marcus booked for 2 days only. Layla sighed again as she then looked at the girl behind them. And this girl? Ayano Kosaka, she comes from a martial arts-based family and has great reaction speed. She, alongside her 2 friends, will be joining Anaheim. Marcus introduced the girl. Are you from Japan? Layla asked. She had heard about Japanese refugees getting enlisted in the army and used as cannon fodder. Yes, I was a refugee. That was until I moved to Anaheim. She looked at Marcus, making Layla realize that he had kidnapped another girl. This is totally like him. Good, then we can start your training. I already spent several hours in the simulation sphere. Ayano clarified that she was not a complete newbie. I see. Well, then. Layla looked back at Marcus. When you were away, I already started working to fix the mess you made. She turned around and looked at the city in the distance. We installed 2 second-generation reactors to bring back the power to the city. It will be enough for several expansions of the city. The resources you ordered are already being used to rebuild destroyed buildings and infrastructure. The blonde explained to him. I know. I did set things in motion. I even asked Euphemia to come here to assist in management. Marcus explained to his girlfriend. Good, with her here, we can move whatever plans you have for the city. Layla was pleased that she wouldn't be the one who would manage the small things. She prefers larger logistics, unlike Euphemia, who just wants to make everyone happy. I want to help. It has been ages since I did anything on the planet's surface. Anna chipped in, she wants to help as well. Sure. Marcus smiled at her as his hand moved on her waist. Layla saw that, and she immediately realized that she should do something similar. Take several days off with him. This way, they could get as close as when they were together back then, when Anaheim was a secret faction, and they shared a small bed. Now that she is recalling that it was the most unique time in her life. The group then proceeded to walk towards the limo that was waiting for them. The car was heavily armored, and there were escort cars and even motorbikes as support. Marcus realized that he was getting motorcade treatment. It has been a while since someone drove me instead of flying. So what did you do in Paris? Layla asked Anna, making her blush heavily. You know, we saw the sights. I showed our prince all the places. The girl tried to recall what they did see. Places, huh? Layla leaned towards her friend and whispered. Your places. Anna blushed even harder when she heard that. Don't worry. I understand. The blonde commented as she leaned back into her seat and looked through the tinted window. Ayano, sitting next to Anna's other side and opposite to Marcus, realized that the pinkette with the glasses was with the prince in Paris, like some sort of getaway and do lewd things for 2 days. This is crazy to say the least. He is raging a war around the world but still finds time to take a girl away for 2 days and then got lucky and found us and even Jean Smiles to plot against the EU even between. The black-haired girl can't wrap her head around how this had evolved. Once in the palace, Marcus continued with his renovations and installations of modern technology. Britannia had already done some of the work, but it was still a work in progress, as they focused only on the essentials for their war effort against the EU. Marcus, on the other hand, dropped several capsules of Legion bots who began installing a fusion reactor under his palace, as well as assembly lines. The excess energy will be stored in liquid sakuradite batteries, and the extra storage floor below will keep a squad of Satanda units. He even decided to add a KK unit pedestal, where they could undergo maintenance work. Apart from this, he installed a huge hologram display and a workshop where he could tinker. One could say that he was slowly moving in from his Solomon base to Constantinople. Eventually, a few days later, the invasion of Africa began. The fleet with mobile suits entered through several areas into the north and the lower eastern side. Where the Inventor Prince expected some sort of conflict, any sort of conflict, what he got was surrender after surrender. The local resistance groups were still recovering after the abrupt Britannia retreat. So when Anaheim moved in, the sheer sight of floating carriers caused them to raise white flags throughout the continent that had just experienced war. Whatever EU forces there were on the continent, they swiftly retreated to Spain and Italy, leaving Marcus to take the oldest continent in the world. While he was happy that this was like walking in the park, he hoped for something, but nonetheless he ordered a large chunk to position for the Britannia invasion. It was time for him to secure the Black Sea. With disappointment that he won't be able to flex his mobile suits, the prince returned to his new seat of power. He continued to develop the city, improve his palace and work on the next generation of mobile suits. But then, around 2 weeks later, close to the day when the invasion of the EU will happen, Layla called the prince to one of the huge living rooms in the palace. There was Euphemia, his knight Jean, Layla, and Anna waiting for him. What is with the serious faces? The inventor asked the girls, who were all looking at the pinkette with glasses. This morning Anna threw up, Layla said with a sigh and crossed arms. Oh. Marcus looked at the girl who was all shy all of a sudden. Is that right? I see. I see. Is that all you can say at this moment? Layla replied, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Well, I know that my child will be a genius, so I am not worried. The prince replied with a shrug. You are really father. Euphemia was speechless. Well, what do you want me to do? I could cuddle her more often now. And space travel is off limits. I can hire maids to assist. He began to speak up about what else he could do. Stare. Jean, Layla, and Euphemia were staring at him. You impregnated Anna. Euphemia pointed. For a second, he swore he sensed jealousy. Well, that's what happens when a man does, he showed her, a finger entering a hole. He made it graphic. Ugh, don't embarrass me like that. You know what I mean. Euphemia blushed even more. I know exactly what I do. When I take a new girl under my wing, I know what it could lead to. It's not some random idea. I think the only ones who still think it's surface-level relationships need to realize what I mean when I say mine finally. Marcus rolled his eyes. To him, it would seem that only these girls are clueless about how far he considered his relationships. It would seem I have underestimated you, Layla replied. She looked at Anna for a bit. The girl plotted this, the blonde is certain. A naughty plan. But it made sense, since the crush she had on him was intense. Maybe. For now, we need to confirm it. He stood up from the couch and looked at his pinkette. Let's go, we are going to see a doctor. He offered her his hand. The green-eyed beauty smiled as she offered her hand. Just like that, the pair walked out. Layla frowned. Now she is feeling that she was in second place. Since the very start, she felt that she held that position, but now it could change. I am starting to feel that something is brewing. Thankfully, Colin is not here. Jean thought to herself as she looked at Layla's expression. It would seem something is going to happen soon. Marcus looked at the test result. He could see the life-changing red line, which usually appears in the test. Well, it would seem it is positive. You are not mad with me? Anna asked as she fiddled with her skirt. She was looking a bit guilty. Why would I be mad? You girls are so confusing. Do you assume my relocating you and keeping you close is some sort of game? There is a reason why I collect beauty and talent. I intend to keep you all. He sighed while explaining to her. When you put it like that. She blushed with a bit of embarrassment. Indeed. But since we are now in phase 2. He looked intensely at her. Your life is no longer yours. So I suggest you start studying what it means to be a mother. Gulp. I understand. Don't worry. I am good at such a thing. Her decision to do IT and get knocked up was a bit spontaneous, as she wanted her prince's attention, but now it would seem she is getting a bit overwhelmed, as Marcus is pedantic with such things. I see. You will be staying in the palace from now on. You can overview your projects through the holograms. I would say we could work on the space elevators instead. He pondered. He could relegate the construction work on the remaining 4 colonies to one of the assistants. The schematics are already there, and the work is already underway. Oh. Of course, I would love to work on that. Anna perked up at the chance to work on something as grand as the space elevator. Good, then we agree on that. He smiled. He would love with lovely Anna on this, just like they did with Satanta. This is like back with the Satanta project. The girl grinned at him. Ahem. It would seem you two are getting all lovely-dovely. Layla's voice got them back as they looked at the blonde standing at the doors. We are. Marcus nodded as he wrapped his hands around Anna. We are going to focus on the space elevator. He explained to the blonde. Is that so? Well, I am thinking of taking a holiday soon and taking my boyfriend with me. The girl said while narrowing her eyes. That's great. I was thinking the same thing. Now that I know that I have contract days off. Anna nodded in agreement. Layla grimaced when she realized that the pink-et nerd didn't care that the blonde wanted one-on-one holidays. More chapters. Chapter 113 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, 4-piece. And so Layla's plot for vocation was shelved as she decided to use a different approach. Anna was inspirational in that regard. I should propose something reckless. I am sure that would attract his attention. The blonde pondered as she was already thinking about something that she would normally not do. But then the red-haired girl blasted into the room. Colin looked around. Looking for someone. Is it true? The crimson-haired girl walked over and asked Layla. What is true? The blonde asked back with a sigh. That, he, knocked up Anna. Colin asked, looking around as if to make sure no one heard. Yes. They did, a lot when they took 2 days off. Layla massaged her forehead. Here we go again. That's why we should have gone with them back then. The ace pilot rolled her eyes. I thought. Anna won't be that reckless. The blonde showed a strained expression. It's not that. Colin shook her head. What I mean is that they could have done something similar to what they did. It would have been an equal game. Now his child with the nerd will be the oldest. The girl pondered, with a scheming look. I don't like losing. Layla realized that Anna had released the floodgates. Oh God, what would Nina think? The blonde realized that the nerdy fanatic of Marcus is probably sharpening her weapons right now. So, don't mind, already. Regardless, she asked the important thing. Of course. Soon enough, we will be at peace, and it will be a good time for kids. Colin replied, making the blonde wonder where the embarrassment went. After doing IT, she is no longer embarrassed. I suppose. Well, my perfectionist mind requires a perfect time. Layla sighed as she crossed her arms. Is that so? Well, Miss Perfect. We don't care about that. Colin grinned as she realized she could pass the number 1 spot with this. I can see that. The blonde frowned as she realized none of them wanted to play by the rules. Marcus was a bit weirded out. How the dynamics changed in his family. All of a sudden, Nunnally, who was with Kagaya, ended up traveling to Constantinople to see him. After seeing their hellos, they went to find Anna. Then other girls, like Colin, became a bit weirder. Instead of him initiating cuddles, they are doing that now. While Layla now had that scheming look which should be on his face. At least someone is continuing to operate in a way I can predict. He looked at his communication with Jean Smilas. The Zero staff is collected and is ready for transfer. So he took his capital ship and began a trip to Marseille. My prince, where are we going? Jean asked him, as this time around, she was attached to his side. She was annoyed that he slipped past her and disappeared for several days. As his knight, it was a failure on her part. This time around, she is not questioning, simply walking with him. Marseille, we shall pick up some people from Anna's old team. They worked on the Zero project. I can use their expertise in developing systems for my third-generation machines. The prince explained as he was leaning into his throne and pondering how to use these assets. Even more people. I thought top people were already working on that generation. Jean was surprised to hear that Marcus had added even more people to work on his Gundams. Of course, Lloyd and Cecile are amazing, but they are good at robotics, energy control, and engineering. These guys are for the brain waves and neural link systems. What is he even building? His knight felt a bit spooked, as this sounds scary. My prince, we are beginning descent sequences. The captain said to Marcus as he looked at the horizon. This time, they didn't leave the atmosphere because they weren't traveling that far. Very well. What do the satellites show? Is our traitorous general waiting for us? The prince asked, looking at his comms officers. There is movement on his side, my prince. The officers showed a hologram with a satellite picture. Should we trust someone like that? These kinds of people are power-hungry, and they would betray at the first sight of weakness. Jean frowned while looking at the pictures. Indeed. That is why there are many ways to deal with them. Marcus's eyes glowed red for a second. I see, so we are using him. She realized that this guy won't be getting anything for his betrayal. Indeed. This is simply a means for me to add EU without wasting time on my main fleet. Marcus leaned his head into his right hand while watching the warship descend close by to the coastal city in France. Now he is curious how Jean Smiles will spin this to the military council of his. But from what he understands, the EU is divided into two parts. Jean Smiles' side in the parliament, this is what caused the end of the EU. In the code Geass Akito the Exiled, once Jean Smiles was killed, the nation was split into two. This is what allowed Schneasel to conquer the whole nation. This time around, Lelouch will use Jean Smiles to conquer EU without even lifting his beam rifle. 3 military trucks arrived at the beach not far from Marseille. In the sea, a massive warship descended from the sky. When you said that we are transferring to a new department. I wasn't expecting. This department is in a completely different nation. Brown-haired woman with considerable assets commented sarcastically. Her crew left the truck as they looked at the approaching Anaheim transporter ships. To think that you are using us as bargaining chips with Anaheim. Sophie Randall, the authority of brain science, commented. At such a sight before her, she had a look of resignation. Anaheim, in mere months, became the elephant in the room. News, documentaries, politicians, everyone is talking about this faction. Worst of them all, no one is commenting on the fact that this faction is making Britannia conquest look pathetic in comparison. Hell, these people have, casus belli, the right to conquer the world, so that people could focus on space expansion. That's the issue with the world, there are no nations that can make sense to the rest of the world. EU can rant as much as they want, after all, other factions are Britannia and Holy Britannian Empire, who would listen to corrupt politicians. The whole situation turned into a bully beating up a weakling by the name of the EU, while 2 people simply watched over the whole beating process. That's what the world has turned into. Not my intentions. The prince himself requested your group, on behalf of your previous superior. The group's expression morphed into surprise. Anna. She wanted us. Now that the reveal caused them to relax considerably. Now this is good news. I wonder how she is doing. Sophie wondered how the genius girl was doing in Anaheim. If all the news about this nation is true, then Anna should have been busy with space colonies, mobile suits, or some other technology in general. Unlike the EU, Sophie doubts there is some sort of red tape when it comes to technology. Good from all I know. She was with the prince in Paris, from the looks of it, they are close. The traitorous general explained. He is feeling good about this. If, from what he knows, he is doing a favor for Anna by bringing her people. It means the Inventor prince will look at him favorably. This is true Britannian nepotism he can get behind. Moments later, the transporters landed, and black tactical gear-wearing soldiers rushed out, followed by the prince, who was dressed in a black and purple military uniform, followed by a girl in similar gear, only with a cape and a sword on her hip. This was one of his knights. General, quite a nice spot you have selected for our meeting. The Inventor opened up as he looked around. It was a gorgeous place in the Mediterranean. Wasn't my intention to make it a good scenery. My radius of operations is limited, for now. He explained, then looked at the people behind him. He came with a selection of soldiers of his own. It's a fine extra. Regardless, it's good to see you again, Miss Balza lady. Marcus almost chuckled. He recalls her quite vividly, staring at tyrannies without fear, even when the beam rifle was pointing at her. Likewise. I hope you've been taking care of Anna. She asked with narrowed eyes. I have been. You could say she has her means of persuasion, and her talent in general is a great attraction. The prince smiled for a second. She is the reason the space colonies will soon be operational, making humanity a proper interplanetary species not chained to a single world. He looked at the sky. He could see sword stations even from here. The hull of those colonies reflects some light even during the day. Impressive. Sophie smiled, realizing that Anna got the big bad conqueror. That is a good sign. Now that I brought your people, I kept my part of the deal. Jean Smiles interrupted the conversation. You did. My special forces and G-Force will assist you in taking over the EU, for the sake of peace. The prince nodded as he smiled while saying that. Good. Then we are in agreement. For the sake of peace, Your Highness. With that said, he nodded before turning around and walking away with his soldiers, getting into their trucks and driving away. To think you make one of the generals desert like that. The woman commented as she and the rest of her co-workers were a bit shocked by such treason from someone so high on the ladder. Is it? In front of a superior force, human natural preservation kicks in. Not to mention when one is ambitious, survival becomes a priority. Someone studied human psychology. Sophie didn't look surprised when she realized that the prince understood human nature. Of course. My siblings won't wait until I understand humanity. He shrugged before motioning towards his transporters. Let's go. I do have a job for you. You are quite famous in science related to the brain. I have some organic-to-machine projects. Your mobile suits already have neural interface, brainwave reading. Why would you need any extra assistance? Sophie asked him as the whole group followed after him. For the third generation of mobile suits. Obviously. You, already working on successor. She exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. The reactor is already functional, the frame is working, and the upgraded cockpit is already in use in the newest KK unit. The tech is there, we only need to work out the kinks before we make machines that can dominate space itself. Marcus explained to her. I will assist, with one condition. Oh. Marcus perked up. He got an idea of what she would ask him. And so the Zero team got brought to Constantinople, where Anna was living at the moment. The girls from her old team were all happy to see their old boss. However, they did notice something strange. The nerd girl was living in the royal palace. She gets royal treatment like she was one of the empresses. Oddly enough, the maids who were assigned to her treated her like some porcelain vase. Boss, why? Hilda, one of the girls, asked as her curiosity had reached the peak. Anna was pressed in very casual clothes, and there was a weird smile on her lips. She has this satisfied with life kind of vibe around her. What is it? The scientist girl asked, seeing some of them confused. Well, we just wonder what kind of status you have in Anaheim. Kate, one of the medics, walked over as there was a smirk on her lips. She got this weird feeling that something was off about the pinkette before her. Oh that, he. Anna got embarrassed for a second. Well, you see. I got quite close to the prince, and things happened. He made me the head of several projects. Apart from that, well, I think I will be one of his fiancés soon. You know, being pregnant and all that. The girl tried to explain in an embarrassed voice. More chapters, Chapter 114 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, Solution to a Problem. Hia. The reaction of Anna's old team was something else. It caused the nerdy girl to blush with embarrassment, as it was much wilder than she had ever imagined. How did that even happen? Sophie asked as she needed to process this information. You could say I was greedy and I could not pass up such an opportunity. The girl's eyes widened as the only guy, the IT guy, whistled. He was surprised that such a nice girl could have such a greedy side. What happened? Hilda and other girls her age wanted the details. Well, after I finished the first colony, I wanted to visit Paris, so I asked the prince, and he took me there. In Paris? I sorta. Anna began to blush even more as her glasses needed cleaning. Damn, you went to Paris, with Anaheim's leader. Why you are wild. Miss Anna. Hilda was awed by this girl's guts. Taking a nation's leader to an enemy's capital for a date and a steamy night. That's just reckless. And what of Prince? Sophie asked with crossed arms. Anna showed around. The famous royal palace of Constantinople. Not only is the weather fantastic all year long. As you can see, he takes this far more seriously than I had hoped. In fact, I think I am the only one who takes this casually. Anna looked ashamed for a bit. I see, so you thought of a thirst, but he basically bagged that day in the most literal sense. Sophie recalled him kidnapping Anna. He literally kidnapped and turned her into his future wife. Yes, something like that. Anna bashfully smiled. This is embarrassing. It was indeed a thirsty night, nights. Regardless, since we ended up like this, what will you be doing here? Is it true that your prince is working on the third generation of mobile suits? Sophie asked him. Since she made a deal with Marcus, she needs to show progress so that he can keep his end of the deal. Yes. For a while now. Anna nodded at her question before expanding on it. It is third generation. We had a scientific breakthrough on brainwaves and the mind in general. You might not believe this, but the mobile suit you saw in India that has a halo and red energy wings, that machine utilizes a completely different form of energy. An energy that can interact with the brain and impact it at a fundamental level. It was the prince who ordered the soldiers to kill themselves. This information was wild. They didn't doubt Anna at all. If this is true. Yes, he can use the energy to awaken your husband, Sophie. The pink glasses girl smiled while saying that. That is good news. Then I guess I need to throw myself into the work. The woman smiled a bit. Yes. For now, let me explain about mobile suits. Anna nodded as she looked at the tablet a bit of distance away. Let me help. Hilda noticed where Anna was looking, and she swiftly dashed over and picked up her work tablet. Thank you. The pinkette thanked the girl, who then got comfortable in the seat and went through the tablet's functions. Let me explain two previous generations. She showed them the first model. Unlike Britannia nightmares, where technology dictates generations. In Anaheim, the fusion reactor does. The first mobile suit ever built was KK-00 Luff. It was the first ever mobile suit to function and, arguably, the most powerful in the raw power category, as it doesn't have limiters or power balancers. That means that fusion reactor could generate power without limit and make this machine fight until it breaks apart or blows up. So, what is this, fusion reactor? Sophie asked as she wanted to understand what a reactor was. This is never-before-seen technology. It is where a fusion of atoms happens, and the heat of such actions powers the mobile suit. You mean, such a thing, isn't it like people proposed about our sun? You mean, the brain scientist realized what is going on? Yes. The third generation. There will be literal suns inside these machines. In theory, they will run for thousands of years until helium-3 filler needs to be refilled. Anna explained about the new machines. Oh God, no wonder Jean's smile is defected, this is madness. With such output alone. Nightmares are nothing but a nuisance. Sophie realized that opposing Anaheim is literal madness. The assistants looked worried when they heard all of this. They haven't seen the mature lady act like this before. That is why I request your transfer to Anaheim. I knew there was no chance for the EU to survive. I prefer that you guys are here and safe. Anna smiled while saying that. Oh, boss. You are amazing. Hilda was about to hug Anna, but then she stopped midway. It's okay. I am only pregnant for a few short weeks. No actual changes, yet. The pinkette explained in a happy tone. Alright. So you knocked up a scientist, seriously? Cece said to Marcus as she decided to invade his new workshop. Is that why you crossed half of the planet for? The prince replied while massaging his forehead. Now he will need to listen to the jealous witch commenting about his bed activities. No. You left me in your old base again. Cece ended up lying on a comfortable couch. She looked at the ceiling of the palace. Such a place gives her nostalgia. Is that so? You never join any of my adventures, so it's not my fault. He replied to her as he watched the drills being assembled for the South Pole. The designs went through several tests in space before they decided on a model. Now they can drill and melt the ice below the city at the South Pole. I did join your South Pole trip. She reminded him about that. But more importantly, why did you knock up that girl? The witch returned to the previous question. Are you that interested in that? Quite jealous, are you? Marcus sighed as he approved the orders for the drill creation and delivery to the research base at the South Pole. Once the orders were done, he dismissed the hologram and looked at her. And not jealous. Just curious, that is all. The witch got self-conscious all of a sudden. Didn't expect him to just go on a fence on her. I don't think so. I think it's pretty normal for a harem, no. You lived long enough. You have seen harems, I am sure of that. My old man still has one. Marcus explained to Cece as if she were a clueless little girl. Ugh. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Cece all of a sudden lost interest as she looked away. Marcus chuckled as he decided to tease her a bit. Remember what I said a while back? He showed her a scheming look as he reminded her of their previous talk. What? I know that the energy in your body is keeping you eternally young, your body is in a permanent frozen state. To make you age once more and feel alive, you need to control your energy flow. You still don't get it? Marcus asked with an amused tone. What? You think I don't know that your body's functions are frozen? He pointed out her sore spot. There was a reaction from her. See? You think you can hide things from me? He shook his head. I could make you age once more, and at the same time, you could function as a human. Gulp. There was an even bigger reaction from the witch. Oh. Are you interested? He asked. What do you want me to do? She asked, slowly getting up from the seat, her eyes hardened. I will create a battery-like device that you can fill up with the excess energy your code generates. This could technically allow your body to function once more. However, I am not 100% certain. This is just theory on my part. Cece smiled a bit when she heard that. It's still better than anything I have heard to date. The green-haired witch replied in an honest tone. Good, we can do that while you practice mastering the flow of energy. If you can master it, you will have natural flow and switch between Geass and your code. Marcus reminded her about their initial training. I did practice, as you said, and I did feel something. She looked at her hand before looking at him. But then you created that machine. Cece had a complex look. I have seen what it can do. It was like I had worried. A machine that can dominate human life. She said with a deep frown. Echni is a masterpiece, and I already have a blueprint for a superior machine, Marcus said as his fingers intertwined while he placed his chin on the back of his hands. He looked like a scheming villain. You are crazy. To unleash something on the human population. Cece shook her head. And here I thought you were a witch, Marcus said with a disappointed tone. I am a bit sane, even after all these years. She frowned at him. And yet you don't understand the true power of Geass. He shook his head as he was disappointed. That is why he loves Layla and Anna, and of course Nina, but that nerdy green-haired girl is a bit too zealous. Geass is energy that interacts with people's brainwaves. That means that we can make humans evolve and reach the next stage of evolution. My father, according to you, wants to kill God because he wants a world without lies. What he desires is the extreme of what I want. I want psychic powers. When everyone is psychic, we can understand each other without even talking. Do you understand what I mean? He explained to her. Echni already scanned several million people's brainwaves with its Geass system, allowing a successor model to be in development. Once it's completed, it could stimulate people's minds. If it works, people could technically have a chance to evolve to the next stage of humanity. He explained to her what he was doing. Assuming that is what people want. She frowned at him. It doesn't matter what people want or don't. It is going to happen either way. This step is necessary in the future. Space is a very big place, people could end up fighting once more. Though in turn planetary conflicts could make Earth's conflicts look pathetic. He explained himself. So it's a safety net. She concluded. Among other things that I could make to keep myself in power forever. He shrugged at her response. Now is the question if you want to try the next experiment, and we could find out if I can make a Geass energy battery. Marcus chuckled, imagining having something like a battery of this thing. In theory, he could manifest Geass by himself if he had enough energy. Then let's go. Let's see if your crazy ideas are worth it, she smiled a bit before motioning to get up. Fine. Let's see if this can be made. Marcus shook his head as he summoned another hologram and went through ordering sequences. He only recently drew a concept of this battery. Simply put, Geass energy is a form of electricity that affects brainwaves, which are electrical pulses. So a form of liquid saccharotite and lithium mix could be applied to store it based on his Geass system. It would look like a big battery reader. Since the new assembly lines are still working, he decided to return to Solomon Base for this test, where he has enough resources for some of his tests. Let's go and take my tyrannies for a spin. He suggested to the witch as they left the royal palace and boarded the transporter plane to the carrier ship. Sure, it has been a while. The green-haired girl doesn't mind. It had been ages since she was close to him. It made her a bit annoyed that he didn't cuddle her. She is going to use it to her advantage. A.N, my other book, It Started with Devils and Artifacts, has been blocked because of some random stuff. I already contacted the author support, waiting for response. Regardless, if you want to read then you can read it on ff.net, same author name. More chapters, Chapter 115 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 107, Chapter 106, Geass Energy Batteries and a Needy Witch. Solomon's base continued to grow as it will be the site of a space elevator. Well, not specifically this spot, but not far from here. Even so, the work for this project side has already begun. The assets were assigned, and the assembly of a floating city has begun. After all, it will be in the middle of the ocean. But for today, it was not the focus of Marcus' visit, as the prince brought Cece to the underground base and to his old workshop. Once there, they used the hologram menu to summon the battery. It didn't look that different from an energy filler used by nightmares. Of course, it was not that big. So, what do I need to do? Cece asked him as she looked at the battery. Give the battery Geass, as many times as you think you can. The witch raised her eyebrow at him, but then she looked at the battery and placed her hand on it. I doubt it will work, as it's not Orga. Her eyes widened as her code glowed and red energy began to flow into the battery. It worked. She then began feeding her code energy into the battery. Not bad, single use is around 10%. So a single battery can allow around 10 Geass manifestations. Marcus rubbed his chin as he pondered whether he could actually synthesize this process and give Geass artificially. A bit later, Cece stopped as she looked at her hand. She just filled the third battery. I can't give Geass any more. The girl frowned as she then had this strange feeling in her eyes. Something she forgot. Well, what a sight. Marcus walked over, and Cece turned towards him. She looked at him, he showed her a mirror. Instead of her usual yellow eyes, it was a pair of red bird symbols. My Geass. The girl immediately looked away. If she looks at herself in the mirror, it will be bad for her. Indeed. Congratulations, you confirmed my theories. He then offered her a pair of eye contact lenses. Well, my thanks for this. I suppose. She thanked him, but then she smirked as she moved the offered contact lenses aside and looked into his eyes. Aren't you interested in finding out what my eyes can do? She asked, looking into his eyes, wanting to see if her powers could work after so many years. Oh. You want to share your powers with me? He asked her, as he could see she was getting quite close to him. Yes, and much more than that. Her eyes glowed, the witch's behavior shifted, as she became quite eager. You think I can't see what you are trying to do? His eyes glowed red as his Geass dug into hers. Now that she is low on energy, he can discern her eyes as her power is passively always on, radiating energy in all directions. Do you? Then, why don't you use my power on me? She asked with a gleam. Are you crazy? He commented with surprise. A girl is trying to throw herself at you, Cece commented as she looked annoyed. It would seem her power is not working. Now that is annoying. Throwing herself. You can do it without utilizing your power of love. So you know. She pouted at him, he already knew her power. Of course I know. My eyes figured out how your power works, and now I can use it. He smirked, making her frown in annoyance. You said you don't copy your girl's powers. She frowned in annoyance. That was until you tried to pull it on me, Marcus replied with a small frown. Oh. What are you going to do? She asked, now curious all of a sudden. Instead of saying anything, his hands went to her bum and squeezed her rear. Eep. The witch looked surprised as the next moment he picked her up. Your jealousy is starting to annoy me, so I will do what any guy would do. He began to walk towards the resting area with her in his hands. And that is? She asked with an eager look. Drown you in love. He said with an obvious tone. Good. That moment, she crossed her legs around his waist. This is what she wanted all along. The inventor prince took the beautiful witch to the resting area in the workshop. It's like a small apartment, with a kitchen, a living room and a shower area with a toilet. The living room, in particular, had 2 couches separated by a black glass coffee table. This is where he took the green-haired beauty, lay on the couch and started with a kiss. Cece responded with a heated passion, turning the kiss into a make-out session as she wrapped her hands around his neck and pulled herself up. The witch was like a thirsty beast trying to get the most of it before starting to rub herself. After a while, she pulled back and looked at him with a healthy blush. This is it. I can feel better, I feel alive, the witch exclaimed with hot breath. Marcus smiled at her. His hands went to the one piece of clothing she had. It was the same prisoner's clothes she had. Why are you still wearing these clothes? He asked her as he began to undress her. You won't be wearing them again. Do you understand? The prince narrowed his eyes while ordering her. Heh. If you want me to follow your orders, you need to make me, she replied with a sultry tone, while she tried to resist, her tone was telling otherwise. She was eager to continue. By all means. Your body will understand, as he threw the white uniform anyway, and then removed her white shirt, revealing her considerable size burst. The girl might have looked slim, but her burst was impressive. Marcus then moved in and began to rain kisses on her body. The witch immediately reacted to his advances as she was extremely sensitive to his actions. The green-haired beauty gasped and trembled as she felt his lips on her body. He quickly arrived at her breasts and began to stimulate them. He kissed and gently bit on the left nipple while his left hand stimulated her other breast. But then his right hand slipped lower and pulled down the white boxer-like shorts she was wearing as underwear. His fingers stroked around her special places, and his index finger brushed the entrance to the velvet cave. He was a bit surprised that she was already considerably wet. It would seem she was eager for some action. NHHNNN. A soft moan escaped from the girl's lips as she looked at him with eyes full of tears of pleasure. It looked especially hot with those Geass eyes as the girl looked like a true witch. Enough games, I waited too long for this, Cece complained as she looked needy. Very well. Let's seal the deal, or as you say, a contract. He joked for a second before pulling away and swiftly undressing, then throwing his uniform away. That's more like it, Lelouch. Her hand stroked his chest for a bit, feeling him up before looking down at his hard tool. Someone is excited already. The witch smirked lewdly as she looked at him with excitement. You don't say. I can't say no when a gorgeous girl is that needy. As he said that, he got into position, taking her legs and placing them on his shoulders before pressing his cock on her pussy, stimulating and teasing for a couple more moments. Ugh, enough of these games, the witch complained as she was even more needy. Without replying, he pushed forward as his tool sank into her special place. Cece's mouth lewdly opened as she felt his thing expanding her special place before reaching her deepest parts. Once his cock reached the end he pulled back and then thrust forward. The green-haired girl's pussy released loads of love juices to help him as before long he started to move in and out as wet smacking sound began to spread through the resting area of the workshop. Marcus continued for a while before he pulled the witch and then changed into lover's position. The girl swiftly adjusted as she wrapped her hands around his neck and coiled her legs around his waist. She began to move on her own as there was a greedy look on her face. As she was ferociously moved, the prince needed to continue to focus as his protection against her Geass was that he didn't allow the energy she emitted to enter him. So when she is moving like that, he could get carried away and get Geassed. But then he decided to move in and kiss her while closing his eyes. The witch followed his lead and did the same thing, moving faster as the pair got into rhythm. After a while, the prince moved her around and made her face away while his hands cupped her breasts and felt them up. HMNNHHHS. That's it. MMNHHNN. The girl moaned from the top of his lungs before reaching her peak and feeling his essence rush into the depths of her special place. He. The witch's back arched as she felt climax wash over her. She looked at the ceiling while giggling with a silly look. Once it ran its course, the green-haired beauty collapsed into his hands. She looked up at him. Her hand went to his chin and stroked. I guess our contract is truly sealed now, she said with a grin, making Marcus close his eyes as he smiled for a bit. Silly girl, you remind the moment I picked you up in Shinjuku Ghetto. Is that what you say to all girls you find attractive? She asked with a curious look. Indeed. He had his hands wrapped around her. Well, whatever, let's rest before we continue to more fun, Cece said with a lustful look. Marcus chuckled. It appears his attractiveness levels to his girls increased after he impregnated Anna. It's like they switched battle tactics. As Marcus was getting closer to his witch, the world was not waiting for them as Anaheim forces entered into Britannia's controlled territories. All the way from the Black Sea to the Far East in Kamchatka. The forces have spread through the whole border before pushing forward. Let's end this, Guilford. Cornelia fixed her gloves as she looked at her forces from high in the air. At your command, my princess. We are ready for your word, princess, Darlton commented as her knights were ready in their customized scat-hatch machines. Then advance, let's crush these father's lackeys. Cornelia grinned as her Morrigan reacted before blasting forward at the spearhead of her armies. Behind her, the carrier ships began to release Satantas into the battlefield just outside the Crimean Peninsula. The first one to arrive at the enemy's fortifications was Cornelia, as her mech reflected all the physical bullets Britannia still was using. Unlike the Holy Britannian Empire, Britannia didn't advance much in the technology department. In truth, Britannia gave them all the rubbish so that they could throw at advancing Anaheim. That means they have a lot of Sutherlands. Is this all you got? Morrigan's lance slashed through the right hand of Sutherland before using her free hand to grab the nightmare's head. Is this all you can do? It would seem you peasants won't be able to entertain me after all. The princess was disappointed. We gave you weeks to prepare, we didn't rush, yet. The mobile suit's hand squeezed, and Sutherland's head was crushed, causing the cockpit to react and eject the pilot. Before the princess could continue, a blue beam was about to slam into her mech, but it was redirected by a magnetic field. The princess looked around. She saw 3 airships flying towards them, with red mobile suits leading the way. So they are finally here. Glida Knights. I've been waiting for you. Cornelia smirked as she was finally going to get some decent challenge. Africa and the Middle East have been disappointing for her so far, she's bored. But this. More chapters, chapter 116 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, Expanding in Europe. Princess. I will try to contain Princess Cornelia's machine while you attack their regular troops. Aldrin Zevon said to her, Princess, as she looked at the lance-wielding mobile suit, which was looking back at her. Aldrin, I know you are a good pilot, but we are talking about one of the KK machines. Mary Bell looked concerned as they were here to try to slow down Anaheim. They didn't imagine the sheer scale of soldiers they would have just months into becoming a nation. I know. But I should be enough to hold her down just for a bit. As she said, her red Zaku Custom Type 2 descended on Morrigan. The beam rifle opened fire on War Goddess. So you people figured out how to wield beam technology, about time. Cornelia completely ignored the beams as she rushed at Aldrin like a missile. Damn, she is fast. The blonde girl yanked herself to the side to dodge the incoming attack. However, your movement is still robotic. The KK unit kicked the Zaku to the side. Aldrin gnashed her teeth as she felt how her mech was shaking from that kick. Her systems were sending warning messages from that single kick. Damn, so much force. How can it be in such a compressed size? The red Zaku pulled out an axe which had glowing red edges. Oh. Beam technology is used to improve the weapon's sharpness. Impressive. Aldrin tried to intercept the incoming lance with her axe, but the force behind the thrust caused her machine to fly back. This is ridiculous. The blonde girl grimaced as she was feeling the G-force behind that strike. She nearly threw up. Aldrin. Another red machine moved in to assist the blonde knight. That voice. Mary Bell. Cornelia stopped fighting and looked at another Zaku. Sister. The red machine pointed her beam rifle at Morrigan. That won't work, Mary Bell. Cornelia swirled her lance as she looked around. Those Zakus look decently capable. While in limited numbers, they can keep up, as some of the Satantas did blow up. However, she did spread out her numbers like this on purpose. She made sure her forces were stretched out so she could goad Britannia into action. The one who knows her homeland's army is her. We can't know that until we try, don't you think? Mary Bell said that while opening fire on Morrigan. Cornelia simply looked at incoming beams without trying to dodge them, as a force field around her machine simply reflected such attacks. At that moment, Aldrin blasted forward and tried to deliver a downward swing with her axes while empowered by thrusters. But Morrigan simply backslapped with the lance, sending the red machine flying back. Then the mobile suit rushed at the falling Zaku, trying to impale, but at that moment, a dozen beams rushed towards Cornelia. Who? This time around, the KK unit dodged elegantly like it was swimming through the air. She looked at the source. It was coming from the airships. The red machines regrouped as they moved in with synchronization like a well-oiled team. Not bad, girls. Cornelia smiled as she needed to defend herself, but then her eyes gleamed with amusement as she simply moved, faster as her lance nailed Aldrin's machine before pulling back and then throwing her lance at Mary Bell's. A part of Zaku's head was ejected and flew back to the airship as Cornelia effortlessly destroyed these two mobile suits. Back at the airship, the duo of Princess and her knight exited the Zaku's heads. They looked like ruffled chickens. What was that? Aldrin exclaimed as she looked annoyed. She thought that she could at least keep up to some extent, but Cornelia just got faster. It would seem she wasn't taking us seriously all the time, only when our numbers increased did she take us a bit more seriously. The blonde girl clicked her tongue in annoyance before checking the data she got from the fight. They need to get this back to Raxhata. We are retreating. Eastern Europe is lost. We can try to fight Anaheim in Siberia. The princess ordered the airships to retreat as much as they could. The remaining Zakus began to retreat. Some of them had some loot, but it was nothing new. Any commander units? Princess asked the comms officers. Sadly, those are rare. We only confirmed those wearing Cornelia's colors. I assume they are her elites like Guilford, Darlton, or the Glaston Knights under her. The comms officer shook his head. Those would take effort to pin down to capture. Mary Bell frowned. This was a hard battle for her troops. She lost more than half of her mobile suits in this battle, leaving her with a measly few Zakus. For now, we retreat to Alaska and recover our numbers before returning to assist Britannia. The princess instructed her airships to move far away from the front lines swiftly. Should we chase after them, princess? Guilford asked his princess as his image appeared on Cornelia's screen. No. Our goal is to secure Asia and all of Europe. Not fight Mary Bell. But if we take down Glinda's knights, it will be a massive loss for Britannia. It would only leave the round table. Her knight commented as he was confused about this. I know. But this is a great opportunity to improve our Satanta units. As you saw, we lost over 10 machines and their pilots. We need to improve survival rates. Cornelia was more concerned with her troops than the Britannians. If they become dangerous, she can simply order tactical orbital bombardment to wipe out Britannia forces before she invades her homeland. Not that will be necessary. By this point, Anaheim's industrial might makes Britannia look insignificant. So you are going to point this out to Prince Lelouch? Guilford realized what this means. Indeed. I am well aware that he wants to take his sweet time to conquer Britannia. He wants to see if our father caves in and surrenders, or if we will conquer it. After all, Lelouch might call himself exiled, but the emperor never accepted his demand to remove him from the inheritance. You mean, he is still 11th to the imperial throne? Cornelia smiled at that exclamation. Indeed. Have checked all the documents while looking for him. None in them was mentioned as dead, only missing or that he was not 11th to the imperial throne. She explained to him. I see, then Princess, do you think Britannia could join Anaheim? That much I do not know. It depends on my esteemed father and his pride. The princess shook her head. With all the revelations and what he wanted to do, she can safely say she has no idea what that man is thinking. Marcus looked at the world map and the changing borders. Oh, he loves to watch his black and purple controlling close to 40% of the world's landmass. This was beautiful to look at. A pair of hands wrapped around him as a certain which placed her chin on his shoulder, she was behaving like an affectionate kitten. How is it going? She asked as she looked at the map before him. My dear older sister smashed through and is moving towards St. Petersburg. According to her, the Britannians used their Glinda Knights to engage her and her army. We lost 10 people in this engagement. He explained to her as he pulled the witch to his lap and wrapped his hands around her waist. Cece smiled as she got comfortable in his hands. What are you planning to do to change that? She stroked his chin as she got quite close to him. The beauty is actually very satisfied that he can ignore her Geass. It's such a boon to her. The girl, in a way, realizes that he has broken the curse of Geass. Maybe what he said is true. Can he usher in a new era for humanity with Geass in complete control? Upgrade. He smiled as he looked into her gorgeous eyes. He does love CC with Geass, better than the code on her forehead. I am going to improve them the same way I improved my KK units. I call it Project CU Chillin. He accessed the data he had on Setanta. KKS 01/CC01, the upgraded models of Setanta, are based on all of the conflicts so far. The frame is slimmed down, and the cockpit can eject the same way nightmares do. It was something Cornelia insisted. And I guess it is understandable since these are not like my KK units that are barely damageable. He explained to her as he showed her the new weaponry he had prepared for these machines. New weaponry modules based on his G-Force Gundams. A sniper rifle that is based on a railgun, missile pods, an anti-beam shield, and several different types of beam rifles. Customizable types of modules for weaponry. It would seem you are excited that there are enemies that can resist, somewhat. Cece giggled, seeing him excited that enemies were resisting. He was happy that his Setantas were destroyed. This well. He looked a bit embarrassed when he noticed that. I am a creator, I am happy that people can resist my machines. That means that I can improve them. Make them stronger, more efficient, safer, that is what it means to make things, my dear witch. Marcus snuggled into her as he explained how he was feeling about this. Is that so? Then it means Charles is falling into your trap just by resisting you. The green-haired beauty realized that with an amused look. All he did was smile at her as he proceeded to activate the project. Just like that, the order was sent out for the refurbishment of the backbone machines of his growing faction. The conflict with Britannia accelerated as the most populated parts of old Russia swiftly fell to Anaheim. Meanwhile, in the EU, from the sky, 5 machines began descending over Middle Europe, while Marcus's private 3 warships entered Poland. The EU's response was mixed. The countries under the EU were preparing for the conflict, but Anaheim was like an avalanche. Not only were their numbers constantly growing, but they were also moving non-stop forward with a few short weeks in between. That means the mobilization of forces had to be rapid, and when it is, it's not the best result, considering most of the EU were fighting on the Eastern European border. The EU already lost Poland several times thanks to the war with Britannia. So it was quite easy for the G-Force to descend and engage with minimal resistance. Gundam Strike unfolded its positron cannon as it had a base-busting loadout. The mech pointed at the base below before unleashing a massive amount of damage. Unbelievable, Prince was able to shatter the super nation before he even invaded. Maya, the Gundam pilot, pondered on this as she rapidly erased the defenses before moving forward to the next one. As G-Force was rampaging behind the enemy lines. Dagda, piloted by Colin, landed in Paris in front of the Parliament building. The mech was the support for Jean Smilas, who, with his followers, rushed into the building. This is new. Haven't done something like this before. Colin, inside the cockpit, relaxed a bit as her gaze was on the building, then at the nervous-looking soldiers who were her support. They all had purple and black armbands, representing the pro-Anaheim movement. Traitors. How could you? Dagda turned around and saw a group of Panzer Hummels. Cute. They are trying to resist. Sorry, but I suggest you guys turn around and return from whatever base you came from. The Crimson Pilot girl commented as she sat down properly in her seat and moved her KK unit into fighting position. Nonsense. We shall fight till the end. The EU nightmares opened fire on her. Colin's mobile suit lifted its hands and wave projects caught the bullets before making them ignite at a distance away. This time around, she had actual human allies around, so she needed to protect them. Your funeral then. Dagda's blue eyes glowed as the mech's claws started to glow. The KK unit flew in at insane speed before slicing the EU nightmares into pieces. It was fast and made these Panzer Hummels look as if they were made of tissue paper. Might as well, it was as if the claws of Dagda were literal miniature beam sabers. In mere moments, all of them were down. And Colin was back on watch duty. More chapters, Chapter 117 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, Reusing Tech. What is the meaning of this Gene Smiles? One of the politicians, with a nervous look, exclaimed. He was not the only one, as the rest of the politicians looked a bit scared. An entire squad of soldiers had them at gunpoint. Isn't it obvious by this point? He showed them his armband. Your pointless resistance against Anaheim ends today. Instead of allowing countless innocent people to die in a war that we can't win, we should join them instead. As they say, if you can't beat them, join them. The traitorous general smiled as he pointed his pistol at the president. This is madness. You do realize that he will destroy everything we stand for. One of the politicians exclaimed angrily. You mean all the corruption? All the red tape that caused us to be here? Our military technology is so backwards that we can't replicate Britannia fact spheres. Gene Smiles began to rant as he was the most pissed about this. And now all the corruption will cause your downfall. He motioned for his soldiers to arrest all of them. Did the prince send a speech? The general asked one of his officers. Yes. Several possible ones. The man offered a tablet. Gene looked over, and a small smile appeared on his face as he saw his choices. This was quite good. Fall of the EU because of corruption. A bunch of corrupt politicians will take the fall, and he will be the hero who brought the people into Anaheim, into the future of humanity. Good. Shall we? He smiled as he motioned for his men to set up a live broadcast. Marcus, with CC on his lap, watched the live broadcast coming from Paris. I am here to announce that Parliament's corruption has reached the point that they needlessly insist on resisting the force that we can't stop. Anaheim was clear about its goal to unite humanity by any means necessary, so it could focus on spreading human life through the stars. Yet, the governing body insisted on holding its meager powers even in the face of overwhelming numbers and technology. Thousands of people lost their lives because of this. That is why I staged a coup to take over the government and join Anaheim. The men motioned for his soldiers, then raised Anaheim's banner while removing EU's. My, you took over Western Europe while entertaining me. CC giggled, realizing that midway. What can I say? This was in motion for a couple of weeks. He shrugged, she was not wrong and not right. Even so. The old continent is almost completely under you. The girl realized that only some portions of Siberia are not under their control. Don't forget Zilkston. CC's eyes widened now that it is a nation she is well aware of. So you know. She asked him. That there are 2 thought elevators there. He raised one of his eyebrows at her. There is a renegade group from the Geass order. Led by a priestess with runaway Geass. CC explained to him that this time around, she was not hiding anything from him. Good to know. Whatever her Geass could be, I will simply use overwhelming firepower to make them capitulate. He said with narrowed eyes. Not necessary. But I understand that you have a bit of prejudice against Geass order, considering what you did with it. CC's gaze went to a child's skull floating inside a glass case. There was a red tattoo on the skull's forehead. You can put it like that. First, we will deal with Britannia, then finish this Middle East country. He replied to her as he looked back at the speech given by the traitorous general. Your Majesty. The EU has fallen. Bismarck, the Knight of One, said to his emperor. Charles hummed as he looked at the world map displayed on a massive screen. He could see white and blue turn into black and purple. Anaheim controls more than half of the world. The Britannia is on its last legs. All that is left is a few squads of Sutherlands that are trying to hold back the advancing Anaheim. The emperor sighed as he thought of the last stand. Do you think we can push them back? Bismarck. The emperor asked with a weary tone. He is proud that much is not negotiable, but he is not stupid enough to believe he can resist an empire that he can't even see half of. He doesn't have the means to see what is happening in space. But the number of times something descends from space only increases on a daily basis. I will fight even if I know that I will lose, Your Majesty. I don't doubt your loyalty, Bismarck. Charles closed his eyes as he leaned into his throne. But I want to know what your military mind is thinking about our situation. The Britannian Emperor asked. If I can be honest. The knight looked a bit nervous. You can. We will lose. By what I saw so far, Prince Lelouch will surround us from all sides. He will invade simultaneously from at least 4 sides. Bismarck looked at the men. He could imagine them invading from the Pacific, the Atlantic, the North Pole, and even the South Pole, considering they already have a presence in that region. I was thinking the same thing. Charles tapped the throne with his finger for a couple of moments before coming to a decision. In a forward base in Alaska, where a considerable number of Britannian forces have gathered, Glida Knights have returned. The airships landed, and the soldiers disembarked. The mechanics and maintenance people rushed over to begin assessing the situation of their mobile suits. At the same time, collect whatever loot they collected. Some of them were looking and found a considerable number of Setanta parts. How is the situation? Maribel asked, as she is not aware of what is going on in the world at the moment. EU has fallen, there was a coup. The lead developer of Zaku's, Raxhata, said to her as she looked over the data they had gathered for her. A coup. They joined Anaheim. The princess stiffened. If this is true, the time they have has dropped significantly. Indeed, and Anaheim forces are not stopping. They are close to pushing whatever is left out of Asia. The Indian lady said with a sigh. Perfectly honest, our situation is beyond bad. With current advancement speed, there won't be a Britannia in a month or so. That is me being generous. She explained to the princess and her knight. It's that bad. Aldrin was aware of the big picture. Haven't you been paying attention? Raxhata raised one of her eyebrows as she was baffled by what she was hearing. I was a bit preoccupied with my training. The blonde knight tried to explain her lack of knowledge of the current situation. To put it simply, Anaheim is picking up pace with its army buildup. According to my contacts in India, they are recruiting a massive number of soldiers and other personnel. And I mean in thousands. I do not know why they need this much manpower, but it can't be that simple. If they are recruiting thousands, then they are making a similar amount of mobile suits. Aldrin looked astounded by what she was hearing. These numbers are wild. No matter how good she is inside a mobile suit, she can't fight such numbers. Those KK units shouldn't be able either. In other words, Britannia is doomed. Maribel sighed as she realized that this was the end of the road. You can't say that, princess. The mobile suit developer joked. How could a royal say that? It's the truth. My older brother is going to conquer his homeland. The girl didn't look that devastated by such a realization. In truth, she was a bit relieved. She wanted to speak with Lelouch. Find out what he knows because, from the looks of it, he knows much more than she does about Britannia and its secrets. Well, it depends on His Majesty if he wants to surrender. Maribel snorted after hearing that. With how proud he is, he would rather see his nation burn than surrender. The princess was certain of that. Princess. Aldrin looked a bit spooked after hearing that. Is she certain that is the case? What about the people? You don't know him, Aldrin. I know. Maribel said with a resigned sigh. Sure enough, as they were talking, more airships arrived. That flag, round table. Aldrin looked at the new arrivals. Moments later, mobile suits left the airships. Are those Setanta? The blonde looked surprised to see Anaheim's machines. So they repurposed the acquired mobile suits. Raxhata immediately saw through this custom work. They are reusing the looted mobile suits. Maribel asked, she didn't consider that. Not the easiest work, Anaheim's technology is very specific. It was not designed for use outside Anaheim. From the OS to the cockpit, it needed adjustment. These machines are assigned to a pilot, and that's it. The seat needs to be adjusted afterwards if the pilot changes. In other words, Anaheim uses from annoying to petty means to make sure their machines do not leak to the outside. Is that so? I didn't know that. Thought, that OS is annoying. I wonder if their retainers built one from scratch or if they altered the existing one. Raxhata had a thoughtful look as she felt that these machines could turn on Britannia once they were on the battlefield. There is a reason why she built Zaku from the ground up. Because after seeing what kind of computers are in Setanta, she had cold feet about using them in her new mobile suit. Like I said, Prince Lelouch, among other things, is petty. Do you think he will let these mobile suits so easily fall into the enemy's hands? The woman sighed as she walked over with the 2 girls to see who was piloting these machines. Ugh, that's Luciano Bradley, the Knight of 10. Maribel grimaced after seeing who was leaving the Setanta. He was showing off his new machine. Oh, the vampire. I heard he was sent to assist Britannia but then got swiftly routed when Anaheim invaded. Aldrin rolled her eyes. None of them liked this guy. Well, Princess Maribel. Luciano was followed by a small army of female pilots. This was his female squad, a show-off, something like his harem. Knight of 10, it would seem you are returning to the front lines, with a new machine no less. The princess replied as she looked at the custom-colored Setanta unit. Humph, this time it will be different. This time, I have their technology, from their cockpit to the neural link they have. Even their beam rifle. This time it's pure talent that will show the difference. The men exclaimed proudly. Yes. You can now fight Anaheim regulars. Raxhata deadpanned. That's because you can't develop a machine that can keep up with those KK. Luciano pointed his finger at the Indian lady. Yes, if you had recruited me years ago, it could be different, but I hate working under pressure. I hope that your new machine listens to you, not to Anaheim. After all, Prince Lelouch is as petty as the Emperor. The mobile suit developer showed a furious look before walking away. Maribel and Aldrin didn't want to stay with the Knight of Round any longer than necessary. Wait for us. The pair chased after her. Princess. Aldrin, why don't you join my Valkyrie squad? Luciano tried to recruit them. Apologies, sir. But, we have Glinda Knights to run. The princess replied without even looking back at the knight. Aldrin completely ignored him as she chased after the mobile suit developer. Humph. We shall see how they act when I push Anaheim back, or capture one of those things. He turned around with a snort as he looked at his newest toy. The vampire was already at a point where he stands equal with Anaheim just because he is piloting a looted model of Setanta. More chapters, Chapter 118 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, War Preparations. With Luciano's arrival, there were a few more Knights of Round that followed after him. They were Dorothea Ernst and Monica Kraszewski with their Setanta models. I was working on their machines, but sadly, too much job for a single individual, so they got these instead, Raxhata said to Maribel and Aldrin as they watched new arrivals in Alaska Forward Base. However, there is something I do want to show you too. The mobile suit developer smiled as she motioned for them to follow her. There was one extra airship that flew over from the California base. You have something for us? Aldrin hopefully asked. Indeed. Your data was quite valuable in developing the GOUF. Oh, is it finished? She asked. The GOUF was supposed to be a mobile suit based on data they got from the Anaheim batteries and Zaku's Type 1 and Type 2. The first proper machine to utilize securidite lithium liquid batteries has an enormous amount of power compared to regular energy sources. That means these GOUFs can pull out much more power and utilize more of Anaheim's technologies. It is the first ever second-generation Britannia mobile suits. Yes. The new red mobile suits were lowered from the airship. Aldrin and Maribel expected some different design choices, but what they saw were almost identical machines to the Zaku Type 1 and Type 2. But it had some differences. Try out. Raxhata swirled the USB stick that was a key and threw it at Aldrin. The blonde knight caught it and checked it out. All right. The girl walked over to the head and got into the machine. When she got inside, she immediately noticed a lot of inspiration controls from Anaheim machines. It felt futuristic compared to Zaku models. Instead of 3 screens, it had a single large bend screen. Not a 361 like the Anaheim models, but it was halfway there. Once the systems booted, the mech stood up, and Aldrin noticed the difference already. It was far faster and could respond with much greater precision. How is it? Raxhata asked with a grin. The response, amazing. This is the baseline power of Anaheim technologies. The neural interface is key. Those machines are so far ahead in this department that we would need at least 6 months of intense development and actual testing to make what they use in Nightmare Killer models. You see. Princess. The lady looked at Maribel. Your brother had Anaheim Robotics, where he sold and handed out prosthetics. Do you catch what I am saying? The princess had a look of realization. He used that data to develop these interfaces. Maribel exclaimed with realization. Indeed. He had millions of people to test his tech before he applied it to his mobile suits. Amazing. He was building towards this for years. No wonder we are so behind. Aldrin, who was listening to them, could only control her nervousness towards this. It was like trying to fight someone who was building towards this for years. While I started with prosthetics as well. I didn't have such ambitions. The Indian lady shook her head as she puffed from her Kizaru pipe. I assume we are catching up to them to some extent. To Aldrin's question, the developer showed a strained smile. While I can make something that can catch up to Satanta's technology, while advanced, it's nowhere near what their main custom machines can do. These mass production models are simple shadows of nightmare killers. If it's true, what kind of power source do they have? Those machines are 10s, if not 20 times more capable. If you want me to make something as powerful as those, I need leads. The best would be capturing one. Aldrin's lips twitched when she heard that. Capture one of those. She vividly recalled the power of Morrigan. That machine lived up to its development name. Like a goddess of war dancing around the battlefield. Maybe with these goofs we can do something. The blonde girl hoped. Good luck. You will need it. Raxhata smiled, knowing quite well she would need it. After showing one of the GOUF, several more were loaded off. These were for the Glinda Knights as they were painted red and ready for action against Anaheim. What's the holdup? It has been days. Is Anaheim not attacking? Luciano blasted into the control room, looking at the tactical personnel. Among them was Prince Schneasel. Relax, Knight of 10. Anaheim are holding their positions. He pointed at the world map. Asia, Europe, Africa, and the South Pole were all black and purple, while only Britannia and North and South America were pure blue. Did they take Australia along the way? Luciano noticed that Australia and New Zealand were among Anaheim. It appears so. All I heard was that there was a coup in those territories as well. Schneasel said with a strained smile. Coup, figures. Luciana snorted. If not an invasion, then actual pro-Anaheim rebels. It was clearly a setup. No one cares about Australia or New Zealand. Indeed. It was a purposely instigated. By all means, the Holy Britannian Empire is the last remaining country. Well, there is Zilkston. From the looks of it, Anaheim ignored them. Schneasel said with a frown, wondering why it's like that. Regardless, Anaheim have stopped, and they are gathering forces for the last war with us. We shall do the same. We will use whatever time we have to prepare, and we have regained around 40% of the manufacturing power previously destroyed. It's not the best, but we are getting there. From manufacturing to recruiting, Britannia is in full combat mode. It has been a very long time since it faced such an existential crisis. The remaining Knights of Round have spread out to guard possible invasion points. Most of Nightmares have already been replaced with new Zaka models. The old Sutherlands were repurposed to be railgun gunnery models that can destroy Satanta models. The prince explained, without catching his breath, that they are doing whatever they can to resist a possible invasion. My prince, do we know when Anaheim would invade? Monica, Knight of 12, asked the blonde prince. I do not know Anaheim's variables to predict such a thing. So far, I do not know many of their methods to understand their movement. This nation operates with different technology, much of which we don't know. That is why I can't say why they are holding their positions. Schneasel explained to them. He hates this, he hates it a lot. Such variables are causing him sleepless nights as he doesn't understand the limitations of Anaheim technology. He doesn't know how far Anaheim have spread in space. It could be 1 or 3 colonies they see, or it could be 20. By this point, there could be people living on Mars, as his spies told him that people have already left Earth for space, and it's not 1 or 2 but thousands. TSK, this is annoying. I am leaving. Luciano stormed out of the room. Many rolled their eyes at his behavior. Some of them found him difficult, but he has talent in combat, which is why this man was a Knight of Round. But apart from that, the Emperor keeps him as far away as possible, until they cannot, with the current situation. Well, he is far away from Charles, but others have to deal with him. So, we just wait. Dorothea sighed. This was nerve-wracking, to stay on defense and not offense. That is not Britannia's usual mode of operation. We will dig in. Prepare as many defenses as possible. Schneasel narrowed his eyes. He won't surrender without trying. He will do anything he can to protect his empire. Understood, Your Highness. The officers nodded, and so did the 2 Knights of Round who were willing to listen to him. Luciano should be listening to him, too. But that's beside the point. Monica and Dorothea, I will leave organizing the defenses as you say fit. Glinda Knights and the garrison should assist you. But Your Highness, should we focus so many of our best soldiers in this place? I understand that this place is the closest to Asia, but what about their carrier ships? They are everywhere, and terrain is not an issue for them. One of the officers asked, a bit nervous about how many of them were in this location. So far, we are keeping this location as we are responding to the bulk of the Anaheim fleet that is led by Cornelia, Schneasel replied as he understood how he was thinking. So far, Cornelia has 3 carriers and 9 smaller destroyers. Other forces have only 1 carrier. Even Lelouch has been seen using only one of those things. He explained to them, recalling reading that Lelouch is only using 1 carrier and 2 smaller ships. Depending on the situation, it could change, but for now we shall remain as it is. Understood. At the icy Bering Strait, Cornelia looked at what was on the other side of the strait. It was her homeland. It has been a while since she was there. Princess, we received orders for refurbishment reorganizations. It would seem all of our Satantas and even scat hatches will be upgraded to newer models. HNN, about time. It would seem my little brother took his sweet time. Instead of doing his job, he is impregnating girls. The princess said with an eye roll. Guilford grimaced a bit. It would seem the princess is not in the best mood. His Highness has quite a bit on his plate. Just thinking about how much he is doing makes his head hurt. That prince is a machine in human flesh. I know. It was my attempt at making a joke. The princess snorted as she shook her head before turning around and looking away. Just staring at all that snow is making her feel cold. We shall return to Solomon Base one carrier at a time. Understood. The shipyards and mobile suit factories in orbit are open for us as well. The knight reminded them that they can use space as well. Right. Space, still need to get used to simply pulling back there when I need. Internally, she shook her head. She still needs to get used to that. The ones that are moving to this position can leave for space. We have an enormous number of troops on the move. Having 2 carriers protecting here is enough. Britannia won't attack, they simply lack the mobile suit to wage any sort of offense. She pondered as she walked to the map projected on the massive hologram on the floor. The amount of land they control is simply mind-boggling. They have swallowed 2 superpowers and a bunch of smaller nations. Never before in the history of mankind has something like this existed. The princess's gaze went to the number of carriers that are on the move. There are groups that are moving to Hawaii, the Galapagos, Scotland, and Portugal. Those are staging areas for assault on Britannia. We shall attack once the refurbishment work is complete. That is precisely what His Highness has said. By that point other 2 sword stations should be online. We will have 3 stations that can assist with orbital bombardment in case something goes wrong. Guilford said to Cornelia. It would seem things are coming together nicely. Meanwhile, Marcus and CC moved to space, in Lagrange 3, at the testing area of the most advanced Anaheim technology. The pair arrived aboard Tyrannis as the mech flew into one of the hangars of the space station. As they got out, they were greeted by Lloyd, Cecile, and a group of developers and scientists. These were the elites among elites, chosen by the group. These are guys that even Marcus trusts. Is it ready? The prince asked the group. Follow us. Lloyd grinned as he motioned for the pair to follow. The group walked into the station, arriving towards a single huge metal door. A text was written on the sealed doors. It was AGT 00LUGH. When Marcus saw the text, he couldn't stop himself and began to grin from ear to ear. This was IT. More chapters, Chapter 119 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, The God of Sun, A Gundam Throne, Luff. I didn't think he would finish Luff for at least another month or 2, Marcus exclaimed with a smile. He was certain it would take a bit more time. But this is Lloyd. The power of an unlimited budget. The nerdy scientist shrugged at him. I get whatever I need. This is the first time in my life I have had this much fun. He fixed his glasses before looking at his scientists. Half of them looked as if they lacked sleep. Why don't we show the machine that will change the galaxy? Yes, the whole galaxy because the Earth has been changed already, the Earl of Pudding joked as he motioned for the scientists to open the sealed doors. 2 of them walked over and used their ID cards and a pair of keys to unseal the doors. Moments later, the doors began to rise. What is with the size? How tall is this machine? CC looked up as she saw the doors move. Inside the room, it was pitch black before a pair of blue eyes turned on, then the light. Your Highness, meet your new machine. The AGT-00, or Anaheim Gundam Throne Luff, the God of Sunday. Most advanced and most powerful mobile suit. Lloyd grinned while explaining to him. Gorgeous. Marcus looked with wide eyes. He might have designed the looks and half of the systems, but those were 3D designs and drawings. This is the real deal. Equipped with the latest 3rd-generation technology, this machine literally manipulates gravity and moves through space like no other machine to date, Cecile explained as she was standing next to Lloyd. Why is it so big? CC exclaimed as this machine would make any mobile suit to date look like a midget, and could play football with a nightmare. That's because this is space. Lloyd said with a duh tone. Mobile suits I envisioned were supposed to be big, CC, but because it was only conflict on Earth, I made KK units smaller than I originally wanted. But now, the conflict is space itself, Luff can move faster than ever. The Inventor Prince explained to his witch. Is that so, or you just wanted to make it big? The witch recalled the movies she had seen while hibernating in the workshop's restroom. Big mechs fighting aliens and monsters, that's all she found in his movie library. Both. Both indeed. Lloyd and Marcus commented that the nerdy mobile suit developer knew his prince well. I see. Stupid of me to ask such a thing. The witch and the assistant shook their heads. Regardless. Luff. Let's go. It's time for the first flight. The mech's blue eyes glowed as the white, red, and blue machine moved. It dropped on one knee and offered its hand. The hand was much bigger, several people could easily stand on it. Let's go, CC. Okay. The pair jumped on the hand as the mech brought its hand onto its torso. Once the cockpit was closed, the pair got inside. The cockpit powered up, showing a spacious interior. With Marcus taking his seat, it adjusted to his size, and a bunch of holograms powered up around him, following the 360 monitors. CC immediately noticed that there are no control sticks. How are you going to pilot it? She asked him as she got comfortable on his lap. How? Why do I need something? He smiled at her as his hand moved to her chin and stroked it. With this. He showed her his hand, a hologram surrounded it. I see. This is third generation of mobile suit controls. Why do you think we will use something as primitive as control sticks? He smiled while saying that. Marcus then looked at Lloyd and his scientists. Seal this room and then eject to space. I will travel for a bit. Certainly. Your Highness. The nerd flamboyantly bowed, then motioned for everyone to leave the room. Where are we going? CC asked him as she got comfortable. Do you want to see the solar system? Asked her as he used the HUD to see the state of the systems. Solar system? You mean? All of it, my dear witch. We can do that. She looked a bit surprised. Is this mech truly capable of crossing such huge distances effortlessly? We shall see. With that said, the floor beneath moved, and they got ejected. Moments later, Marcus activated gravity resonators, and the mobile suit simply stopped moving through the space. Well, then. Let's orient first. The prince looked through the space charts and found where Mercury was. Let's go. With a thought, the emitters on Luff glowed, and the mech blasted forward. Moments later, it was thousands of miles away as it was sliding through the space-time continuum. In mere minutes, they passed through the sister planet of Earth, Venus. It was a strange sight for the witch as she had never seen such a sight before. Orange-looking world, it was cloudy to say the least. The prince made Luff casually circle the planet before moving closer to the sun. Activating solar shades. The male voice of AI spoke as the view grew a bit dulled as they approached Mercury. What CC saw was pitiful to say the least. The rocky world looked like it was getting cooked. Just by looking at it, I feel stuffy. The witch complained as she realized how boiling hot it was just by looking at it. Not as hot as Venus. He casually commented as they accelerated, using the sun to slingshot them away from it and towards deep space. They moved away at rapid speeds. I guess, but it's the sight that makes it weird. She commented lazily as she got comfortable in his hands. Now she wonders how long the journey will be. Though before her mind can wander off, they passed Mars, then the asteroid belt. Before long, her eyes were on a massive ball of gas. What a sight! Marcus stopped the Gundam as they looked at Jupiter. It's enormous. The girl said in a small tone. What she was looking at was déjà vu. This is Jupiter, but it seems like collective unconsciousness. Is it because Jupiter was considered the chef god of certain religions? For a second, she pondered before deciding that she didn't quite care anymore. For the next planets, we need a bit more power. As he said that, Luffy's eyes glowed brighter as a blue ring of pure energy vertically appeared behind the mobile suit. With a single motion, the mech was gone. Sliding millions of miles per second to the next planet. What followed next was checking out Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus before turning back and returning to Solomon space. Colin gawked at the new machine that swimmed through the very fabric of reality. Or something like that. Her brain doesn't understand what she is looking at. What is with the size of this thing? She mumbled under her breath as she gazed at the monstrosity, dropping one of its knees and letting the pilot out. What the hell, Marcus? The girl rushed over and asked him. What? The prince and the witch got lowered as he replied. What is with the size? Why so big? Are you planning to play football with other machines? She asked, not comprehending why it's so big. Nah, this is purely because of space. The space is a huge place, so a bigger machine means bigger thrusters and more space inside the cockpit. He explained, letting CC jump off Luffy's palm. Is that so? We just traveled through the whole of the solar system in under an hour. He smirked while dropping that piece of information. What? He showed her his phone that had all the pictures he took, Luff took, and he just transferred them to his phone. That's, well, I guess extremely fast. Colin had no idea what to say. Last time she checked it could take around a week to travel to Uranus or something like that. Not that she was planning to test that out. Fast. CC looked at her with a raised eyebrow. If this technology can be expanded, humanity could populate the whole solar system in a matter of a few short years. The witch explained to the clueless girl. However, even she didn't know the limits of this crazy tech. CC is right. Though we need to catch up with our colony's developing technology. He nodded at his witch before adding his piece. Is that so? I guess, but with this, you could steamroll Britannia. I don't think you need the army anymore. The crimson-haired girl said while looking at the new luff. Well, yeah. We will see in the coming days. I will most likely visit my old man. It's time to speak with him. Marcus slowly nodded. She was right, he could end this whole thing right here and now. He could do it with Ecne. By this point, is it my pettiness or my desire to focus on development? It was not the fact that he could struggle with war. But if he wanted to prolong it and make Charles suffer, or if he wanted to end it and focus on space elevators to put humanity on the red planet. About damn time. Colin puffed. She could feel that Marcus was like a brat when it came to this. Yeah, now let's get some food. Visiting the whole solar system took a bit of me. It sounds ridiculous, but I agree on the food part. Colin grabbed his other hand, making the witch pout seeing that. She had this annoyed look. What? I am one of his girls. The pilot girl grinned at the witch. You still need to give me one of those fancy eyes. The crimson-haired girl reminded them that she still doesn't have Geass. You still want that? Marcus raised his eyebrow. He hoped that she would forget about those eyes. Of course. Sadly, for now I can't give you anything. CC showed Colin her forehead, there was no code there. What happened to your forehead? Where did the code disappear? The Dagda pilot exclaimed with disbelief. What she was looking at should not be possible. I drained her Geass energy. At the moment, the code is recovering. It could take weeks if not months for her to recover enough energy to crystallize into her code. The Inventor Prince explained to her. Is that even possible? For some reason, it didn't sound that fancy when he described it like that. Well, you see her forehead. He shrugged at her. When you said it like that, is something wrong with my forehead? CC complained loudly at him. Relax, your forehead, like the rest of you, is gorgeous. He immediately defused her anger. That's better. The witch smirked, making Colin frown, now this sucks. She wanted those fancy eyes. Regardless, that excess energy didn't go anywhere, we can use VV code to give you Geass. Marcus reminded her that he has a spare code. Oh, the skull. Colin recalled that artifact the prince had in his workshop. As the group talked and walked towards the base's interior, the base's staff gawked at the huge mobile suit. Sadly, they don't realize, but this is the true size of the mobile suits. It's only now that the prince revealed what it's supposed to look like. Regardless, the time is approaching for the end of the old era and the beginning of a new one. It was time to leave the cradle of humanity and spread its wings into the last frontier. And the mobile suit that is standing before them is the harbinger of a new era. It's not just the machine, people around the world can feel in their bones that something is coming. The same could be said about Britannians. But they are feeling the pressure of what lies ahead. More chapters, Chapter 120 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 112, Chapter 111, The Talk. As the last stages of war are approaching in space, a certain green-haired nerd was crunching her numbers and designing the last parts of the drill system. If I can do this, this tech will be a multipurpose one. It could be applied to planet digging as well. We could add this to the moon. Make the moon alive. A hot core could potentially make this world a habitable one. Instead of trying to test it on Mars, we can start with the moon first. Nina pondered as she kept coding the software. After finishing, she pressed execute, and the software kicked in, and Legion began to run tests before running some debugging. How does it look like? She asked while taking off her glasses and massaging her eyes. The Geass OS is responding. The AI needs live testing to figure out where to drill. About time. She sighed before taking a sip of green milkshake. Now all we need to do is run live tests before we send these to the South Pole. Nina pondered after putting her drink away. The nerdy girl didn't need to think far. There is a literal asteroid field next to her research station. She can run on those. Yes. Legion agreed with her as she began assembling the first drills in the assembly lines aboard the station. If she is right, the first ones who will profit from tech are the mining Legion bots. They will accelerate the speed of acquisition of minerals, shattering stones far quicker than any previous drill. Though she is not done yet, she already has ideas on how to utilize plasma technology to suck in materials like a vacuum cleaner, literally. That's right. Once I am done, I will be praised. The girl's eyes narrowed as she would get the same treatment as Anna. Her eyes went to a TV where news was showing total mobilization of Britannia as they were showing with big letters, threat of Anaheim. Like we are some sort of aliens. Pathetic, all we want is a future for humanity, not something you Britannians can understand. By this point, the girl had forgotten that she was born Britannian, instead, she was hardcore Anahemian. Once the drills are done, I can start making terraforming towers. Chemistry always fascinated me. Nina imagined towers that emit specific chemicals into the atmosphere, potentially affecting the planet. She pondered what she could learn next. Marcus decided that it was time to speak with his old man. So he decided to call him. It's not that hard. Just like that, he did it. Your Majesty. One of the officers blasted into the throne room. What is it now? Charles, who was deep in thought, asked the worried man. It's Anaheim. The prince is calling you. Oh. There was a bit of surprise on the Britannian emperor's face. Put him through. Let's see what Lelouch wants. He smirked a bit. This was rare, very rare. The man wonders if his son is still angry the moment Lelouch sees him. Such an emotional boy, easy to use, that is why he tried to teach him to be as hard as steel. As he was pondering on the huge screen, Lelouch's face appeared. The prince was sitting on a black and purple throne. Father, it would seem you barely changed over the years. Lelouch started the conversation. What do you want, Lelouch, or is it Marcus? Both suit me fine. I did need to start from somewhere since you royally sent me away to Japan before invading it. The prince replied drolly, not amused by that handling. It was for your protection. Didn't help, those black Glasgows descended on the shrine. I was staying either way. The inventor prince dismissed that excuse. Let's cut the chatter. Tell me why you call me. Charles asked. To end this. I want Britannia to join Anaheim so that I can focus on my true objective. What you want is for Britannia to surrender. It's not joining when all of Britannian policies are to be scrapped. The emperor is not an idiot. The form of joining Lelouch is talking about is capitulation. Indeed. They don't work. What should be looked at is a merit-based system. Marcus said with a shrug. But that's beside the point. What I want to know is your dream of Ragnarok connection. Does it matter now? Charles sighed, feeling older by a couple of years just by hearing about his shattered dream. CC never truly explained, and my research has shown me that there is no basis that this scheme of yours would have worked. The exiled prince digs deeper into this. This scheme, as you call it, is not new. It was something we discovered with my brother. The very brother that you killed in the Taklamakan desert. Even if Charles accused the prince, he didn't sound sad about that. The other code bearer I know. Yes. We schemed to kill God because we were tired of this world and its lies. I had to kill many of my siblings so that I could become emperor. We had to scheme, lie, and plot against our own family. That is why I hate it. That is why I wanted to end, to make a world where no one would lie. It was the first time that Lelouch heard his old man speak so much. What if I tell you that you can achieve such a world, without the unknown of what will happen when you kill something like God? Charles's eyebrow perked up. What is this boy planning? Speak, what did plot this time, Lelouch? The next stage of human evolution. The power of Geass, by its nature, is energy that interacts with people's brainwaves. It can influence the brain in many different forms. As wielder of such power, you know it well. Indeed. This power comes from collective unconsciousness. It's where everyone's mind goes once they are dead. Precisely. But there is more to that. This power stimulates brainwaves. With my new machines, in theory, it will be possible to make people evolve to the stage of humanity. And the stage, you speak of. Charles decided to humor his son. That is called psychic. An ability to connect not through words but mind to mind directly. You will be able to understand people at a fundamental level. Reading people's emotions and intentions. To hide from such a being is borderline impossible. The prince explained to him. And when will people achieve such abilities? This sounded intriguing, not that he has a choice now, does he? It is in the testing phase. I already have more or less completely figured out how to apply Geass in a sense of technology. It's no longer some arcane phenomenon. I even know how to develop code or lessen one's code so that it would return to regular Geass. For example, my CC, she can use her Geass now. He bragged a bit. His CC. Well, Lelouch, you broke her ice, well done. The emperor chuckled to himself. He was pleasantly surprised by this development. I see. It would take a while. Yes. But it will happen, humanity's potential is unlimited. Ha. Well said. The Emperor snorted in amused fashion. I am willing to discuss this plan of yours. Under one condition. The Emperor smirked as he showed one finger. And that is? Lelouch looked curious. Will Charles give up? Now that is surprising. You will inherit my throne and become the 99th Emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire. You can keep your Anaheim. But Britannia must survive in form or another. That is my final proposition. If not, then this conflict will continue. Charles recalled that Lelouch hated Britannia. Now he wonders if his wayward son is above that hatred. If he is, then he has surpassed his petty emotions and transcended to someone who is worthy to inherit Britannia. Now he waited as the prince had a blank look. Under one condition, father. Speak. You will tell me what happened that day, in your own words. Are you still obsessed with that? Charles scoffed a bit. Not for me. I do not care anymore. But my little sister needs to know, so does Cornelia. They cared quite a bit. Very well. I will tell you what you want to know. Charles decided that the least he could do is explain to them. Not me. Tell them. Lelouch plainly stated. Fine, I can do that, that is if you accept my proposal. As the pair were talking, they were not alone. On Lelouch's side, there was a whole group of ladies. Cornelia, Euphemia, Nunnally, Layla, Jean, Millie, Colin, Cece, Anna, most of his family and girls were there to watch this historic interaction. On Charles's side, there was Schneasel and his staff watching with bated breath. What he was hearing was a bit wild. He never imagined that Lelouch knew so much and how grand the prince's plan was. Next stage of evolution. Is that even doable? To think that the emperor would mellow down when this has been proposed. But damn it, he wanted to kill God. Does such a thing even exist? What on earth were you thinking, father? The blonde prince internally was spooked by this revelation. Is this some sort of delusion, or is it the truth? Honestly, he was too nervous to ask. These supernatural things are beyond his rational mind. I do. I will accept it, that is, if you keep your side of the agreement. Snort. First, the Britannian emperor snorted before saying what he wanted to say. Very well, then we are in agreement. Charles smiled at him, a proud smile. Something that made Lelouch weirded out. Is his old man proud of him? This is strange to say the least. So, it ends like that. Cornelia snorted as she was with crossed arms. If you think I am going to ditch everything I built for Britannian throne, then you are mistaken. Marcus sharply replied to her. Not what I had in mind. The princess crossed her arms. I wanted to continue the fight and face our esteemed father in Pendragon and depose him with my own two hands. The warrior princess said with narrowed eyes. But this is better, is it not? Euphemia chipped in as she looked at her older sister. No more fighting, Anaheim and Britannia will merge. The pink princess smiled at this idea. Not that easy, Euphemia. Layla joined. There is still nobility of Britannia, Anaheim is pure meritocracy, something like nobility has no place in it. Introducing nobles will shatter stability throughout the whole world that we control. The blonde explained to her. This is what I mean. Cornelia nodded at Layla's explanation. I see, so how will you solve this? Euphemia looked at her brother. I will make it symbolic. Everyone who advances Anaheim's interest will be knighted, or something like that. The emperor to be declared with a lazy shrug. I have you girls to iron out this kind of system. After all, we must reward people who work hard for us. He smiled at them as he explained his idea. He is planning to copy how Britain worked in his previous world. That could work. Layla had this pondering look. What he suggested is not bad. It needs some ironing out, but she could see this working. Though, not everyone wants to be part of Britannian nobility. Colin chipped in from her side. That is why we can rebrand it. Marcus smiled, it was a scheming look. It won't be Britannian anymore, but Anahemian Empire, or Imperium of Anaheim, or, if you feel dramatic, Imperium of Mankind. Something like that. He smiled at them, making some of them deadpan at these suggestions. Anaheim was simple and easy, no need to complicate it. Layla sighed, she preferred that way. But now, who knows? Thankfully, this is over, we can focus on building a bright future. Anna, at the side, smiled as she placed her hand on her stomach. More chapters, Chapter 121 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 113, Chapter 112, Taking Over. Charles Z. Britannia didn't wait. The moment the call ended with Lelouch, he made a public announcement. In front of live television, he started his speech. This is your 98th Emperor Charles Z. Britannia. I am here to announce that I abdicate my throne and announce that my son, and the 11th Prince of Imperial Throne, Lelouch v. Britannia, will replace me as the 99th Emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire. Such an announcement sends shockwaves through the whole empire. The regular people looked at the TV screens, gobsmacked for a few moments before erupting in cheers. All of a sudden, celebrations erupted in the streets. Even the skeptical ones quickly got swept aside by celebrations. But the ones who were terrified by this development were the nobility. They quickly scrambled for control. The empire shattered in a single announcement. Your Majesty. Why such a declaration? Schneasel asked as he could not understand why he released Chaos. Why not, Schneasel? Charles smiled while replying. Well. I mean, the transition could have been simpler. The blonde was a bit confused. He could tell that it was petty. And allow Lelouch to stroll in. The now former emperor chuckled from amusement. Why, Your Majesty? Anaheim forces just entered our territories. One of the officers dashed into the throne room. What of it? We are part of it. Charles rolled his eyes. This, then. The officer stumbled. What the hell? Did he miss something? Let them do whatever they want. The former emperor shrugged without care. For one, his dream failed, for another, his favorite son passed his test. He can let him take over. Just as he said, more chaos erupted throughout the whole empire. What is the meaning of this? Aldrin looked at the TV screen in the Alaska base. Anaheim forces just crossed into our territories. One of the officers said to the knights and the princess. We need a confirmation. Maribel exclaimed with a frustrated look. This is just like father. Taking the most dramatic option. Damn you. The princess gnashed her teeth. I don't care, I'm going out and will try to stop them. Luciano blasted out like a whirlwind. Luciano, wait. Dorothea tried to stop him, but the guy was already gone. The Knight of Round smugly boarded his Setanta, the spherical cockpit sealed the hatch as the OS booted up. Moments later, he blasted into the sky. He flew towards the carrier that had entered Alaskan territory through the Bering Strait. You are not going anywhere. The mobile suit pointed its rifle at the spaceship. He pressed the trigger, but nothing came out of the barrel. Click click asterisk click asterisk. What the fuck? Shoot it. Damn it. Luciano squeezed the control stick even harder. Lord Luciano. His Valkyries followed after him and looked confused from their Zaka Type 2 mobile suits. Assuming direct control. A sinister machine voice spread through the whole cockpit as the machine began to fly towards the carrier. What is going on? Who is controlling my mobile suit? The knight began to panic as the mech was not listening to him. The cockpit screen was replaced by Anaheim flag. My name is Legion, for we are many. The mobile suit replied as he was taken away towards the carrier. The men tried to wrestle the control out, but it was pointless, there was no response. Lord Luciano. His Valkyrie squad tried to make sense of what was happening, but the mech was unresponsive. Instead, it was flying towards the carrier. They tried an approach, but more than 20 Anaheim Setantas aimed their beam rifles at the Valkyries. The four girls grimaced as they realized that it was a trap. The Setantas they recovered were not that simple. They were rigged even when they were wreckages upon their acquisition. It was stupid to think that they could use Anaheim tech against them. Luciano. Two more Setantas in Britannian colors rushed towards the carrier. Oh no. Lady Monica. Lady Dorothea. It's a trap. The Valkyries turned around and looked at the two more Knights of Round. The two machines stopped responding. What is going on? The blonde knight looked at her machine. It stopped listening to her. Assuming direct control. The Anaheim flag appeared on the screen. TSK. Dorothea tried to move the control sticks, but she swiftly realized that she couldn't do anything. Everything is holographic except for the control sticks. This was a setup. Damn that prince. I thought that the OS was reset and then reprogrammed. Dorothea double-checked, but all of a sudden, everything looked as it had before they reprogrammed it. Just like that, 3 Setantas returned to Anaheim as they landed in the catapult decks. They were greeted by Anaheim Black Tactical Gear soldiers. The beam rifles pointed at 3 Knights of the Round Table. The AIs opened the hatches as the soldiers pulled the pilots out one by one. Damn bastards. You tricked us. Luciano exclaimed with deep anger. This was beyond humiliating. You tricked yourself by thinking that you can use our tech against us. The captain of the soldiers commented with an amused tone. Take them to the brig. We shall wait for His Majesty the Emperor's command. The leading officer motioned for them to be taken away. What did you just say? Monica looked surprised. What did he mean by His Majesty the Emperor? You didn't hear it yet. His Highness, Prince Lelouch, is declared by the 99th Emperor and has been confirmed by the Britannian Parliament. You just committed treason by trying to attack the Emperor's personal army. Hold it. We didn't know that. We thought it was not real. Dorothea was confused as hell. Anaheim was their enemy less than an hour ago. One simply doesn't switch. Especially with how the Emperor used to be. He was a no-nonsense individual, never pulling some weird stuff like now. Well, now you know. With that said, the carrier moved forward. Damn you, old man. You love giving me such gifts. Marcus was tapping his foot nervously as he watched his flagship enter the Britannian territory. Well, it was his territory now. He was now the Emperor of the world. But the issue is that riots erupted again. This time around, they were not as simple. Nobles are rebelling. Meaning actual armies, fighting each other, not something like civilians taking up arms. The newly appointed Emperor looked to the side of his throne and pressed the comms button. Yes, Your Majesty. The catapult deck crew responded to him. How is the situation with my luff? Your Majesty, we have extended the current Mk2 rifles we have, but the thing is we have no idea how well it would work, we need testing. On top of that, Legion bots are working on gravity resonance, it would seem if something is off. Marcus sighed. That is what he was worried about. Utilizing gravity tech in a strong gravity well can fuck up stuff. It's almost like two magnets trying to pull in stuff. Obviously, it's not that simple, the tech of 3rd is basically the reboot of 1st gen Luff is still Luff, obviously, he won't develop 4th gen anytime soon. He still needs to figure out the gravity kinks, he doesn't want his mech to turn into a black hole in the midst of piloting it. Fuck it. In this situation, Echne is better, preparing my goddess of knowledge. Understood, Your Majesty. Marcus sighed as he dismissed the hologram and leaned into his throne. Damn that old man. Why can he give up with grace? I guess. I wouldn't go out without showing my middle finger either. He grimaced for a second before standing up and throwing his cloak on the throne. You will go in person? Cece asked as she was pondering on something before this. Of course. It's time to put them in place. He frowned. You have my Geass now. You can put them on a spell before arresting all of them. His witch suggested to him. No. No need. I put them down. The fewer there are of them, the better. Britannia needs a reshuffle. He replied after pondering for a bit. Whatever, you say. Your Majesty. The girl called him with his new title with amusement. All of the Britannians under their control are already calling him by his new royal title, the only others from other cultures are still adjusting and trying to understand what just transpired. HM. It doesn't sound bad when it comes from your lips. He smiled, and she smiled back with a coy look. Is that so? The beauty teased back as she rose, walked over to him, and leaned into his chest. Once this is over, we should have some fun, she sultrily suggested before kissing him on the lips. It was a simple kiss, yet it made him stop in his tracks for a second, then shake his head in amusement. Whatever you say, my witch, for now I need to put down rebelling nobles. They need to know that they are not dealing with some random prince. He declared before walking away to the lift at the back of the bridge. Cece watched him walk away with a smile. She went over and got comfortable in his throne. Euphemia, are you sure? Cornelia looked at her little sister, who was dressed in a pink pilot suit. She was worried, but it would seem her little sister was motivated to help. Yes, I am. This could have ended. The wars on Earth are almost over, forever. Yet, some lunatics are still resisting. The pinkette clenched her fist. She was angry. This is ending today. She looked at her Brigid, the bulky artillery mobile suit. It was a menace. The older sibling closed her eyes for a second before opening and looking at her. Very well, I shall assist you. Cornelia nodded before she looked at Morrigan. Thank you, Cornelia. Euphemia stepped forward, and her mobile suit dropped on one knee and picked her up. Whoever is facing her, they have my condolences, not that they will even feel a thing when they are sent to hell. The War Princess is well aware that Brigid's weaponry is a literally shrunk-down version of the weapons they use for orbital bombardment. Those things don't blow up, they erase. My princess, we are approaching Panama. Cornelia listened to the message before she looked at Euphemia. Yuffie, we are going to secure central Britannia. This is where the 3rd space elevator will be built. It needs to be secure for construction work to start. Understood, sister. The artillery-type mobile suit moved towards the catapult, collected its massive cannon, and then stepped onto the platform that would launch her. The older sibling followed as she boarded her dragoon-type mobile suit. Guilford and Darlton will assist us at the spearhead. The princess issued instructions as her mobile suit powered up, and the team's squad chat opened. Understood, princess. The two knights and their followers joined the chat. Before long, the mobile suits launched one after another. Though what they saw made them realize that they are not needed. After all, KK-61/DA-01 Bridget was the last KK machine to be built. Its power was on a completely different level. Blue beams with yellow lightning erased all of the rebelling Sutherlands that tried to occupy the Panama Canal. Bridget had 2 shoulder cannons, and the main weapons were erasing 3 targets. It was like an eraser brushing through text, simply making things disappear. It was rapid and extremely efficient. The knights, even Cornelia, stopped in their tracks as they watched Euphemia bring peace in the most graphic way possible. Damn it, Lelouch, what kind of machine did you build for her? The Witch of Britannia thought to herself as she noticed how Bridget looked, but she never emphasized it until she saw it in person. Enemies, eliminated, we should proceed. The Pink Princess commented as she popped on screen again. Princess, you should leave some for us. One of the knights complained, making the princess giggle. Sorry, but Bridget wanted to see some action. You don't say. Cornelia sighed as she composed and decided to assist, in some way. More chapters, Chapter 122 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, Face to Face. Portions of Britannia were secured at a rapid pace. It was practically the same as what Anaheim did in Africa. Only half of the force was in use, as the other half was getting refurbished. To assist the Britannia invasion fleet that has been created, it has also descended. Among them are Marika Sorisi, Liliana Vergaman, Ryo Sayama, Yukiya Naruz, and Ayano Kosaka. These guys were not regular, one could say they were like Marcus G-Force. Elite pilots, well, more like people with talent to become an elite fighting force. I wasn't expecting our first mission to be to fight Britannian nobles. I am a bit excited. Yukiya declared as he was feeling excited. That's right, he wants to put down those assholes. Ryo, what do you think? Yukiya asked the tall guy next to him as they watched the carriers enter Earth's atmosphere, right above the east coast. Yeah, I guess. While the rest were feeling a bit different. Among them was Marika, who was wondering whether she would meet her ex-fiancé. The guy was with Glinda Knights. It will be awkward. You knew this day would come, Liliana commented with crossed arms. She knew about Marika's situation. Midway, she realized that she could finally stand. They should be sitting, but they barely follow something like that. They prefer to watch a massive warship enter the atmosphere. Yes. It was a bit strange. Marika sighed. Her brother, who is the head of the family, had cancelled all engagements the moment they rebelled against Britannia. Now the situation is changing, again. She wonders how the dynamics between Anahemian and Britannian will change. I guess I remain in this position as long as possible and wait to see how things change. The brown-haired girl commented. Is it that hard to understand? Ayano from the side commented as she was holding one of the handrails. You were selected by the prince who is the emperor now. There is no higher authority in the world. If he wants to keep you, he will, if he doesn't want, he dismisses you. The girl explained while still processing what had just happened. She is surprised that Marcus has just become the emperor. No. Charles left his throne for him. This is something she never imagined would happen. The girl expected a bloody fight. That is why she was stationed in space and waiting for her descent to the battlefield. Now, she is here to put down rebels. I know, though he didn't visit, even if we are supposed to be in some sort of harem, Marika complained, almost pouting at the lack of attention. Relax, I am certain that he is quite busy. Liliana motioned for them to relax. Or not a harem at all. Ayano wondered if he was just making a battalion of girls for himself. Her gaze went to a couple of guys. At some point. These Britannians are so strange to her, how can they dismiss an individual? Regardless, soon enough, they moved to catapult decks where they got into their custom scat hatch units. Cease with your hostilities. The Emperor has spoken. Lower your guns. A Zaku landed in the city. The mobile suit easily towered over the nightmares. We don't accept Anaheim's brat as our emperor. One of the Sutherlands opened fire on the Zaku, but the mobile suit had multiple layers of armor. It was not a simple machine like a nightmare. The bullet simply couldn't pierce the amount of protection this machine had. Enough. The mobile suit pointed its beam rifle and shot at the Sutherland. But the nightmare is quite agile, dodging the beam rifle and then using its slash harkens to get closer. Shit. It was not designed to fight nightmares. The guy realized that Sutherlands are quite a good fighting force when it comes to the Zakus. After all, the tall mobile suits were designed to resist Anaheim, not nightmares. As the nightmares were surrounding the lone Zaku. The next moment, everyone felt a strange sensation wash over them. They looked up and saw. That's Anaheim's thing. What they saw was a white and red machine floating with spread hands. A halo was above it, and it had wings of pure energy in the shape of a bird. Shoot it. Shoot it now. This is the devil of India. The Sutherlands ignored the Zaku and pulled back, and opened fire on the floating mobile suit. It was even worse than with Zaku, as the bullets looked like they were bouncing off the frame. Die. For a second, the Sutherlands stopped shooting at the machine and instead pointed at each other. Yes. Your Majesty. The nobles opened fire and slaughtered each other. The Zaku's pilot looked horrified as he saw the devil work in action. So this is the power of Anaheim's devil, horrifying. You, in Zaku, move to defend the critical points of the city. Leave nightmares to me. Soon they will fall, and we will move to secure other cities. Marcus's image appeared on the screen in front of the Britannia pilot. Why yes. Your Majesty. With that said, the call ended, and the devil floated away. Damn it, so nerve-wracking. But then he realized that it could have been him as well. And he couldn't do shit. All he said was a word, and all of the Sutherlands exploded. It was like he took control of their minds. At that moment, he felt like having a panic attack. Marcus looked at one of the cities of his homeland. This was Britannia, full of citadels, castles, and manors. It's something to see what mobile workers can do to meet one's fancy, because, honestly said, to build without mobile workers, half of the things wouldn't be constructed. At that moment, he spotted a familiar machine with wings. There you are. I've been looking for you. Layla's face popped up on his screen. How is the South? He asked her as his girls spread out to secure more land. Easy. South continent is not as developed as North, plus half of it is jungles. She sighed, not wanting to think about what life was like in that jungle. Good, then let's move towards Pendragon. Our forces are moving towards the capital either way. He looked to the side. Ekni pulled up the world map. He could see his carriers moving towards the west coast. Very well. Capital should be the most stable. Layla nodded. Considering everything, the capital should be the most stable since it's Charles's seat of power. Depends. Haven't paid much attention to the power structure of Britannia. The blonde giggled, knowing why it was like that. After all, he is the one who destroys nations and then rebuilds them. Regardless, let's move. It has been a while since we did anything like this. Marcus chuckled after hearing that. Do you miss the times when we would threaten rebels with weapons of mass destruction? The prince asked with an amused tone. You know what I mean. She ended the call as the pair rushed towards the western side of the continent. Before long, they were in a desert area. In the deeper part of it, there was a huge city. This city was unlike any other in the world. This was Pendragon, a literal citadel in the middle of a desert. Huge walls, a massive citadel that is a palace in disguise. Beyond these huge walls lies a city full of Britannian nobility and high society. The seat of power of the warmongering nation. Though Britannia has nothing on Anaheim when it comes to warmongering. I have never imagined that I would see this city ever again, Layla said with a distant tone. She only recalled glimpses of this city from her childhood. I feel the same. Marcus felt similarly, he knew he would see it again, but it didn't mean he liked seeing it or wanted to return. Especially when memories of Lelouch merged with him later in his childhood. Now it was personal. That is why he still cares about Marianne and what happened to her. Shall we? The blonde suggested. Sure. The pair of machines began to descend to the palace in the city center. Charles looked up as he saw two mobile suits descend from the sky. He knows both of these machines. They are well documented in conflicts around the world. So he is well aware that they can lay waste to the whole city without much effort. And that armies are not even needed. In the end, it was technology, not Geass, quite amusing. The former emperor smiled, it was a mocking smile that was aimed at himself. In the end, he was defeated by something not even related to Geass. It was, in a way, Geass telling him not to abuse it, as someone can beat you, not even using it. To the point that technology can replicate his greatest power. Schneasel had nothing to say as he just waited for his little brother to arrive and take over. In the end, it ended like this. The blonde hoped for something more. But not this. How could he compete against someone who controls most of the planet and has an army bigger than Britannia? Not that Britannia would fight for him. Maybe some nobles, but would they rebel against Anaheim? Well, they did, but the stupidest ones are already dead. There is nothing to talk about. Seriously. Father. Why did you declare the whole thing like that? The slender white and red machine spoke. There was no need for me to wait, Lelouch. I need to retire. Charles shrugged, he didn't give a fuck anymore. The mech dropped on one knee and assisted the Emperor-to-be to get from the cockpit. The inventor was dressed in a black and purple military uniform with a cloak. He placed his katana on his hip as it was a good time to show off that he still cares about the rest of the world. Not that he needs a weapon in this situation. Well, a self-defense weapon in such a volatile place is a good safety net. If you say so. Marcus shook his head as he looked at Andraste. Come out, Layla. I doubt you will need to use your KK unit. Very well. Soon enough, the blonde girl dressed in the same colors as the Emperor-to-be got out and walked next to him. So this is the girl that you destroyed Eastern European frontline, Schniesel commented with an amused tone. The blonde girl blushed a bit. This is Layla Malkel. My second in command, and responsible for logistics. Oh, is that so? Is she that good? Schniesel slowly nodded, he got a bit interested. It would seem Marcus not only stole scientists but also good personnel in general. It was interesting since he researched the girl, all he found was good grades and military training for officers. There were no specific notes on her, yet. But somehow, his little brother picked her up before she could reveal her true potential. Very interesting. Can we not talk about me? This is your moment. Layla sighed, getting a bit more than simple embarrassment. They are in front of the people whom they waged a war against less than 24 hours ago. Why? You are going to be my wife. This is a formal introduction to my family. He explained with an eye roll. The blonde girl groaned. Is he serious? Now they are talking family matters. This time, Charles looked interested. So this is his future daughter-in-law. Looks capable. Good, you are thinking forward, Lelouch. Now, why don't we solve matters at hand? The former emperor motioned for them to follow him. Marcus nodded as they followed after Charles into the palace's interior. After all, it was hot in the desert in the middle of the day. Lelouch, I was wondering how you even made those machines, Schniesel asked him. Now that the whole war thing is over, he is curious. Interested, brother. The Emperor-to-be smiled at his curious older brother. If this were a different reality, this blonde fellow would be dropping nukes powered by Sakuradite on him. P.S. Chapter 123 is up and it's the epilogue chapter for Book 1. Book 2 is Gundam 00. So that's that. More chapters, Chapter 123 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, Zealous Sister. Do try out. Charles motioned for Lelouch to sit on the throne. The Emperor-to-be looked at his father. Very well. The inventor walked over and sat down in the throne. The throne was more like a chair than anything fancy. Like the one he has in Constantinople. As he sat down, he looked around. At least the hall is huge. Hundreds of people could easily fit. Now that you are here, we can discuss the transition and my retirement. The former emperor went right to the point. I have heard that your faction has decent building experience. Like what you did in Indonesia. He knew where this was going. You want an island for yourself? Napoleon treatment, wait, in this world, he was executed. Marcus pondered the difference. Code Geass is a world where the Battle of Trafalgar ended with victory for France, not Britain. So this is truly an alternative reality. Indeed. You do know that my dream ended up, blown apart in the most literal sense. Charles reminded his son that he blew up his secret society. I am against testing with the world. Especially, we have no idea of the consequences. Marcus sighed. He is crazy that much, he knows, he placed a fusion reactor under his academy, which could be dangerous, but his old men. He wanted to kill the afterlife, snort. I want a tropical island. The former emperor declared. Fine by me. Pick any one you want. We will build a nice cottage for you. The Emperor-to-be suggested. Good. Now for another thing. You want me to explain to Nunnally what happened to Marianne? You can ask Marianne herself about it. Charles dropped the bombshell. What do you mean by that? Marcus pretended to be shocked for a second. Cece didn't tell you, did she now? The old man smirked. Your mother is alive, in a way. His words caused Layla and Schniesel to look at the old former emperor with wide eyes. Her Geass allows her to transfer consciousness to another person. She is alive inside one of the Knights of the Round Table. If this is true, I can bring her back to life. Marcus stroked his chin as he already had ideas how he could do that. It has been a while since he studied genetics in depth. The former emperor looked at his son. He was a bit impressed. I have been dipping my feet into biology for a while. As someone who wants to rule the galaxy, I can't die after merely living for around 100 years. The inventor explained to them. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Charles laughed. It would seem Lelouch is not that different from him. Not at all. Instead of taking the Geass route, his son takes the technology route. Very well. Your mother inhabits the body of a girl by the name Anya Allstream. She is a knight of 6. The former emperor explained with a smirk. He got a bit motivated. Marianne was always his favorite. He can retire with his favorite wife now, that's a life he can get behind. I see. This Geass sounds interesting. Consciousness transfer could come in handy. Marcus stroked his chin. He could revolutionize medicine for one. Transferring from a broken body into a new one that would improve survivability considerably. The only thing he needs to do is boost his understanding of biology. Do whatever you want, Lelouch. Now for your ceremony. The former emperor began discussing how they would crown the 11th prince. Charles even mentioned that Lelouch was never exiled in the first place. He might have moved the prince away to Japan, but he never accepted his son's desire to abandon his claim to the throne. And so they decided that in a month there will be a huge ceremony to crown the emperor of the world. Indeed. It was no longer the emperor of Britannia, but the whole world. Fascinating. I never imagined you would achieve such a high level of technology. The blonde prince quickly got enlisted to work. Now that Britannia and Anaheim are one and the same, Marcus wants his competent siblings around. Among them is Schneasel. The blonde prince is an incredible administrator. The emperor-to-be took Solomon's base. Where a huge operations center is in place, it's the brain of his Anaheim. Military movements, construction-related activities, legion bots, and all of that. Schneasel's eyes ended up on 3 pillars that came out from the planet's equator. These were the 3 space elevators that will assist in space logistics. Conquests of the world were just the beginning, Marcus said to his sibling as he looked at the massive hologram in the middle of the room. Now that the war is over, the shift from conflicts to construction is happening. The emperor-to-be is going to utilize his huge military assets in construction work, just as the Romans did. Laying roads, building infrastructure, he can utilize his war machine just for that. I have the entire solar system planned out, how it will be. In less than 10 years, we will have humans on every single planet around our glorious Sunday, isn't it exciting? Marcus said with crossed arms. I guess it is. I still need to process that this is happening. The blonde shook his head. The amount of planning his little brother did is a bit extreme. But that is most likely why Britannia has lost. Yes, well, take your time. You can adjust to this by starting to work on the space elevator around Panama. It's where the Britannia elevator will be. There is one in Central Africa and one here, in the Solomon Islands. Logistics teams will brief you on how to utilize Anaheim's technology. Marcus explained to him and showed him on the hologram how things work. Schneasel nodded several times as he stroked his chin. The blonde prince is starting to like this. It feels like chess in a way. With another form of tabletop game. Only with consequences in the real world. Organizing like this, interacting with pictures, zooming in and out. He could easily design buildings, cities. Or weapons. I see, so that's how it. The prince realizes that's how it was, how Marcus was able to develop such cutting-edge weaponry like mobile suits. This is fascinating. I know. Just wait for bigger projects, my dear brother, you will be blown away. Eventually, I can leave you to govern a couple of planets at some point. I am not like our old men, rest assured, this is meritocracy. Good job means good awards, especially when land is not an issue. Especially. The blonde prince smiled a bit. This does sound good. Good to hear. Your Majesty. Schneasel bowed just a bit. Yes, well, enjoy your stay in Solomon's base. I have things to do. He sighed for a bit as he checked his phone. His nerdy pinkette girlfriend is asking how he is doing. He can't let her get nervous. Very well. With that said, Marcus went to the upper levels where he summoned tyrannies. It took him less than an hour to return to his capital. The mech, with a flip, landed in front of the palace. Moments later, the emperor-to-be got out and strolled inside. Marcus. Anna glided to his side as she ended up snuggling into his hands. He smiled as he gently hugged her. Don't worry, everything is fine. My old man surprised me a bit, but it is okay, we were ready for such surprises. He stroked her back before taking her to the closest couch and taking a seat. The inventor prince placed her on his lap as he cuddled with her. Anna's eyes gleamed with happiness. She loved the attention she was getting at the moment. Good. With how large our military is, such riots don't mean that much. The girl snuggled into his chest. She didn't like such rebels. Now that she will be a mother, she doesn't want to see a threat to their new glorious empire. Indeed. Though. Quality of pilots is lacking, they need more training. One would say that, now that he rules the world, he should lower the number of soldiers he has, as it's more cost-effective to maintain the peace. But that is far from the truth. His military will only grow as deep space expeditions and infrastructure development continue, both require manpower. Switching from piloting mobile suits to piloting mobile workers is not that much of a difference. Indeed. It was nobles who rebelled, not regular people. They are a bit different. Marcus grinned as he recalled what he did to them. With fewer useless people around, more space for him to give to useful ones. Easy. Anna giggled a bit as she closed her eyes and enjoyed his warmth. The Emperor-to-be smiled at her. He decided to rest as well and nap a bit. He was nervous now that it was over. He could relax with the lovely girl in his lap. Poke. 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 Marcus could tell that someone was poking his cheek. MHNN. The Inventor Prince opened his eyes. His vision was a bit blurry for a moment, and he snapped out of it to see smiling Anna looking at him behind her. There was Layla, and next to her was... Is that you, Maribel? He needed to put a name to a face. Indeed it is, brother, or your majesty. His imperial sister slightly bowed at him. Brother is fine, I haven't been crowned yet. The Emperor-to-be massaged his eyes. He still wanted to nap, as it was amazing. Good. I do apologize for interrupting you, but we want to know what to do. As Britannia still has a military, we require orders. The girl explained that her knight was next to her. Marcus finally saw what Aldrin looks like, the blonde knight from the side stories. Is that so? What about our Oldman? Oldman. Fufufu. Maribel giggled at him calling Charles Oldman. Sadly, all he said was that he doesn't give a damn anymore. The princess shrugged, making him groan. Fine. I suppose it is time to disarm Britannia. He made Anna stand up as he got up and stretched a bit before giving the guests a good look. He hasn't seen Maribel in years. Well, follow me. He motioned them to follow him. They left one of the countless living rooms in the palace and strolled to his command center. It was not a real command center, but it was good enough to issue commands to his armies around the world. I do want to remind you, brother, that my Glinda knights are quite capable. I hope you don't dismiss us. Maribel looked hopefully at him, and her knight had an intense but nervous look. Relax. No such thing. I most likely integrate you into my Special Forces program, alongside my G-Force and Cornelius Glaston knights. He smiled at his sister, making her nod with a smile, and her knight sighed in relief. You do know that I was following your progress in the military. I did wanted to relocate you. Relocate. Maribel looked at Layla and Anna. She had no idea what this meant. What he meant was to kidnap you. That's how he is collecting talent, us included. Layla explained while motioning to her and her friend. Yet. You are lovers now. Maribel was surprised. So the whole truth about his kidnapping of a blonde girl from the European frontline was not made-up stuff. Good to know. More than that. Anna smiled as he rubbed her tummy. That action made the girls realize something. She is. Yes. You could say, I am not the only one who can scheme. Marcus sighed. He got played. But, it was something he was expecting anyway. Wow, never thought that I would be an aunt. You already are. The princess snapped her gaze at her brother. Who? I never heard. She looked shaken for a second. Sakuya Sumeragi is our niece, our oldest sister. Sherry Me Britannia married Yugo Sumeragi a while back. They were living in Hokkaido. I see. Maribel looked spooked as she looked at Aldrin. Aldrin, we need to visit her. I can't believe I am an aunt. What kind of gift should I bring her? The princess looked shaken. This was new to her. Marcus looked amused as his sibling. It has been a while since he has seen so many of his siblings in a single day. More chapters, Book 2 prologue is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Making Layla Unjealous. Marcus Gay scanned the layout of the Britannian Empire and the military deployments. This is basically what we have predicted it's going to look like. He realized that his AI had been predicting with a considerably high percentage. But that's most likely because he has been feeding it satellite footage. We are going to spread out the old empire into 3 sectors for now. Cornelia, Toto, and Shinka will be responsible for absorbing the remnant forces. With several hand motions, he adjusted the Britannia into 3 sectors. After a bit more talking, his sister changed the subject. There is someone who wants to meet you. Maribel changed the theme of the conversation. Who? He looked away from the tactical table and looked at her. Raxhata Chala. She was the one who created Zaku's, the Britannian mobile suit that assisted us in the war against you. So that's her. Layla's eyes widened for a second. It would seem they had someone good to assist in the war. No wonder there was already a mech that could keep up with Satanta in some way. Yes. She is a generation genius. She could assist you in your space endeavors, brother. Mary Bell said with a small smile. I see, I guess I will extend my invitation to her. My science crew always looks for talented people. He stroked his chin, pondering where he could assign her. Great. She nodded before her, then her expression morphed into a serious one. There is one more thing that I want to ask. What is my dear sister? He smiled at her, making her blush a bit. She looked away for a second, thinking how to word it. Could I possibly skim through Sacred Intelligence Bureau files? She asked with a hopeful tone. Marcus got serious as well. It's not them that you should be looking at. He sighed before explaining to her. It's files on VV, our uncle, who was responsible for the Geass Order and secret intelligence of Britannia. So you know. Mary Bell's eyes glistered with hope. Yes. But I am not 100%. We need to access those files to confirm. Then you should let me check them. She was getting impatient. This was where Marcus motioned for her to calm down. Take a breather, sister, we shall. But recklessly checking is not the way. You can take days to figure out such things. She frowned as she listened to what he was saying. I shall make a task force with my engineering corps. Engineering. The brown-haired princess looked confused for a bit. What is he talking about? Integration of my Legion AI into the Britannia system. You will have artificial intelligence helping you to find clues. I see, but where is this uncle of ours? Less than a corpse. Layla chipped in from the side with crossed arms. Less than a corpse. The pair of girls repeated what the blonde said. Even Mary Bell's knight was confused. We use tactical orbital bombardment in a desert, Layla said while looking at her boyfriend. Oh, that crater, but it was in the desert. How did our mysterious uncle get there? Thought elevators. They work similarly to portals. Marcus explained as he altered the hologram, showing a lean wall with carvings. This is a portal. Mary Bell could believe that a strange stone wall can teleport people. Believe me, it is. As proof, he showed her what he found at the South Pole. In the frozen lands of Antarctica, in the greatest wasteland in the world. There was an excavated hole containing a city of sorts. This is what Brother Schneasel said. The princess exclaimed. This was what her brother and father were complaining about. About some sort of city in the South Pole that Marcus was excavating. Oh, so he knew. Marcus perked up. He learned from our father. His imperial sister swiftly explained to him what she meant. Of course it was our old man. The emperor-to-be sighed. In the end, Charles was the one who played him, even when he had much greater force in the end, he made him inherit the empire he hated. Well, not that Britannia will exist for long. Though, the throne in one form or another will continue to exist. So what is this city anyway? Mary Bell asked with deep curiosity. Well. Marcus and Layla began to explain about the cycles of civilization and how long humanity could have been around. Not only do those arches lead to completely different worlds. Aldrin and Mary Bell stared with blank looks for a second. What? Is it true? The pair asked, more like wanted to make sure they were on the same page. I know it sounds crazy, but I was there, and we have a witch who can see visions. Those carvings on pyramids were done by code wielders from many years ago. Layla knew that look the pair had. It was disbelief. So what are you planning to do with such a discovery? The imperial princess asked, but the look he had made it clear, he was Charles Z. Britannia's son after all. Spreading the territory of his empire is in his blood. After reconnecting with one of his sisters, he created a task force with her at the helm to discover all of the dirt on VV. It was more or less to help her get over it. In the end, you are a good brother. Layla was there the whole time, watching him interact with Mary Bell. Where does that come from? Marcus, who was looking at the world map, turned his gaze to her. Nothing. She smiled while looking away for a second. She then got a bit more serious. You do realize that this isn't over. The world hates Britannia, and you just became its emperor. To some, they saw it as betrayal. She explained with a serious tone. I know. I already have a roadmap for it. He showed her what he was working on. Now that the third generation is here. The other Gundam work went to Lloyd and Cecile. Instead, he was working on a bit more mundane things this time around. Like integrating Britannia into Anaheim. Simply put, I am changing policies, introducing meritocracy, and altering how land is being given. Now that the rebelling nobles are dead, I am taking their lands and wealth. I am showing that they are touchable. He explained to her. Obviously, corruption and nepotism will be an issue, especially at the scale our glorious nation will be. But this is where technology comes to play. Marcus showcases some of the AI technologies that will assist and point out cases of nepotism and corruption in his systems. The good thing about Anaheim is that it is from the ground up, around its essential systems. Like Legion OS and the AI behind it, most of the information is virtual and is locked behind in the core data center in Solomon Base. Eventually, he plans to store it away on one of his planets, which he intends to dedicate to this purpose. The thing about Anaheim's colony construction is that he can build them anywhere. So living on planets is not that important. Well, eventually people will, but for now, he is making his home solar system into a capital system. That includes essentials one would have in their capital city. Energy, data centers, information network, fuel storage, large robotic force, shipyards, and barracks, all of that. You will leave AI to deal with nepotism and corruption. Layla wasn't sure this was a great idea. No, I will use AI to highlight it, and then there will be a council, or, if we are being dramatic, you can call it the Inquisition. I do have siblings who are good at this. He immediately thought of Maribel, that girl is hardcore, he can use that zeal for good. Same with Aldrin, that girl is a real knight, those work in this situation as well. I see. I suppose, like always, you have thought of this. She smiled a bit, making her calm down. You don't say, Layla. I have been planning galaxy domination since I was exiled, relocated to Japan. He corrected himself, since according to his old man, he was not exiled but relocated. One could say his old man used his own words against him. The blonde deadpanned at the comment. I suppose it makes sense, regular. Villains. She highlighted villains with her fingers, in other words, air quoted. Usually, they only desire world domination, but you decided that dominating the world is, basically lame, so you went with the galaxy instead. Is this right? She explained to him how he was thinking. Indeed, precisely, that is why you, my dear, are going to be an empress. The moment he mentioned that, it made her scowl and pout while looking away. Is that so? Layla crossed her hands. Then somehow, the girl you spend much less time with is getting it better. She asked him. He looked a bit surprised, then got closer and whispered into her ear. Are you jealous of your best friend? The emperor-to-be asked with a curious tone. Layla looked away. There was a bit of an annoyed expression on her face. Why shouldn't I be? She replied with a question of her own. He grabbed her hand and took her away. What are you? Marcus took her out of his workshop and into one of the side rooms. It was something akin to a relaxation room. The whole palace is full of rooms and sub-rooms, and even his workshop has that. Isn't it obvious? I am going to make you, unjealous. He pinned her against the wall. Layla looked a bit baffled before looking around. Isn't this place? Before she could complain, he leaned forward and started a kiss. Her eyes widened for a second before she kissed him back, and her hands wrapped around his neck. Soon enough, she was eagerly kissing him back. Like he was expecting, the switch was flipped very quickly. It would seem she had her competitive spirit ignited with Anna's pregnancy. Now Layla wants it. No doubt Colin is the same, as she had that serious look. The sloppy kiss escalated as Marcus's hands went lower and sneaked under her skirt. On Earth, she is wearing a black skirt, and in this situation, it makes it easy for him to access her. His hand squeezed her rear, making Layla gasp a bit. She pulled back and looked at him. Well, show me how you are planning to fix this situation. The blonde asked with a hot voice. The emperor-to-be smirked as his left hand went to her right leg and grabbed it before picking it up. When he lifted her skirt, he noticed red sexy panties. The girl was already ready for this kind of situation. I should have done something like this earlier. He joked, making her embarrassed. Shut up. She pouted. Instead of saying anything, his other hand went to his pants. With a swift motion, he pulled out his hardening rod and brought it closer to her special place. Layla watched closely as his cock brushed against her pussy, which was covered with her red panties. The length of his rod stroked through her entrances, her breath hitched as the blonde beauty gasped. Enough, just put already, his darling complained. Marcus smirked as he pushed her panties aside and slipped in. MHHNNN. The girl immediately moaned as she could not believe how naughty she was feeling. With a heavy smack, he was fully inside of her as she was very wet. Someone is naughty, he leaned forward and whispered into her ear. Shut up now, fuck me, the girl hotly demanded as she wrapped herself around him. The emperor-to-be smirked as he decided to fulfill her request. Before long, muffled moans and sounds of coupling spread through the side room in the palace. Thankfully, not everyone has the balls to enter the next emperor's private workshop. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 1 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, Space Elevators. After finishing meetings with Maribel and her Glinda Knights, he assigned them the task force to dig up dirt in Pendragon. Marcus, Layla, and Jean went to California, the mobile suit development division where Rakshata Chala was working. Well, what an honor, Your Majesty himself came to visit. The Indian lady lazily greeted the Emperor-to-be who arrived at her hangar. The very first thing he did was to take off his black cloak and hand it to Jean, as he was getting roasted by the hot weather. Good day to you, Rakshata Chala. Mary Bell told me you want to meet me. The lady chuckled at that comment. Who doesn't? You are the first man who rules the entire world. She commented with a smirk before standing up from her couch and walking over to him. She is just as eccentric as that Lloyd. Layla and Jean thought at the same time. Just a side objective, I assure you, Marcus replied before looking at the mobile suits standing against the wall in the hangar. Not as impressive as yours, but assure you, they are the best that Britannia could produce with the current level of technology we have. She said while following his gaze. Impressive nonetheless. You did this in a matter of months. It took me years of development to make my first mobile suit. He honestly replied to her. Fufufu, being humble is not for you, Emperor Lelouch. She shook her head. All I did was follow your footprints, use your Anaheim technology as much as I can before incorporating Britannia tech and what I developed. It's still not there. Thrust power, battery longevity, and even cockpit technology are lagging behind. Not to mention your artificial intelligence. The woman frowned as she recalled all the shortcomings. Alas, I was about to roll out my GOUF. She looked at him. I was able to crack your lithium saccharide batteries. At the end, she smirked while saying that. Good for you. It was the most basic tech we threw at the wind. It was something Anna and I came up with to make mass production units. He replied casually. Satanta Tech is SOSO. There is literal upgrade work underway for those machines. I knew it. Rakshata had this feeling that Satantas meant nothing to Marcus. It was mass-produced machines after all. Your Anaheim is separated into spheres of technology. Through the conflicts, the Britannians barely got anything from your forces. In other words, the core technology never got leaked to the outside world. The Emperor-to-be nodded several times at her. Indeed, that is why I want to offer you a position in my Anaheim. She chuckled when she heard that. Do I even have a choice? If I want to make mobile suits ever again, I can only do so with your help. Rakshata shook her head. He was the only authority in the world now. Sure, she could get some financing from private companies, but that would be suicidal. Anaheim's hold over the world will be far more terrifying than Britannia ever was. With how mobile suits are run, and the government itself, she heard in India. It's a different beast when it comes to control. Indeed. I do need you in space. There are tens of enormous projects that you could work on. As long as I can work on what I like. She tried to wiggle. There are mobile suit projects, yes. But they are not a priority at the moment. I want people in space so that I continue with my expansion, to put humans on every planet in our galaxy and eventually, the entire cosmos. That's. She was speechless, does he know? How big is cosmos? Indeed. So at the moment there are no wars, but we need commercial spaceships, the space elevators, terraforming technology, all of that. He mentioned stuff from the top of his head. Or, if you want a challenge, I can assign you to designing orbital ring. He lazily mentioned another thing he wants to build for his Earth. No. I am fine with whatever Earl of Pudding is working on. Fair enough. You can work on bringing my other KK units to the next generation. When she heard that, a grin appeared on her lips. You have my undivided attention, Emperor Lelouch. She was motivated. Good. He sharply nodded before looking at GOUF. It was nostalgic, he hasn't seen Gundam anime for many years now. It was a pity. Embarrassed, Layla stumbled into a meeting while following her boyfriend. She was blushing and walking awkwardly. This has been going on for over a week. Marcus took it personally to make sure his future wife was taken care of. Some of the people realized what was going on and were smirking or laughing at it. Do you need to do it everywhere? Layla hissed at him as she ended up sitting next to him. Instead of saying anything, he squeezed her hand. All I am doing is to make sure my girlfriend is satisfied. How can I allow you to feel left out? He replied with a question of his own. The blonde blushed as she had no idea how to reply to that. But, every day, several times per day. She whispered. Indeed, until you are satisfied. He winked at her before focusing on the gathered people. Morning, my apologies for being late. I had to take care of a small thing. Layla blushed even harder. This was embarrassing. She should have known that Marcus would deal with her jealousy in some strange way. She didn't expect him to take it personally like that. Since she was jealous that Marcus impregnated Anna, he would make her pregnant as well. She doesn't mind that, but what is making her want to kill herself is that he is pulling her aside somewhere in the palace and then does things to her, everywhere. Your Majesty, it's all right. We understand. One of the business leaders smiled at him in understanding. The rest of them did the same. Good. Then let's begin. I want to show you the future. All of a sudden, everyone forgot what they had witnessed and focused on the table that had come alive. A hologram of Earth appeared above the middle of the table. The purpose of such meetings is to introduce businesses to space. Space elevators and colonies are the next big thing. Humans have already been in space, thousands of them. Sword 1 is getting populated as this meeting is happening. So far, resource management is handled solely by Anaheim, but Marcus wants commercial trading to become a thing. That's where space elevators come to play. He is showing them 3 massive cities that will be built around 3 massive elevators. He wants these business leaders to focus on them and build their warehouses and stuff there for space industries. And at the same time, he wants to control them early on. He can't allow corporations to get out of control the moment space elevators are operational. You might have heard the rumors that I am quite fascinated by space. Everyone showed him a strained smile. He conquered the world for that, they know that in detail. The space is already reachable for my military, and several thousand people already live there. Most of them are pioneers. But I want to change that for the better. This is my solution. He motioned for the hologram to zoom into the elevator in Africa. Space elevators that run magnetic linear trains. With trains in places we can move goods, resources, and people at absurd speeds, making space just another location on the map. He showed them inside the linear trains and what is at the top of the pillar. It was a massive spaceport. Your Majesty, how quickly will they be operational? One of the men asked in an excited tone. It would seem they realized the potential for this. How could they not? This was the wild frontier once more. Life-changing event. Already under construction. He showed them huge works happening close to Congo and above Congo in space. Construction is happening as thousands of Legion bots are working there. Among them were custom spaceships that work as Legion bot maintenance. It will take a few short years. Marcus smiled. Now that wars are over, I could dedicate more than 50% of the shipyards to these tasks. My industrial complex is only growing bigger. The businessmen immediately realized what was going on. They realized that the Emperor wants them in space. Now, to answer the question why we are here, ladies and gentlemen, he showed them the layout around the Congo space elevator, which will be a city. These locations here will be given to you. Not sold, but given. There will be direct lines of trains that will take from these locations to the space elevator before moving them to space. From there, cargo ships will move to colonies. There was quite a reaction to that. What I need is for you all to start developing space-related goods. From uniforms to food rations. You understand, don't you? There will be deep space exploration, space station life, and all sorts of things. While, I will try to give gravity in all places that can't be achieved everywhere, yet. That is why we need to be ahead of our game. He explained what he wanted. Now it made sense as there were many different leaders from all sorts of fields. We hear you loud and clear, Your Majesty. This is indeed a great opportunity. Marcus smiled, seeing them as enthusiastic as he was. My representatives will contact you all with details on how to proceed going forward. There will be many things to discuss. Many of them nodded as the Emperor-to-be gave more details before the meeting ended. Once the meeting was done, Layla sighed in relief. She was feeling quite out of place, not military-related or logistics, she was here just because Marcus insisted she was with him. Can I go now? She wanted to retreat. To get into her room and get a shower and a bath. Nope, you will be spending the rest of the day with me. He smirked at her. Her whole body trembled as she was feeling, spooked and excited at the same time. Marcus stroked his chin as he looked through all the data he got from his world-sized empire. He was tracking his people's mood. His claiming the title of emperor has sharply tanked their opinion of him. I should go live and showcase the new policies. The inventor recalled that doing that, in person, so that they could see, would be for the best. Especially since he will get Britannia and turn it into a mere province. Sure, it will be a huge province, but still a province nonetheless. Knock. Your Majesty, it's Maya, may I come in? Marcus perked up. Now that's a rare guest. One of his G-Force pilots. He rarely sees one of them in recent days. These guys were a menace to all of his enemies. Come in, Maya. The inventor made his comfortable chair turn around, well, it was more like a throne than a chair, and looked at her. The girl was dressed in black and purple uniform with a black cloak. Her blue eyes were looking at him. Among his close circle, she was one of the most dissatisfied with him becoming Emperor of Britannia. What can I do for you? He asked the girl who had closed the doors and walked into his workshop. I want to know, why, with what Britannia did to you and your sister, why did you accept such a position? She frowned, confusion clouded her eyes. There were several reasons. He pondered for a bit before replying. I want to hear them. Very well, since you are the one who is asking. For a second, he sighed. First, I wanted to move on and focus on what is important to me. The war was in the way. He looked at a hologram of what the space elevator will look like. Second, I was the one who pushed my old man to this position. To the point that he is giving away his throne to me. Third, it was to win against him. He wanted to goad me into believing that I would rage and end the conversation. He explained to her, making her realize something. So it's ego. Of course. I won't hide that. In other words, I would lose if I were to rage and be unable to control my emotions, and if I were to win, I would become the Emperor of Britannia, ending the war and finishing my conquest of the world. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 2 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 118, Chapter 117, Developing the World. As time went on, Marcus, Cornelia, Euphemia and Nunnally finally got the chance to see Anya Allstream. Cece was there as well. The witch has been training relentlessly to master her code and Geass. With Marcus' help, she could test it to a considerable level. Once her code recovers, she fills the empty batteries, and her Geass returns, then she continues her train. In a week she was away from him, she learned how to turn her eyes off and turn them on. I still don't understand why you never told me that you could talk with Marianne, Cornelia asked with narrowed eyes as she looked at the approaching Pinkett girl. This was Anya. Now that she saw her, the war princess could put a face to a name. She recalled this girl when she was small. You never asked. Cece flicked her hair. Is that so? I do hope Lelouch does something about your attitude. Cornelia looked harshly at her. The green-haired girl frowned a bit. Was she that harsh? I had my reasons. You do realize that Marianne was part of Charles's plan. The code-bearing girl explained, causing all three of them to look with surprise. Especially Nunnally, who is still trying to process what her father and mother were thinking. She never liked the idea that her brother wanted to conquer the world. But the alternative was far worse. Blowing up the afterlife. That is far crazier. Especially how nonchalant Charles was now. The Emperor was lazily sitting in a chair, enjoying his new hobby of testing coffee from around the world. As Anya got close, a pair of red rings around her eyes appeared. Geass. Cornelia frowned when she noticed that. I have heard the news, Cece. I am a bit disappointed, Marianne spoke in a disappointed tone. But this is not bad either. The possessed girl looked around. Seeing Charles in the room, he was humming to himself while sipping his coffee. Is that you, mother? Nunnally asked. Anya smiled seeing her daughter. You have grown, Nunnally. Not only that, but you broke through Charles' Geass. My Geass is powerful, dear. It's possible that some suggestions can vary in strength. Something like forced blindness is not the best for my power. He explained himself as he looked at the cup. Good to know. The Empress smiled while looking at the gathered girls. Where is my darling Lulu? The possessed girl looked around, but couldn't find her son. Lulu is busy, but he should join us soon. He is working on a technology that could give you your body back. Euphemia explained that she could not believe what she was looking at. This girl is literally possessed by a dead empress. The longer they are around this Geass thing, the crazier it looks. Oh, as expected from Lulu, he has been working so hard. His mother praised him. She was extremely proud of him. Though his abilities even shocked her. I am more concerned to know what happened that day. Why was Nunnally crippled like this? Cornelia. Nunnally looked at her older sister, touched that her sibling cared so much about her. It was VV. Charles' little brother. We had an agreement. Not to lie to each other. Charles barked from the other side of the room. He was pissed off just at the mention of VV, but he betrayed us that day. I even sent my guards away, trusting in Charles's little brother. Anya looked at Cornelia, who stiffened, recalling that day. Before that day, I didn't know what my Geass was. But upon death, it activated, and my soul was sent to this little girl's body. The betrayal caused us considerable worry. That is why we send Lelouch and Nunnally to Japan. The explanation made a bit of sense to Euphemia and Cornelia. If you send them away, then why even invade? It could have caused their deaths. Cornelia exclaimed angrily. Even if something happened to them, there was Ragnarok connection, I could have met them there. The possessed girl leisurely explained how she felt about it. The trio gasped a bit, what they are hearing is wild. Nunnally could not believe this was coming from her mother. Assuming that this Ragnarok connection could even do what it is supposed to do. Believing in something that is not tested is absurd. Cornelia snorted as she was disgusted by Marianne. The war princess always thought that her role model was an amazing person, but this was beyond disgusting. Well, it doesn't matter now, does it? Everything worked out in the end. Anya smiled without a care in the world. A bit later, the awkwardness shattered when the double doors opened, and Marcus, Anna, and Layla walked in. The Emperor-to-be was dressed in his uniform, but the pair of girls were a bit more relaxed with their attire. Mother, it would seem you are doing well, and even look younger. The inventor sarcastically commented as he walked over, holding his tablet. Oh, you have grown quite well, my son. Anya clapped her hands in excitement when she saw him, then looked at the two girls. Are these two your lovers? She asks curiously, realizing midway that her son was just like his father. Surrounded by females. The pair of girls blushed for a bit as they slowly nodded. Indeed. You will be a grandmother soon. Anna is 1 month pregnant already. He leisurely motioned towards his pink-eyed scientist girl. Anna is quite a capable mother, she is the one who made the colonies habitable while perfecting the design. Oh, my. Such a talented girl. The possessed girl swiftly strolled over and checked her out. This is so strange. How can he be so nonchalant about Empress being in the body of a girl who is around the same age as us, if not younger? Layla thought to herself as she looked at him and his reaction. Indeed, and Layla is a great tactician and master of logistics. One of the reasons why Anaheim expanded so quickly. Oh. Marianne looked from one to another as if checking them out. Both are gorgeous. Anya clapped her hands as she approved. We can discuss your grandchildren later, Marianne. The former emperor interrupted the former empress. Do you have some news for us, Lelouch? Charles asked as he could see him holding a work tablet. I do have. He walked over and took a seat opposite his father. The princess and the girls walked over and took their seats around the large glass table. I have consulted with the best when it comes to this issue. He pulled out his tablet and decided to explain. Since you provided me with your mother's original DNA, we can clone your body. However, the cloned body will age faster, and it will most likely develop a personality of its own. The emperor finished, as he was not a newbie when it came to cloning. Indeed. That is why I consulted with the best brain expert. Marcus looked at Anna. Anna's people who worked with her on the Zero project in the EU were developing a system that can link brains. Oh, even more impressive. Marianne was awed by her new daughter-in-law. Anna blushed even harder as she was not used to getting praised like that. We can use the data to link and transfer you to your new body before the consciousness develops or reawakens, as I do have this feeling that your memories in some form are locked in your blood. He explained to them. So, in the end, she can recover her body. Nunnally, even after all of this, still wants her mother around. Eventually, things just don't happen, Nunnally. Marcus looked at his sister. There are some things to do before this could happen. One of them is permanently fixing your legs. The hardest part is the nerves, they need to be reconnected. Thankfully, the KK unit technology has come a long way with the latest third-generation technology in that field. After all, the ones she is using right now are first-generation technologies that he utilized in the creation of the KK unit Luff. Now there is Gundam Throne Luff, miles ahead, if not light years. We are going to test a few things before we can bring your body back, Mother. Marcus looked at the possessed Pinkette, who was smiling the whole time. Don't worry, you have more than enough time to do that. And so that you could continue to traumatize the poor girl. Marcus sighed. He didn't want to rush the tech, but at the same time, he didn't want Anya to constantly suffer. It's damn crazy. Hopefully, another 2 months. The technology is there, all we need to do is test out and iron out the kinks before it's usable. My ECNI has scanned millions of brainwaves, and we have a deep understanding of how the brain and nervous system are functioning. Now all we need to do is utilize it and rebuild your spine, Nunnally. He explained to them. Once these tests are done, we can move on to something more complex, like body recreation and consciousness transfer, Marcus explained as he showed some of the project he has. If we develop this technology beyond its infancy, we could change the field of medicine. He smiled as he showed what it could look like. That's great. Never imagined you already this far into this. Euphemia all of a sudden gushed as she realized how much this could change the whole world. Never has it crossed her mind that her knight's technology could be used like that. Yes. I was thinking the same thing. It was a great idea that I asked my old team to move to Anaheim. Anna smiled, this news has made her day. So when will this happen? Nunnally got a bit excited seeing Euphemia and Anna get this happy and excited. In a couple of weeks, the most. We will roll out experimental technology and test on people who want their disabilities fully removed. This is the next step. He explained, enjoying their excited looks. Wonderful, can't wait, Lelouch. Nunnally gushed, now she wants to see it in person. As they were talking, the former emperor was chilling at the side, enjoying his coffee. For the first time, he can just do nothing and enjoy his hobbies. Especially since his son controls the entire world, he can get anything he wants without even bothering to ask. After explaining what he would do, the emperor-to-be went straight to work. He had a decent amount of data to work with. Echni has scanned millions of brainwaves, now all he needs is the biology part. He started with chemistry, running some experiments and checking the reaction. The reason for this was to make his legion train on the data he is providing. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that he needed more processing power. For that, he ordered the construction of new data centers and fusion power plants, while improving internet stability and communication in general. Laying down cables over the world, it's quite easy to do since he has spaceships that can drop those cables. To assist, he has an army of legion bots that can help in water, on land, in the sky. It was a good time to start his infrastructure development work, aside from the elevators. Well, anyway, it was a decent time to show them that Marcus was not lying about his space projects either, as the first batch of space programs had started as well. The Inventor Emperor-to-be announced the first public projects. Though the first projects were for real professionals, as Marcus needs proper experts in their fields. Physics, radiation studies, atmosphere studies, stuff like that. Not regular people, regulars will come later when he has more colonies. Eventually, with all the work around, Marcus didn't even notice how the month had passed. In the capital city of Constantinople, people had gathered for the coronation of the Emperor of the world. Honestly, Marcus was a bit surprised by how well his girls organized the whole thing. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 3 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Holy Byzantine Empire. The coronation was broadcast worldwide. Regardless of the time zone, day or nighttime, one could see how Lelouch by Britannia became the Emperor of the world and the 99th Emperor of Britannia. Some of the clueless people wondered why he had two titles of emperor. For that, there will be a documentary explaining it. However, there is one thing that caused Marcus headaches. And that is the official name of his nation. There was a strong stigma surrounding Britannia. Everyone hates that empire for its policies and radical views. So it was a huge headache to juggle both. For that, Marcus created a new title, the Emperor of the World. But it's a bit useless as he will be conquering space. Anyway, with a new crown on his head, the Emperor was in a meeting with a considerable number of people from all over the world. As I said, just calling the Britannian Empire will cause half of the world to hate it. We will be returning to square one. We will be using large garrisons to keep the population in check. And if they move to space, it will be even harder to maintain peace and order. Marcus nodded, as he already saw that coming miles away. Then we should keep Anaheim. It's simple and a single word. Another official suggested. Anaheim is a company name. Nothing can describe people under it. Britannia started from the ashes of the old British monarchy. One person with some historical knowledge commented. After that, it was more back and forth. Marcus looked at the people switching back and forth between names and history. The newly crowned emperor looked at his old man, who was detached from all of this. He simply listened and was drinking his coffee. Then the conversation even reached Marcus' name. People disliked the fact that he even had "by Britannia" in his name. Stigma surrounding Charles was strong in all of this. However, after checking the clock, Marcus eventually realized that his could last for hours, if not days. He doesn't have the time for it. His eyes eventually fell on the large painting of the city of Constantinople on the wall. He got an idea. Enough. His voice spread through the room. Everyone stopped talking and looked at him. In that case, we will simply take a neutral option. The emperor said with a simple tone. Neutral. What is the capital of our glorious and newly created empire? Marcus asked all of a sudden. You mean, but it was close to 600 years since the fall. And it was similar to how the Holy Roman Empire was formed as well, from the ashes of the Frankish Empire. The Inventor Emperor snorted. These idiots think that he doesn't know his history. He will simply continue the legacy of the greatest empire of the world. Sure, Byzantium was a legacy of the Roman Empire. It was more or less the Roman Empire. They called themselves Roman even if they spoke Greek. Then we shall be known as the Holy Byzantine Empire. But simple as that. Besides, their banner was always purple, and purple is widely used in Anaheim's military. Some of the officials looked at their uniform, which was black and purple. And our capital is Constantinople. Simple as that. Since you all can't decide, I will decide for you. He shrugged before putting the last nail in the coffin. Oh, and for my name, I shall honor the greatest emperor of Byzantium and the beginning of our conquest. From now on, I shall be known as Marcus Justinian Anaheim. The first emperor of the Holy Byzantine Empire, the emperor of the world and the 99th emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire. A nice selection of 3 titles. Simple, yes. As you wish, your majesty. The rest of them sighed in resignation. The officials could only sigh and give him what he wanted. Because honestly, it was their fault. Good, that is out of the way, we can return to our work. Time for rebranding. The emperor smirked as he was feeling a bit excited. Sure enough, everyone left, except for the former emperor, who chuckled. That's how you do it, son. Make them squirm when they can't decide. He took a sip of his coffee after saying that. I know. The more they complain, the more chaotic I can make. Marcus said with a smile before leaving the meeting room as well. He needs to do a lot of stuff. The infrastructure upgrades are almost complete. What remains now is the actual tests and data processing. As the news spread, Marcus girls decided to ask him in person why he had taken such a historic route. Might I know why? Layla asked him. The girl stopped wearing a military uniform for a simple reason: she had joined Anna in the pregnant girlfriend's camp. Though, now that he was emperor, he could finally make them his empress consorts. Which version do you wish to hear? He asked her as his gaze went from the hologram on her. The blonde walked over and ended up sitting on his lap while getting comfortable in his hands. The beauty had a satisfied look on her face. It was a different kind of look. There was no more jealousy, but loads of satisfaction radiating from her. All of them. She said while leaning into his chest and getting comfortable. Well, one of them is that my officials can't decide, none of them liked Anaheim or Britannia, so I decided, fuck it, let's go with my childhood favorite empire. He joked while saying that. You can't say that. Layla laughed while saying that. You are emperor of the world now. You can't swear like that. The girl poked his cheek with affection. What about other reasons? Unification obviously. Britannia has a stigma, Anaheim is more or less a company, not a nation. Besides, it's weird to call someone Anahemian. It sounds better to call one Byzantine. He shrugged. Right, your obsession with the city. Indeed, a city that connects 2 continents. He replied with a smile as he was hugging her closer. I think this is just your random moments of fancy. The girl sighed while saying that. She has this feeling that all of this is just Marcus wanting something, and the entire world has to scramble to do it. Maybe, as the saying goes, at least once per day, men think of Rome. This is not Rome. Byzantium is Rome. And I intend to utilize some of their architecture in the future. He grinned while saying that. He is going to make cities beautiful again. Northwest more simple square buildings full of glass. Efficiency can go fuck itself, he wants gorgeous cities. People can bitch about efficiency in other places, like logistics or the battlefield, but one thing is for sure, cities have to look nice. Maybe huge coliseums for mobile suit combat. He pondered before recalling he could make something football with nightmares, they are still a thing. He could use Sutherland's to play games. As he pondered, he stroked the blonde beauty's long hair. What are you thinking now? Some things. Now that it's a piece, we need to give people some entertainment. He said with a smile. Right, that smile is telling me it could be huge and destructive, Layla replied with a strained smile. Depends on perspective. He replied, knowing what she was thinking. For now, let's focus on this. The emperor showed her his latest work. It was something like highways of electrical pulses. This is Nunnally's spine and the nervous system. I've been manually connecting it. Manually. The blonde was a bit surprised that he is doing that. Yes, and at the same time, I'm developing a method to perform such a task. With a flick of his hand, another hologram popped up. This was assembly line's robotic hands. Based upon millions of, if not billions, of times these hands moved, I have a countless amount of data to make this procedure automatic without the need of human interference. Isn't it a bit dangerous? Layla looked worried, she didn't want Marcus to test this on Nunnally. Not really. But I will be testing it on volunteers with missing limbs and who want actual limbs of flesh, not prosthetics. I have millions of people working with my data to develop medical care. He explained to her, making her smile as she saw him throw himself into medical science right after the war. Though, isn't it a bit dangerous, you always protected your technology. The blonde recalled how much he worked on protecting his technology from foreign nations. Maribel will be on the Technology Protection Committee. It's an organization that will have control over technology leakage. Especially towards criminals and the black market. We no longer have foreign nations, but we do have foreign elements that will try to use our technology for their gains. Oh, interesting, you are putting quite a bit of faith into her. Layla is having this strange feeling around Euphemia and Maribel. It's like those two harbor more than just normal sibling relationships. She is just right for these kinds of tasks. He smirked, knowing how zealous Mary Belle is. Marcus helped her, and in turn, she is eternally grateful to her. He assisted in sealing that wound. I see, and the South Pole thing. This is where Marcus got a bit serious. Nina finished the drills, and the test runs brought superb results. We are preparing to launch them right next to the frozen city. It will take several months for the frozen lakes to melt and turn into a power source for the arcs. Marcus pondered on the levitation technology he had already obtained from his research. He is planning to do it in train technology aboard the space elevators. I see, so we will be focusing on the arches. Layla was a bit nervous about those things, especially now. Relax, it's not what we are focusing 100% on. We still have to build up infrastructure around our solar system. After all, it takes a bit of time to develop something like that. He explained to the nervous girl while stroking her tummy. The blonde smiled at him before kissing his lips. Not long after the first coronation, another was held to crown Marcus as Holy Byzantine Emperor. People were confused, but they liked this much more than being named Holy Britannian Empire or, simply Anaheim. Anaheim was an objective to unite the world under a single banner. Now that it had happened, they needed a name. Marcus decided to nerd himself out and just name it Holy Byzantine Empire. Though there was some dissatisfaction. Some nobles, and even his other, more rebellious siblings, decided to raise objections. For a simple reason that he took a new name and surname. There is no more Britannia. It doesn't hold the same weight anymore. The Britannian royal family doesn't exist and, with that, no more wealth, influence, or even land. Simply because a new royal, or more precisely, imperial family was born that carries the name that unified the world, it's called Anaheim. Brother. You can't do this. We are family. All of a sudden, a portion of the throne room erupted when the changes were declared. Before Marcus could say something, his old man, who was sitting in the front row, stood up and took a couple of steps before turning around and looking at the entire throne room. His eyes at that moment glowed red. At that moment, the newly crowned emperor's eyes widened. This was it. His old man's Geass. He swiftly activated his and observed the whole thing. Charles Z. Britannia grants you new memories. With a bit of flair, he rewrote the memories of most of the throne room. It was a simple change to ensure his pathetic children obeyed and no longer embarrassed him. The rest, who were out of his range, simply stared in disbelief. So that's Father's Geass. Scary. Marcus' imperial sisters looked a bit spooked by what they saw. Continue, Lelouch, they won't interrupt. With that said, he got back to his seat and continued to sip his coffee. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 4 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 120, Chapter 119, Forgotten Dust Ball. A bit later. With Marcus's coronation as Holy Byzantine Emperor, not much has changed. Well, there were callbacks to the new empire. The third-generation mass production models will be named after cataphracts, the heavy cavalry of the Persian, Parthian and obviously the Byzantine armies. Apart from that, some of the official positions were renamed. One of them is strategos. Anyway, the emperor was having fun naming his departments in his free time, as most of the time he was improving medical science. Limited cloning was one of the things where he clones organs instead of a whole person. This is an extremely impressive piece of technology that can increase people's overall survival. Apart from that, he wanted to master this technology before he moved on. To do that, his new data centers began to run simulations with DNA. As this was happening, the technology and tests were conducted to help his baby sister get her legs back. Is that it? Nunnally asked her brother as they were in Constantinople's main hospital, where Marcus was using his new state-of-the-art technology for the first time. Yes, based on my automated assembly lines, this is the surgical table. He replied to her. It looks like one of those scanners you find in airports, Colin commented as she looked at the table behind the glass wall. Now that you mentioned, yeah, I guess it does look like one. Marcus stroked his chin as he realized, as if it were one of those scanners. Anyway, I watch closely that everything is perfect, my dear little sister. The emperor patted Nunnally's head, reassuring it's fine. I know. You spend a considerable time to make this perfect. His little sister smiled at him. She was more than a bit touched by how much he was doing for her. A few moments later, the doctors took the girl away. In the meantime, Marcus summoned a hologram and checked the status of the surgery table. This tech is already heavily tested. The nervous system surgery and cybernetics are something we have done thousands of times with a perfect record. He explained to the gathered people. Among them was his favorite sisters and his crimson-haired pilot, as Anna and Layla don't like hospitals anymore. Especially, Layla, who started throwing up almost daily. Well, they wanted to have kids. He shrugged to himself. Before long, the operation started, and the imperial princess had been put on drugs and was out cold. The robotic hands began the surgical procedure they were programmed to perform. The software he worked on was specifically designed after Nunnally's spine. It was revised more than 100 times and overseen by several different AIs. Amazing, so this is the future, Mary Bell commented. Next to her was her knight, who was watching this with interest. She can finally see Anaheim using their technology for good and not blowing things up. Only the beginning, my dear sister. We have more on the way. Especially given how hostile space is, these technologies are basic. In future, we will need to figure out radiation and muscle atrophy treatments. Muscle atrophy could be bad for the heart and organs in general. So yes, we need to fix these issues before we focus on new diseases and threats we can get in space. He explained to them. His sisters nodded at him. This was understandable, and not only that, they are happy to see that he cares that much. Especially for Euphemia and Mary Bell. These two realized that he was going further and beyond in these situations. Mary Bell was surprised when Euphemia said that Anaheim's creation was partially because Marcus wanted to fix Nunnally's legs. It made her a bit envious that she doesn't have someone like him close by to be that over-the-top caring. Is it just me, or Princess is watching the Emperor a bit too much? Aldrin did notice that Mary Bell is acting a bit strange when she is in the same room as Marcus. Around 30 minutes later, the last parts of the operation were over, and the Princess was moved to a separate room to rest. In the meantime, Marcus checked the data he gathered from the operation, and it was exactly as he had expected. It was a perfect and clean operation, the countless tests and simulations he had done paid off. Your Majesty, it was a success. The doctors and staff who were working on the surgery table walked over to congratulate the men who worked on this the most. It was. I already ordered a mass creation of this tablet for every single hospital in my lands. Once we go further with testing, we can spread it through the whole planet and the colonies. They nodded at him before leaving the room. As they left, the group went to see the sleeping princess for a second before returning to their jobs. They will check on her when she wakes up. A bit later, the group returned to the hospital to see Nunnally, who was already working with physicians to regain her motor control. It was different with the prosthetics as they helped with leg movement. Now she needs to move her legs on her own, and her muscles need to readjust back to how they used to be. It will be a long process, but that was fine. Since there are no foreign nations to use diplomacy in. Same with Kagaya, the girls don't have much work anymore. Or do we? Marcus realized midway that he had ignored one nation. Yep, it was so small that he completely forgot about it. Zilkston. Damn it. Now this is embarrassing. Take your time, Nunnally, there is not that much for you to do. You can take it easy. The Emperor smiled at her. But the girl had this serious look. I will be joining you, Lelouch. I want to be of some help. The princess was feeling useless now that there was no opposition. She needed to think of something else. We can think of something. After him, there were other people who came to see her. From her sisters to her friends, even Millie, who was sulking on the eastern side of the planet. She didn't want to leave Japan, as it was her home, but sadly, many people moved to Constantinople for a simple reason. It was the seat of power, and everyone wanted to be close to the emperor. It leaves her as she graduated from the academy and is now working full-time in the HR department of the imperial government. I hope you do and don't leave me behind to sulk. Nunnally puffed her cheeks from the annoyance. Her brother has this uncanny way of letting her be as he goes about his thing. Just by looking at Millie, who she has not seen in weeks. It's clear that the moment he is annoyed, he leaves them be and just goes and does things halfway across the world or even in space. Then think of something yourself, my dear sister. I am giving you all the tools you need, the rest is up to you. He said that quite seriously before leaving the room. He is a bit embarrassed. There is a country he needs to conquer ASAP. I thought you would never do it, and just leave it be. After all, it's a dust ball. Cornelia laughed as she watched her brother and Emperor blush from embarrassment as they left his territories and rushed towards the Middle East with 9 carriers and 18 support frigates. Don't be ridiculous. How can I call myself Emperor of the world when there is a country that doesn't belong to me? He exclaimed with anger at his big sister. The goddess of war laughed even more before looking at the map. This country was so small that they could see the streets in the hologram projection, rather than the provinces she used to see. Eventually, she got serious. Very well. This is our last war on the surface of the world. Hopefully. The princess frowned, determined to make sure this never happens as long as she is alive. I will help as well. Colin, who, alongside Jean, joined the very last second, nodded at Cornelia. They do want to end all conflicts and focus on what is important. Good, then I will be relying on you too. The war princess sharply nodded at them as soon as the warships began to pick up speed and ascend higher. They won't be leaving the atmosphere as the country is not that far from the capital of the world. Do girls your best. This is your last trip for a while. Marcus calmed down and looked at his 2 girls, who went with him. He left Anna and Layla back at home. He has banned a bunch of things for them. They wanted kids, so now he is making sure they know the error of their ways. The Emperor won't be letting them off that easily. Understood. Jean nodded, and Colin smiled a bit as she wondered if these guys would be a decent challenge. For a country this size to continue to exist, it needs to be decently strong to survive. Do we know their military strength? Colin asked as she strolled over and sat down on Marcus's lap. There was a suggestive smile on her face. The girl was thinking of things. Now that Anna and Layla are out of the picture, focusing on being mothers, she has free rein to do whatever she wants. Not quite. They are a mercenary country, offering their soldiers to other countries. There were plans back in Britannia to conquer them so that they wouldn't offer their soldiers to our enemies. Cornelia explained to them. If Britannia was willing to go that far, then they are decent. Decent or not, they are no match for Anaheim, I mean our glorious Holy Byzantine Empire. The older sibling joked at Marcus, who rolled his eyes at his sarcastic sister. Jokes aside, we shall surround them. I leave this to you, my dear sister. He ordered her. The war princess rolled her eyes. Sure, whatever you say, my beloved emperor. She dramatically bowed before walking closer to the map and issuing orders on how the fleet would surround the small coastal nation. Now that my sister is busy, we can talk. Marcus wrapped his hands around Colin's slender waist. Let's talk. Colin grinned from ear to ear. This is what she is talking about. A blonde woman dressed in robes was looking at the distance as she saw massive airships taking positions around the borders of her nation. This was the Queen Shamna, the spiritual head of the kingdom of Zilkston. She and her younger brother are the queen and king of this nation. Before taking over, she was part of the Geass order, which was until they moved to a location she is not aware of. But now, she is aware that she can't run away anymore. The world has changed, and it has become something that her kingdom can't survive in. Britannia, China, Europia, all of those countries were gone in a matter of months. All that is left is this new country, conquered by the Britannian prince. We will fight till our last breath, sister. Her brother got her attention as she turned away from the fleet and looked at him. Her brother, even in a wheelchair, is one of the best pilots her country has produced. However, they don't have mobile suits. Anaheim's appearance created a technological gap that they can't easily cross. No need, we can't win, no matter what we do. Anaheim is not Britannia, the gap in technology is absurd. Shamna said with a frustrated gaze. Then, we will give up. Shalio exclaimed, he was in disbelief. Regardless of what we do, fighting against the whole world. Even Zilkston can't do it. Regardless of how great our warriors are. She didn't want to admit it, but this, well. The sheer size of those carriers. The sight of these war machines makes her knees shake. We shall keep our channels open and listen to their demands. The blonde queen ordered her followers to nod with fearful gazes. This wasn't newly created Anaheim. If this were their early days of conflict when they were waging war against the whole world, then yes, she would have resisted no matter what. But this was an empire that conquered everything and kept its kingdom as a desert to be eaten last. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 5 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 121, Chapter 120, The Priestess and Her Kingdom. Colin was seething. She was expecting at least some resistance. Some fighting. To make her Dagda let loose. But, no. This warrior nation just gave up at the sight of Anaheim's armies. I thought we would fight. Yet, they want to talk. Colin exclaimed in annoyance. Isn't it better? Jean commented as she crossed her arms. Just think what you would do if you were in their situation. Marcus Knight asked her. The Dagda's pilot frowned as she realized that it would have been a suicidal situation. That's what I was thinking. No sane individual would fight in this situation. Jean commented as they walked to board their machines that they would be Marcus's escort as the emperor in question would be taking his imperial shuttle. One of the first things he did when he became the emperor was to mark all of his armies with new banners, before adding some flair to them. The shuttle's interiors became a bit more stylish than before, as they had been very basic. The flagship carrier with 2 support frigates flew over the capital of Zilkston, and soon after, the mobile suits and shuttles launched from the hangar bay. So this is a nightmare killer. Blonde priestess looked at a bulky machine with thick hands with claws staring down at her. Her eyes then moved down to the Emperor of World exiting the transporter. He was followed by his infamous black tactical gear-wearing soldiers. I was expecting a bit more resistance from you, Queen Shamna, Marcus said the moment he walked over. He was surprised by how gorgeous she looked. The woman's body was a sinful thing, those robes don't help him either. I know the limits of my nation, your majesty. She slightly bowed to him. Fighting the whole world and nation that can drop armies from space is not something my brave warriors can fight. She honestly told him her reasons for surrender. Is that so? So you are surrendering to me? He asked her with a curious look. As long as you spare my people, I will accept whatever conditions you have. She motioned for him to follow her. Marcus followed after her. The way she moves. The emperor decided that it was time for him to use the gift his father gave him. The greatest gift he could ever ask for. The Geass of absolute memory control. The Geass of Charles Z. Britannia. In Marcus's opinion, the most powerful eyes in the Geass world are. While Geass of OG Lelouch was powerful, they lacked one thing, finesse, something these eyes have. He can alter memories as much as he wants, and one thing that terrified him about these eyes is that one would never notice if they were used. Because it can be subtle or obvious, depending on the user. Not that he will use these on the blonde before him, no, he will use his eyes to see if she is leading him to a trap or if she is serious. After a bit of walking, she took him to a meeting room. Unlike him, she only had a couple of guards. I guess no traps. Marcus wasn't quite trusting of this woman after recalling the movie. Regardless, he had a chance, so he used his Geass on her. He effortlessly accessed her memories and checked what she was planning. Oh my, ambitious even this situation. The Holy Byzantine Emperor smiled a bit. This woman is thinking of seducing him and then using herself to improve the position of her people in the empire. Not that he minds, he could easily give sections of land around here to control and do as she pleases. Well, that will depend on her performance. Your Majesty, you have my thanks for accepting my offer to talk. All I desire is prosperity for my people. She smiled at him while motioning for him to sit. The emperor smiled at her as he took his seat provided for him. We will surrender without any hostilities. All I ask is assistance in development. My kingdom is well known for its military. We used to export soldiers, but now that the wars around the world are over, we cannot export soldiers anymore. Our economic situation is not the best. Shamna showed him a sad look. That is something we can help you with. After all, a desert is far more habitable than alien worlds we are planning to colonize. The blonde smiled even more when she heard that. Her pragmatic mind began to think about how to extract the most from this situation for her people. That is wonderful to hear. Then what is your desire for us? She asked him. First, demilitarize. The only force in the world that can be is my empire. He began with the most important thing. Shamna frowned a bit, but she did nod at him. Next are policies and laws, there can only be my empire's ones. Once again, she nodded. In turn, the empire will support your people just like everyone else in the world. Technology, food, medical supplies, medical technology, infrastructure. He named it from the top of his mind. I heard that your brother has serious medical issues. My empire can heal him. The blonde priestess looked surprised for a second. You are not the only one with a sibling who needed help. He smiled a bit, causing her to dumbly nod. I see, we will follow your command, your majesty. Shamna was wrong. When the new empire rolled in, it was different from what she had expected. The priestess is used to seeing oppression from the occupier on the occupied. It's one of the reasons why she was willing to die for her kingdom to see it survive and prosper. But it was different. The only thing the Holy Byzantine Empire wanted was no opposition, which didn't mean oppressing other cultures. No, in fact, they are allowed to practice most of their old traditions, except for what they see as extremes. No, what they wanted was simply no other military in the world. There can only be one military, but the rest. One thing they had was the resources. With space to tap into for resources, there is no need to limit anything. The moment she surrendered, supplies began to drop from the sky. Upgrades to her kingdom began just like that. Seeing all of this has prompted the ambitious woman to consider how to improve her situation further. With all of this power and authority, one could say her inner flames have been ignited. We should celebrate such an occasion, Your Majesty. The world is finally all yours. The blonde smiled at him. Indeed. I want to see Zilkston's hospitality. Fufufu, leave that to me. Shanna giggled, already thinking of her next scheme. With that said, the priestess of Zilkston began to arrange a banquet to celebrate world peace. It will happen the very same day. Marcus was surprised by how well-trained her staff is. This woman was living like a goddess, not a priestess, as her girls scrambled to do everything. As the banquet was getting underway, the woman decided to gather more information about the emperor. She showed him the temple, the city, and the palace. It didn't feel like there was an occupation going on. The blonde was quite surprised to see him watching everything with curiosity. After all, he does like exploration. One of the reasons why he wants to get back to space is not that she understands him yet. Eventually, the priestess took them back to her temple, where a banquet was waiting. Is it just me, or is that queen all over him? Colin asked Jean. Now that banquet is on its way and there are no more distractions from the locals or sightseeing in general, she can see that the mature blonde beauty was quite close to him. Way to close. It's not surprising. Emperor Marcus is the most desired man in the whole world, from the simple fact that he rules the world. Jean said with a smile. As his knight, she is extremely happy to be in this position. The only issue that she has is that her emperor can simply storm away and leave her behind. I know, but we just conquered her nation, won't she do something to him? Colin was a bit annoyed that the queen was almost climbing on him. With his eyes. Jean had more than a bit of confidence in his ability to defend himself. I doubt anything could possibly happen to him when he can see the future. The Emperor's knight scoffed at such an idea. Regardless, Colin didn't have a chance to get close to her future husband, as the pair were swarmed by excited fans. Shamna's priestesses surrounded them and began to bombard them with questions. Especially Colin, who was the pilot of the infamous beast. Oh, wow. You pilot that machine, it looks so amazing. I never thought that a girl could pilot something like this. He, that's me, I am one of Marcus' first aces. Colin was quite weak to so many praises being showered on her. Jean was no different, as they never imagined that someone would care that much, not realizing that this was on purpose. As even Cornelia got distracted with her knights as they were holding a conversation with Zilkston's generals about the good old days and tactics. As Marcus's people got distracted, the blonde priestess pulled him aside. Marcus looked around. He realized that he had been dragged into her bedroom. He could see Persian-style luxury, from carpets to furniture. The woman knew how to bask in wealth. I wasn't expecting that the Queen of Zilkston would try to seduce me. The Emperor joked as he walked around before sitting down on a couch, leaning back and spreading his hands while crossing his legs. He looked like he owned the room. Only a moron would not try to do what I am about to. She scoffed, not caring that her scheme had been seen through. It's a good thing that I find Zilkston interesting. He chuckled while shaking his head. Having two thought elevators so close to each other is unheard of. Her eyes widened for a second. So you are well aware. I took extreme prejudice against the Geass order. I was the one who erased it and took VV code as a trophy. The woman had a concerned look for a second. However, it depends on you how I will proceed. I am well aware that you have aspirations for the future. He looked at her as he revealed things bit by bit. My aspirations were always for my kingdom. Well, then, we are on the same side. My aspiration is for humanity to control the cosmos. For humans to put their foot on every single world. That includes your people. He shrugged. In his eyes, her ambitions are a bit weak. It would seem I have underestimated you. A strange smile crept on her lips. The mature beauty strolled over to his side and looked at him sitting on the couch. In a way. My dreams were just a bit bigger than yours. He smiled back at her. Fufufu, then it's up to me to make sure I am not forgotten. Her smile morphed into a lustful one. And what is Priestess Shamna thinking about? He asked as he watched how she was inching closer to him. There is only one way for me not to get forgotten. Slowly, she straddled his lap and got close to his face. The blonde beauty was very close to him now, lust rolling from her. Is that so? Well, it depends on Priestess Shamna's performance. He smirked a bit as his hands moved, wrapping around her waist. Indeed. I will make sure that the Emperor of the world has his eyes on this part of the world. With that said, she moved in and began to kiss him. It was the beginning of a fateful battle. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 6 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 122, Chapter 121, The Next Plan. The blonde priestess began to eagerly kiss Marcus as she wrapped her hands around his neck and pushed herself into him. As the experienced one, he can tell that this beauty, while a proud lady, was an amateur. Regardless, the Emperor decided to enjoy her. His hands sneaked down and squeezed her exquisite rear. His action caused her to tremble as she pulled back and looked at him. Shamna realized that he was open to real action. Shall we continue? She asked with hot breath. Of course. He replied with a heated tone as his hands went to her dress. The woman had those thin strings hiding her body. With a casual motion, he removed them, and just like that, her breasts revealed themselves to him. He was quite impressed by their size, as this lady was truly mature. His hands went to these perky assets and began to play with them. The queen groaned as she didn't expect to feel so good. HMMMNN. Ag. NHHNNN. Why does it feel so good? The woman complained as all he did was play with her nipples. My Geass allows me to look for the best solutions. The moment I looked at you upon our meeting, I knew how to turn you on and how sensitive you are. He explained with an amused tone, causing her to look at him with a bit of worry. You would use such power like that? She asked with disbelief, but at the same time, she was getting wet as she wanted to know how good it would feel if he were to use this power to pleasure her. If it manifested like that, then why not? He joked as he leaned forward and began to kiss her breasts. Shanna gnashed her teeth as she felt the explosion of pleasure erupt from her breasts and spread through her whole body. The blonde priestess could not contain her voice anymore, as it was like a tidal wave. The way he used his tongue made her feel unbearably hot. After a while, it reached the peak. The beauty's back arched as she moaned loudly. MHHHNNNN no. Drool leaked from the corners of her mouth as she couldn't believe he made her climax like that. That's quite the voice you have. Marcus smiled as he enjoyed watching someone as proud as her climax like that. You are ready for the main course, right? He asked her as he pulled a bit, looking into her blue eyes. Why yes, let's continue, she replied with glassy eyes. The blonde has been turned on. Instead of saying anything, the inventor handed her dress and removed it. Shamna did the same as she began to undress him. But unlike him, her actions were those of a needy girl. She yanked his clothes before throwing them away. Lastly, she lifted herself and pulled his pants down, revealing his hardening rod. A lustful smile appeared on her lips as she sat down on his too, feeling the whole length of his rod touching her special place through the thin fabric of her white panties. The beauty began to move forward and back, teasing herself with his cock. Let's do it, no need to wait anymore. The priestess with a hot breath whispered to him. Then insert yourself. Her blue eyes gleamed as she lifted herself. Her hand went to her thin white panties, and she pushed the fabric aside, revealing wet snatch. She moved down, and her pussy came into contact with his eager rod. The blonde continued to push down as his cock slipped inside of her tight cavern. MHNNNH that's it, a hot groan escaped from her lips as she continued to push herself. Marcus looked at the queen, who was trying to fuck herself with his cock. This was not on his agenda today. With that in mind, he decided to have his way with her, who knows when he will have another chance to do so. His hands went to her firm butt and moved her down while he moved his hips up, causing his rod to smack deep into her tender cave. Shamna's eyes widened as she grimaced the next second. She could feel his cock touch the very end of her pussy. MHNNNN, a pained groan escaped from her lips as she needed to hold herself by placing her hands on his shoulders. Not that this was the end, as he began to move her. The blonde beauty moved up and down as there was no hesitation. The woman tried to control herself, as this was far too intense for someone who had never done anything like this. Before long, deep moans replaced pained groans as she felt it, her special place began to drip with excess love juices. Oh. NHHNNN. Agn. Her blue eyes looked at his purple as the pair began to enjoy this lust-driven session. Before long, Marcus flipped her over and lay her on her back. Her long legs were lifted up and placed on his shoulders. He then pressed forward, causing her to moan even louder as she felt his thing poking the very end of her special place. Well, that's it, flood me with your essence, the queen shamelessly demanded his seed, as by this point she wanted to drown in this feeling. Marcus didn't disappoint, as with a heavy thrust, he released his load to her very depths, causing her expression to twist from pleasure as he felt that she would drown. Yes. With a couple more heavy thrusts, he pulled back and lowered her legs. Shamna haggardly looked up at the ceiling as she tried to get over this feeling. This is bad. I think, I am getting addicted to this. Her gaze moved down as she looked at him. There was that smile on his face as if telling her that this was not over. He grabbed the blonde and took her to the king-size bed in the room. Marcus threw the priestess before getting into the bed himself. The inventor then moved in and spread her legs into an M shape. When the beauty saw this, she bit her lower lip. She was getting a bit frightful as she realized that he was nowhere done with her. More than a few hours later, the blonde priestess was lying on top of the emperor. There was a coy look on her face. Marcus smiled at her as his hand stroked code on her navel. It was quite sexy to have a code in such a location. Surprised? She asked him, curious. Now that they are this late in the game, there is no need to hold back or hide. Not quite, I expected you to have something like this. His hand moved to her chin as his finger stroked her lower lip. Is that so? Indeed, I have some ideas, but I don't quite know how much I should trust such an ambitious woman. She smirked for a second before getting closer to him. All you need to do to keep me loyal is visit me, she hotly replied. That's it. Fufufu, women love attention. Didn't you know that, yet? She asked him as she moved onto his lap. Shamna looked at him from the top with a lustful look. Her long hair was loose and in quite a messy state. I do know that. But someone like you wants more. That's right. But that's the thing, all I want is, you. Isn't it obvious by this point? She leaned forward before kissing her emperor. After a short but passionate kiss, she pulled back and looked at him. What else is there to it? That's right, if she has the emperor around her finger, then she will be empress of the world and in future empress of cosmos because that's where they're going. Is that so? Then I have a role that could allow you to stay close to me. Shamna immediately perked up. She got closer to him and waited for him to tell her. What do you want me to do? The blonde beauty asked him with a curious look. I want you and your kingdom to make me a Geass order equivalent. Her eyes widened. He wants secret police force. You want me to make you secret police? She asked, trying to understand what he wanted. Indeed, or if you feel dramatic, you can call it the Inquisition. My technology is reaching the point that I can make Geass and manipulate it, even make codes. The priestess in his hands trembled. She knew what this would mean to her. Why you know how to motivate a woman and keep her interested in you? My emperor. Shamna purred as she was feeling horny again. I am to please. As he knew where this was going. Colin was more than surprised. She waited for her future husband to leave that blonde woman's bedroom finally. But she kept on hearing loud moans coming from that place. They've been doing more than half a day, Jean commented after checking the clock. She was impressed and curious. Should a man have this much stamina? And clearly, that woman wanted more than just a bit. No doubt, somehow, he seduced the queen, not the other way around. Maybe at first, but then he pulled a reversal. Damn her. Colin complained that she was feeling annoyed. This small kingdom is getting into her head about getting knocked up. She thought that with those out of the picture, she could move in and get her part of it. But somehow this blonde priestess got into the big picture. Relax, we still don't know what her overall goal is. After a while, they finally left. Only this time around, Shamna didn't have any extra accessories apart from her priestess robes. There you are. Banquet ended hours ago. Colin puffed as she walked over. Apologies, I got distracted, Colin. Aha. The red-haired girl rolled her eyes as she looked at the priestess standing next to him. So. Did you get what you wanted? Dagda's pilot asked with narrowed eyes. Shamna didn't show any annoyance, instead, she hugged her emperor's hand. Indeed. We are going to be like sisters, Colin Kazuki. The blonde smiled at her. What, you are going to marry her? Fufufu, more than that. She winked at her. What does she mean by that? Colin looked at Marcus. Let's find a place to sit, first. He looked at Shamna. As you wish, follow me. She began to lead them. Let me get this straight. You want to recreate what you blew up to Kingdom Come. Colin was in disbelief when she heard that. Not just recreate but improve and make it something far greater. Any empire, kingdom, or nation have what is called secret services, it's a well-known thing, Colin. He explained to her. But I will make it far more than that. Geass should never fall into the hands of outsiders, for the simple reason that it would repeat what just happened. I became a Geass user while not being part of Britannia. It has led to its destruction. That is why it will be more than just a simple Geass order. Maribel's Technology Protection Committee will be part of it, as well as Anaheim Robotics. Anaheim Robotics. Is it still a thing? Colin looked surprised. She thought that his company had become the nation they are part of. No, it's still there. You probably recalled that the technology levels I kept separated, right? He smirked as he looked at her. You mean? Gundams and KK units, they will continue to be exclusive technology. She realized what this means. It's like empire inside of an empire, or something like secret society. Indeed. I made these foundations from the very beginning. Especially now that I am emperor of 2 empires, there will be unrest no matter how much I try. He frowned as he knew, regardless of how much he would try, there would be some lunatics who think they know better. For them, he will introduce them to the ground. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 7 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 123, Chapter 122, The Secret Police. With a new asset to the Empire, Marcus began the creation of his secret services. For that, he brought Shamna, Maribel, her knights, CC, and his G-Force to Solomon's base. As many of you know, maintaining peace is not the easiest work. The Emperor took them to his old workshop, where the most notable item in the workshop was the floating skull of a child with Geass code. That's Code Bearer's skull. Shamna was a bit worried to see something like this. Is this what happened to VV? How? That is why I am creating Anaheim Secret Police, or ASP. This force will be answering directly to me, and its only job is to keep peace by any means necessary. So we have finally reached this point, CC commented as she looked at Shamna. I wasn't expecting you to be here. The blonde looked back at CC. It would seem he was right on the spot to say that he would make his version of Geass order. I could say the same thing. To think that both code bearers are here. The priestess was impressed as she didn't expect to see both of them here. Isn't it obvious? He is the emperor of the world. The witch rolled her eyes. True, then I can begin to create the order for you. The blonde said with a smile. What order? A new knight order. Suzaku asked as he was a bit concerned when he saw CC here, and they are next to that skull. It feels Geass related. Not quite. Marcus got their attention. I promised a considerable amount of freedom to the citizens of the world. They can all practice whatever they want and believe in whatever they want. But such a great amount of freedom can lead to many bad things. Like, for example, he showed them chat messages. It was an anti-emperor movement, already. To think that there are people who already want to depose you, Jeremiah exclaimed with disbelief before it switched to anger. Indeed. That is why the secret police is necessary. A force that will move in and capture such elements. Then, you will use Gundams for this? Suzaku asked, confused. Those mechs are too big for this. Not quite. Marcus motioned to the side, and a hologram appeared showing a lineup of nightmares. Lancelot, you rebuild it. Suzaku gawked at his old machine. Not just rebuild but modernize with the latest technology. These machines are anti-personnel. Meant to capture or remove people. But this is not all, because there are times when nightmares are too big as well. That is why I will have a force of Geass users. The knights looked at CC and this new woman. That is right, you want them to be trained in Zilkston, yes. The blonde woman smiled as she looked at everyone. Indeed, the headquarters of my ASP will be in Zilkston Special Administrative Zone. Why are we still calling ourselves Anaheim? I thought we were now an empire. Aldrin was confused as she raised the question. Because the Holy Byzantine Empire is a public image of us. Do you realize that only certain people have access to KK units? There is a huge gap between Setanta and those specific technologies. From the very beginning, I developed with intentions to keep certain things apart. Marcus explained to Maribel's knight. That is why you made me leader of that committee. Maribel nodded, she realized where this was going. You shall continue to oversee that, but at the same time, you will be part of ASP to deploy forces as quickly as possible in case some nutcase is trying to make explosives or something worse. The Emperor recalled Nina, that girl was literally making nukes at school. In this world, things like these are not maybe but a possibility. As you wish, Your Majesty, I shall do that. Maribel slightly bowed to him. This is where Glinda Knights come to play. He looked at them. This force will transform into a proper police force. Think of anti-terrorist police that will deploy when the police can't handle. Aldrin, who heard that, immediately got a bit concerned. Wait, does that mean that we will be separated from Princess Maribel? The blonde asked with a bit of worry. Maribel's talents can be used in far more important positions than simple night duties or policing something. The brown-haired princess blushed a bit as she was happy to hear Marcus acknowledge her like that. Then I desire to follow my princess. I am her knight. Please, Your Majesty. The blonde asked with a hopeful tone as she slightly bowed to him. If this is what you want. He then looked at the rest of the Glinda Knights. Glinda Knights will organize with my G-Force. Marcus's gaze swept the pilots of his force and Maribel's knights. This way, you five will have some action instead of just wasting away waiting for the next conflict. The Emperor explained to them. Understood, Your Majesty. Some of them didn't like the arrangement, but at the very least, Glinda's knights were not dissolved. Hold it. What about us? Colin and Jean inserted themselves into the meeting as the pair of them walked over. The crimson-haired girl crossed her arms as she looked at her future husband. Us, me, Jean, Layla, Millie, Euphemia. She pointed at C.C as well. And the witch, we don't have a specific military rank in the Empire. I think it's about time we have something like this because it can't stay ambiguous. Colin complained as she indeed wondered where she was in the whole military ladder thing. I guess, this is the perfect time. With a nod, he made a motion, and he pulled up a pyramid on a holographic screen. You and most of my retinue are here. He showed them ASP. The whole ASP is split up into layers. There are executives, which you are, and then there are commanders. Now, executives can take control of armies and police forces in the area. Does that make executives higher than generals? Maribel asked, very curious about this whole structure, as from the looks of it, half of the ASP leaders will be technically superior to military leaders. Yes, because you are there on my behalf. He nodded at her question. Though leaders will have to work with generals, I need this to be flexible and not to offend the military branch of my empire. Marcus could only imagine Cornelia's expression when someone not him was superior to her. But then again, she is a military lady, not that flexible in certain situations. Now here are your awaited rankings. Everyone looked at the hologram screen. Maribel perked up, she smiled seeing her being an executive, same with Jeremiah. His knight holds not only a high position, but at the same time, he is part of the anti-terrorism police. Making him a double leader. As you can see, Glinda Knight's Jeremiah is your commanding officer, alongside the rest of G-Force, they will be your superiors in anti-terrorism operations. That is good. We were originally created to fight terrorism. One of them nodded. This was better than they expected, since they were created by Maribel and Aldrin just for that. Both the princess and Aldrin were happy with this development. Nice. Colin smiled, seeing her that high in the pyramid. What? You expected it to be lower? Even when you pilot a KK unit? Marcus rolled his eyes, seeing how relieved she was. No. I mean. For a second, she wondered why she was worried. I guess, stress and worry that I am not at that point. The Emperor didn't realize yet, but his Crimson pilot was feeling the pressure as Layla and Anna were pregnant with his child. My only perk is piloting. You mean you are the greatest pilot in the world? He snorted. His reply caused her to puff for a bit. Whatever. Regardless. Now for the next part. Marcus switched the theme of conversation. He got everyone's attention. As you are part of my ASP, there is one gift that I can do that will allow you to help me keep the peace even more. He motioned with his hand as an item rose from the ground. It was a pedestal. This is Geass granting pedestal. Did you just say? Geass granting. Shamna exclaimed in disbelief. That is right. I have developed a software that can cause Geass energy to manifest a Geass in a person. With a serious nod, he explained to her. As expected. You can't stay still and just have to make such a crazy piece of technology. Cece shook her head. In the end, he was able to walk around her, her only defense. Now what could she offer? With Geass, she was able to have some importance in his life. But now. It made the green-haired witch ponder on what else she could do, as if this continues, she will be forgotten. It was coming long ago. Cece, why should I stall? He asked with raised eyebrows, wondering what she meant. I suppose. It would seem my old director has no idea how to process that. Shamna smirked at the witch. Yes, I suppose you are right. Unlike you, I don't have a kingdom to tap into. Cece nonchalantly commented, causing both of them to stare at each other. The rest of them wondered what their connection was and why such competitiveness. Enough, you two. You two have your Geass, so you don't need to bother about this. I do have failed code. Is there a way to fix that? Shamna asked him as she looked at the floating skull. I do. But we can discuss that after all of the business is done. Fufufu, of course, your majesty. The priestess bowed as she took a couple of steps back. May I start? Maribel took a step forward, ready to inherit this power. The reason why she wants these eyes is that she will be able to help her emperor even more. She is, after all, the zealous one. By all means. He motioned for her to start the process. The brown-haired princess walked over and placed her hand on the pedestal, and at that moment, the code on the skull glowed. Maribel stood still for a second before she touched one of her eyes. This is it. I can feel this power. Princess. Aldrin looked worried for a second. Why yes. I am fine. The girl shook her head as she looked at her knight and then at her emperor. My emperor. I can command people. She said while touching her eye. Is that so? Then your power will be useful in your current position. Marcus smiled at her as he was expecting that. Now he wonders if it's the same Geass he knows or if she got a gentler version because she experienced fewer bad things this time around. Yes. I won't disappoint you. The girl showed him a dead serious tone. This girl was ready to slaughter, just tell where. Such expression unnerved Aldrin, who was already worried for her princess, but now it's getting worse. She looked at her emperor. The knight needs to speak with him about her princess. Who is next? Me. It's about time I get this power. Colin strolled over and placed her hand on the pedestal, and the code on the skull glowed. Colin stood still for a bit as she saw things. The last thing she saw was a Jupiter-like planet in a strange place. Well. I am interested in whether it is going to be similar to Cornelia's. Marcus exclaimed as he was interested in what his Crimson Queen got. In a way. She turned around and looked at him with her Geass eye. It does help me in a fight. She smiled a bit, but then she dismissed her eye. Oh. He waited for her to explain. I suppose, it shows me who my enemy is. She looked at him for a bit longer, there was a strange smile on her lips. Shows you, your enemies. Marcus looked curious. Now that's an interesting eye power, but why like that? Is it because of the current situation? Not knowing who could be her enemy. The girl stiffly nodded at him. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 8 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, Book 1 Epilogue. Not everyone wanted supernatural eyes. Aldrin skipped, Suzaka skipped, and almost all of the Glinda Knights skipped. Though Jeremiah forcing everyone to be loyal to me is amusing. Marcus chuckled to himself, imagining his future enemy saluting him with joyous looks as his other knight's awakened ability to force everyone to be loyal. Regardless, he looked at Shamna, who waited for him. Now that everyone has their Geass, can you solve my issue? The blonde priestess asked with a hopeful look. The issue with your code could be two reasons. One is that though the elevator you used is damaged, or that your Geass is a runaway one. He explained to her. I see. My Geass was given by CC. She looked at CC, who looked nonchalant. Most likely because you didn't use your powers for a long time, it became a runaway one. Separated from my code. CC explained to her. I doubt I could do anything. The witch shrugged. Since the priestess had a failed code, it was out of her control. Then we need to find a good thought elevator. Marcus pondered for a second. Then it's a good thing that Zilkston has two of them. Shamna smiled, now that she was certain she could use them properly. Yes, but you would lose your Geass, unless you train your code afterwards. The Queen of Zilkston looked at CC, wondering what she meant. But then she saw CC's eyes. It was Geass. Why you? The priestess swiftly looked away, hoping that she didn't fall under her spell. I am practicing controlling Geass energy. This would allow me to utilize Geass and code abilities. The witch explained to her. There was a reason why she is doing such a thing. After all, this was a fight between a witch and a priestess. I see. It would seem I am behind in understanding Geass. Shamna smiled, looking excited to know that there is much more to this than she already knows. Don't worry, I will teach you all you need to know. He smiled at her before starting to move. Since I am done here, we can move to Zilkston, time to begin with the construction of the HQ. As you wish. What Shamna heard from him was music to her ears. To make her homeland prosperous was always her dream, but now it was not a distant future but something behind a corner. I am coming with you, my emperor. Jean, who was behind him, reminded him that she was here as well. You do know you could just stay behind and do whatever you want. Marcus sighed. No. I am your knight. My job is to be by your side. The girl declared with a heated look. She is getting tired of him leaving her behind the moment she walks away somewhere. It's just pissing her off. If it were her, she would chain him up. If that's the case, then don't fall behind, Jean. He motioned to move on. You should have gotten those specialized for this. The Emperor reminded her that she should have gotten Geass, but she declined. Her reasoning is that the power was a gamble. It could have been something that could have messed up her vision, and that is bad for her duty as his knight. If I were certain what I would get, I would have accepted it. She said with a serious tone. But if your majesty insists. No, it's fine. He sighed. She was right. He was in a similar boat, but his curiosity got the better of him, especially since he could not turn it off, initially. Anyway, follow me, Jean, don't fall behind. Marcus motioned for her to follow him. Jean rolled her eyes. She is not slow. Marcus looked at the thought elevator in Shamna's temple. What should I do? She asked him as they looked at the wall carving. It should be thought-based. Everything is thought-based because this thing is consciousness-based. You already have a semi-functioning code. My theory is that you need a form of linchpin. This should be some sort of understanding. The Emperor stroked his chin as he didn't know it either. It's to discard that attachment. Geass is a manifestation of your inner desire, or in some cases, a form of training that you need to overcome. It's a form of transcendence. CC explained to them. When I got my Geass, I wanted to be loved, as I was just a slave girl. Eventually, that desire got dulled down. What I wanted in the end was true love, not some basic affection from everyone. It's a form of curse that you need to overcome. The witch explained. Both of them looked surprised to see her talk that much. I suppose you had centuries to think about it, Marcus commented. His comment caused the witch to frown at him. Something like that. That is why when you interact with the thought elevator, that is what you should think about it. CC explained as she, for now, ignored Marcus and his age-related comments. Very well. The blonde woman placed her hand on the thought elevator. In the meantime, the pair of them looked at her, trying to achieve true code. CC's explanation was something he always thought about. Geass is a Celtic concept that means a vow. It means something like a contract that CC talks about. But in essence, it's a vow to oneself, a thing that one needs to overcome. If one fails, that individual goes insane, like how it was with that Mao guy, or one can overcome and transcend, like how it could get for Charles, as he overcame his Geass and had it in complete control until he inherited the code from V.V in the canon timeline. There are twists and turns. Marcus still wondered if CC truly overcame her Geass to inherit the code, but from the looks of it, code can be forced on one as well. Truly, one will never know with this power. It's annoying and complex, like humans are. After a bit more time, Shamna lowered her hand, turned around and looked at them. Well. You didn't disappear, I suppose you didn't enter the elevator. Cece asked as she looked at the priestess. It worked. I feel different. The woman looked at her hand. It was different, she felt, detached now. In essence, the code is an overload of Geass energy in your body. What I think you feel is that you have too much of it. As a side effect, you are stuck in time. Marcus explained to her, but then Cece added her 2 bits. In other words. Cece grinned. You are not truly alive, and because of that, you can't truly perform your duties as Empress now. What's the point of being one if you can't give an heir? The witch explained in a lazy tone. Is that all you care about? Marcus looked at her with a weirded out look. Of course. What else could I possibly care about? Did you forget what my Geass was? Cece huffed and puffed. She was feeling pissed off. How much does she need to explain to him? I see. I guess in the end you are not that complex. He mumbled that under his breath, causing her to see red. What does that supposed to mean? The witch turned into an angry cat who was about to unleash hell upon him. What it means is that I am relieved and can cuddle you as much as you want. Oh, then say so from the very beginning. Cece deflated like a balloon when she heard that. All I needed was confirmation. The Emperor took her hand and pulled her into one of the couches in Shamna's temple. The green-haired beauty ended up in his lap as the pair began to cuddle. Such actions caused Shamna annoyance as she looked at her hand. Now she can give Geass left and right, but she is no longer a normal human. What is with this exchange? Thankfully, from the looks of it, Marcus has a solution for her. After Shamna received her real code, work began to turn Zilkston into the headquarters of his secret police organization. From space capsules with resources began to arrive, carrying Legion bots with them. The nation already had them to a considerable level. But this nation was a coastal desert, with the city built at its edge. As a result, many Legion bots began terraforming the desert areas. One of the ways was a climate-controlling tower. It was a prototype, but it will do its job and bring rain to the desert country. Of course, simple rain is not a solution to grow something. Dirt is needed, which is what he brought next. Not that this was the final thing, as the next project was a railway to Constantinople, to the capital of the world. With all of these projects in place, Marcus could finally leave as his job was done. The rest is up to the Legion bots and Zilkstani people. Though the Emperor has confidence after seeing how fanatical those people are for their priestess. He could safely leave for his next mission, and that was space, to see Nina. At Lagrange 3, behind the sun, at the most advanced technology development location, the Emperor boarded the R&D belonging to the nerdy green-haired girl who has been making world-changing drills for him. This is it. The nerdy developer proudly showed him what she had created. It was 8 slender pencil-looking metal rods. These are Geass OS-powered drills that will generate heat upon drilling to a specific depth. They should melt the lake underwater and kick-start those portals in the South Pole. The girl explained as she pushed her glasses up. She was excited to see her Emperor. To show him all of her hard work. Then everything is ready? He asked with a similarly excited look. It is. I have designed specific carrier ships for these rods. We can use them to terraform worlds. Considering we will need towers and this type of rod. Ships that can carry towers are essential. Marcus nodded at her. She was right. Specific colonization type of ships, something he hasn't considered yet. As he needed to deal with the planet he lives on first. Then shall we? Yes. The pair looked like excited children, causing Jean, behind her Emperor, to look a bit concerned about how easily Her Majesty could be swayed like this. With orders given, a new slender spaceship flew over. This ship was special as it could move into a vertical position to launch rods or towers into the planet below. Named after another star, Altair, this was an Altair-class terraformer. A ship that has only one purpose, drop rods, from space if need be. How is that not a warship? Regardless, the first rods were taken, and the group boarded the Marcus carrier to see how this Altair ship operates. They watched from space as Altair entered the atmosphere, shifted into a vertical position, and then began launching drill rods from above the research base at the South Pole. Now, these rods were not simple, they moved as they fell, finding the best angle before starting to drill. Eventually, all of them were launched. How long will this take? Marcus asked with crossed hands. He wondered how much time he had left to prepare for his next adventure. By my estimation, around 5 years. Marcus turned stiff as his gaze went to Nina. 5 years? He asked with disbelief on his face. Yes. We can't melt that ice quickly, it could cause a cave-in. Soil could rapidly turn soft, and it could cause the whole thing to collapse. That is why I advise strengthening the foundations of that place. The nerdy girl explained to him. Fuck, and I wanted to have some fun along the way while I build for space, damn it. I guess I focus on developing my empire first. The end of the first book. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 9 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 125, Book 2 Prologue. It was Byzantine Cosmic Era Year 5. After waging war on the whole world, Anaheim emerged victorious. Uniting the world under a single banner has brought prosperity. Territories that never had great access to technology or even essentials received tremendous support. It was the new empire's directive to develop all of the lands under its control. Regardless of whether it was a desert or jungle, the mechanical force of Anaheim, or as they call themselves, the Holy Byzantine Empire, would descend from space and start working. Before long, everyone would accept the simple fact that under this empire, life was far better. Even the greatest haters would begrudgingly accept that it was better than going by themselves. Not that anyone tried to do something. Such people would swiftly disappear without a trace. Over the years, the crown jewel of the Imperium became the 3 massive space elevators at the equator. It was proof of humanity's ability to build enormous buildings. Entering atmosphere in 1 minute, return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts, a woman's voice spread through a linear train's intercoms. Millie Anaheim was humming to herself and enjoying her no-gravity experience when she snapped out after hearing the woman speak. She floated back to her seat before fastening her seatbelt. The girl got comfortable as she looked through the window at the massive projection of Earth over the train's window. It was a holographic projection of where the train was at the moment. It was rushing down to the planet's surface towards the continent of Africa. No matter how many times I see this, it never gets old. After the elevators were finished over a year and a half ago, she would use any chance she had to use the linear trains to move to space or return. Once it was finished, these trains became a massive success. Not success but a necessity like a car or a plane. Some people use them daily. Whoever works in space would leave in the morning and then return to Earth by evening. Eventually, Millie felt gravity take its course. She felt how she got pushed into her seat. Several minutes later, she saw a growing city at the bottom of the pillar. It was a circular metropolis built around the elevator. Even from here, she could see greenery in the city. Since this was the equator, it was extremely warm. Because of that, there was not only air conditioning everywhere, but also parks with a considerable number of trees and man-made lakes. Apart from lakes, there were fountains in all the major squares and a considerable number of trees practically everywhere, making the city feel a bit cooler. Though those spinning towers generate cool air as well. Millie always found these towers amusing on her trips. These towers generate cool wind and send it down to the streets below. How a hollow tower like that could do it, she has no idea. Welcome to the ground level of Pillar Byzantium. I hope you enjoyed the trip, and thank you for traveling with PLTS. For discount tickets for your next trip to space, please check our online store. You can always find tickets at an affordable price, and have a nice stay on Earth. The announcer spoke through the comms as the linear train arrived at the station. Unlike normal trains, these ones are vertical, so they are a bit different. There are a lot more doors, and it's more like a moving tower than a train. Something Millie took a while to get used to. Regardless, as the girl left the train, the platforms for the train were a bit different as well. There are a bunch of escalators that lead to the ground level. When one was at the back when leaving the space station, now they have a long trip down from a skyscraper-sized long escalator, or they can take an elevator, one of those. That's the downside of a vertical train. But one gets used to it. Thankfully, because of such an arrangement, there is rarely a long line at the ticket gates. When Millie arrived at the gates, she saw familiar faces. Not you guys again. The blonde lady complained as before her were men in black suits and glasses. Your Majesty, please come with us, we have a private plane ready for you. One of the bodyguards asked in a borderline begging tone. This woman is making their life hard. Nope. I will take public transport. Groan. Please. Nope. Now I am off. One of the empresses of the world dashed out of the pillar station. She pulled out a baseball hat to cover from the equatorial sun. There was a huge grin on her face. This was life. True freedom. Sure, she might be one of the empresses of the world. But there are several of them. Her job is quite a simple one. After getting herself married, since everyone was doing that, she joined her sisters as well. Well, she didn't want to wait anymore. After becoming one of the empresses, she ended up responsible for education. Something her family is good at. Just like that, her family, the Ashfords, became the educational institution of the empire. Private schools, public schools, universities and colleges, all of that, under her. Now it would be a tall order, but she was an empress, she could hire people, and that meant she could delegate her work. All that was left for her was traveling. Just like now. The girl just returned from the latest colony on Mars. Over the past 5 years, over 50 million people moved to space. The population spread out caused an interesting effect. Land is much cheaper now. On Earth or space, it's cheaper now. As Millie was thinking about the changes, she rushed to the taxis outside the pillar. She went to the first one. "Hello. Take me to the North train station." With that said, the girl got into the back of the car, her travel bag next to her. "All right." The taxi driver nodded as soon as the taxi began to float, then rushed out of the parking lot. The new floating technology swiftly spread throughout the whole empire. The designs for roads and cities changed considerably. While old cities couldn't change that easily, the same can't be said for the new ones, like Pillar Byzantium. The city built around the pillar was one of the newest types of cities with floating cars. There were multiple lanes in the air. Hologram technology became widespread in roads and cars to assist in air traffic management. This is to ensure no collisions occur and cities don't bloat. That means space is better managed. Meaning that roads and walking areas can stack on each other. Such development is a sign of the sci-fi era, something Millie enjoys to see as well. From the air, she can see how the city is expanding as new neighborhoods are being built. Among them, more skyscrapers are popping up in a matter of weeks. New companies are being created nearly daily. From resource management to processing to food transportation to energy distribution. This was truly a cosmic era. There are 3 major train stations that leave from Pillar Byzantium. North Station is particularly busy as it goes to the Imperium capital, Constantinople. The second most used is the East Station that goes to the east and the continent of Asia. Among the train stops, there is Zilkston, quite a popular place. From food to beaches, the place became a tourist destination, a resort, quite a departure from its past as a kingdom of warriors. Though all those warriors are still around, as Zilkston doesn't have orphans, in fact, orphans don't exist anymore. There are several initiatives and organizations that deal with homelessness and related issues, such as orphans. The emperor himself, who had to grow up homeless for a while, created these programs. Among them, the talented children quickly get the attention they deserve. After all, orphans are the ones most likely to become dangerous. Marcus is well aware that he should instill love for the empire in them first. After all, the war just ended, and they could be orphans made by his empire, not because of bad parenting. Apart from Zilkston, the train lines can move all the way to Japan. The island nation is no longer an island nation. Floating technology is more than capable of building semi-floating bridges that connect islands to the mainland. The better the connection, the more stable the empire. After all, the smaller it feels, the better it makes. It's a psychological trick to bring humanity closer to each other. People can't complain to the emperor that he is trying to trick them, as after all, transportation is critical to an empire anyway. Back to the train stations, the last one is 3 times smaller than the one that goes to the north. Unlike the other 2, South Station only goes to the southernmost tip of Africa. Mostly, the South has been designated as residential and relaxation districts. Since countries don't exist anymore, the empire has dedicated areas for specific purposes. Most of Africa is either residential, tourist or for exotic trips. Even then, Marcus was very picky about how he wanted this place to be developed. The emperor is very serious when it comes to this place. After all, he loves lions, cheetahs and leopards, as well as other animals. That is why he is dead serious about their treatment. Poachers are on his hit list. To kill on sight, simple as that. Many people stopped doing that after a couple died while trying to get rare rhino horns. As Millie was recalling all the developments, the taxi arrived at the train station. The North Station is a literal skyscraper with 4 large floors stacked on each other. Instead of spreading out on the ground, the newest train lines were built one on top of the other to conserve land space. There are 4 floors, each floor has 10 lines. These lines may start here, but they spread out in all directions after leaving the station. Some of them even go south, east and west, joining with other lines. The city was built with maximum efficiency. Regardless of where you enter the network, you will reach your destination with minimal train changes. The blonde lady with a smile strolled into the building after paying for the taxi. She swiped her travel card at the ticket barrier before taking the escalator to the top, where the most direct trains to the capital depart. These trains don't stop anywhere but the major administrative zones, like Cairo or Damascus. Next one in 5 minutes, enough time for coffee. Millie hummed as she strolled over to the coffee shop. The girl loved this new life. She might have an Anaheim surname, but not many know her or have seen her on live TV. She is quite incognito, working behind people. Sure, if people dig enough, they could find her picture, but the new imperial family is not that public. Marcus is a public person because he is the emperor, but others. Layla from time to time appears on TV, but Anna, people can barely recognize her. And that is for the best, because Legion does make sure their images barely appear on the internet, especially when the emperor became a father. The emperor of the world is a big softy with his 2 girls and 1 boy. Especially 2 girls. Millie is a bit afraid of what will happen to the world when those 2 grow up. Instead of teaching them discipline and being a strict father, the emperor is pampering them. Both Anna and Colin were shocked to find themselves the ones who had to teach discipline to those two girls. Though it's a bit different for Layla, who gave Marcus the imperial heir. However, the blonde said that she will never be pregnant again, as it was torture for her. However, Marcus wondered if it was because she was pregnant with a boy. It could be different with a girl. Regardless, thankfully, I don't have any of my own. Millie smugly recalled the tired expression of her sisters. Marcus is a sinister man who doesn't offer them much help with their kids. Simply because they wanted them, now they need to deal with it. That alone made the blonde lady reel back and shelve the idea until she had had enough of traveling. The next train to Constantinople arrives in 1 minute. Right on time. Millie smiled as she took a sip of her coffee. She watched the floating train roll into the platform. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 10 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 126, Book 2, Chapter 1, Mars Ruins. Constantinople, the capital of the world. The ancient city received its second chance at becoming the most important city in the world. Over the 5 years, it grew enormously. The city was transformed and restored to its ancient glory. The core city center was rich in Roman and Greek heritage, and old reconstruction methods were used in its rebuild. But just outside the city center, it became a metropolis with tall buildings and flying cars. Highways were designed to meet the new technological advancements. Among them, it became a transportation hub. Flying cars, trains, regular planes, and even the first-ever spaceport were VIP guests arriving from the colonies. Though the actions were taking place at the main intercity train station. At the ticket barrier, a squad of royal guards had gathered, led by a girl with short, wine-colored hair. She didn't look any older than 20. Dressed in imperial military robes and a cloak, she was waiting for someone with a resigned look. As she was standing, regular people wondered who the hell they were waiting for. Don't the Imperials have private planes and spaceships? Eventually, a blonde woman in a baseball hat passed through the ticket barrier, and the guards sprang into action. Leading the front was the cloaked lady. "Your Majesty, can you not try to get us fired with your actions?" She whispered into the ear of the blonde lady. "Jean, relax. No one knows that it's me. Besides, it's more interesting to travel this way." Empress Millie. Jean sighed as she massaged her forehead. "At the very least, come with us back to the palace." The Night Lady exclaimed with a resigned tone. "Fine. I don't like waiting in traffic jams." Millie puffed her cheeks. She learned that a while back. Traffic in huge cities is annoying. "We were able to lower the traffic jams by 20% since your last complaint." The knight proudly replied as she regained some of her motivation. "Good. Anyway, how is Marcus doing?" Millie asked about her husband, as she had not seen him for a couple of weeks. "Working. The 5-year waiting period is ending. The portals have begun to emit certain frequencies. We have been able to discern how they work, and for now, we have focused on a single one." Jean explained as they walked to the waiting cars. "It's not classified information anymore." Millie realized that they were talking openly about it. "We have removed whatever information there is about this on the extranet, and what I said is not classified. The details are," they said to Millie as she opened the doors for her. "I see." She got into the limo as soon as the motorcade moved with flying police bikes and black SUV-like flying cars. Swiftly she got comfortable as she watched through the window at the sprawling metropolis full of skyscrapers. Over the years, capitalists grew quite wealthy through space ventures. Thankfully, Marcus kept them at bay from the government as he stomped on whatever forms they might have had to influence it. His grip on power one could even call totalitarian. Not that the world cared, no one was starving, everyone was entertained and, most importantly, flames of rebellion would end up stomped before they could raise. Bad people would simply disappear. Millie has only heard of a special branch of the military that wields considerable influence in policing the public. Oh my, it would seem the Imperial Palace has finished with upgrades. The blonde empress looked at the building that the motorcade was approaching. It was a square citadel at the edge of the sea, with a palace on top of it. Even if it was huge like this, Millie is guaranteed that there are floors underneath it. She is well aware that there is a single train line that leads to an underground. She has never seen it being used before. And she loves traveling. Eventually, the motorcade arrived at its destination, an elevated platform where cars could land and park. There was a lineup of people waiting for her, among them a pair of small girls. Millie's eyes perked up seeing them. As the doors opened, the blonde lady got out and walked over to the gathered people. "Yay. Millie is back. Our favorite mother is back." The black-haired, small girl with green eyes exclaimed in a delighted tone. "Claudia." Her mother sighed. It was a pink-haired woman with green eyes. "Still upset that you make her study?" Millie commented with a strained smile. "This little girl is the eldest daughter of the Emperor of the world. Her name is Claudia Anaheim." Marcus decided to name his children after Roman emperors and leaders. A small girl next to her was a red-haired girl with striking purple eyes. She was a bit younger and had this spitfire-like aura around her. The girl was the youngest, the daughter of Colin, who became pregnant a year after the world was conquered. You could say that. I want to see what you brought for me from the colonies. Claudia happily revealed why Millie was the favorite mother. It's the gifts. Me too. The other girl, by the name Julia, said with a sharp nod. She nodded a couple of times. I see. Millie was a bit disappointed, but it was understandable. Yes, anyway. Let's get in, dinner is about to get ready. Oh, that time already. The blonde empress reacted as she checked the time, it was just past 12. Time sure flies when you travel. She shook her head as Anna smiled. She gently pulled the two girls inside the citadel. Gifts? Claudia asked one more time. Her face began to sink as she slowly began to worry that there were no gifts. After dinner I have a couple of things from Mars colonies. The pair of princesses immediately perked up. The pink-haired empress sighed in resignation, and her maids followed suit. They hoped that it was nothing related to sugar, because if it is. At the dinner table, Millie saw Layla and Marcus's middle child. The heir to the imperial throne. Trojan Anaheim, named after one of the greatest Roman emperors. When Marcus declared all of his children's names would be named after Romans, all he got were eye rolls. He was nerding about Rome, quite a bit, actually. But still. He looks like a small version of Lulu, minus the blonde hair. Millie smiled as she could see the spitting image of the emperor in Layla's son. Even the way he sits and all of those expressions. It's so cute she wants to pinch his cheeks. I hope you stay longer this time around, or are you planning to run away again? Layla asked as she took a sip of her tea. Over the years, the logistics empress has matured quite a bit. Her hairstyle changed as well, she now has free-falling hair, and her aura became quite disciplined as she needs to make sure her son copies her. Unlike his father, he just loves showing cool stuff to his son instead of teaching him. That's how Marcus is, he wants his son to do the same cool stuff. As in, make huge killer robots. Nope, Mars is the most recent colony that needed its education system put in place. Now that it's done, I can relax until the next colony gets up and running. Millie explained in a lazy tone. Most of her jobs are done. Now she can take a proper holiday. That would take a while. The next one is Jupiter, and we are still working on radiation shielding technology for that specific place. Layla replied as she stroked her chin, recalling the recent technology demonstration for the Jupiter venture. There is a higher chance that you will be going to Alpha Centauri first before visiting Jupiter's colonies. The blonde empress said to her fellow empress. It's that soon, huh? Millie looked with wonderment. They will soon be a multi-solar system empire. Now that is impressive. First proper, deep spaceman-controlled spaceship will be launching soon from Lagrange 3. We were able to convert the third-generation fusion reactors into viable ship engines. It wasn't that hard, the issue was other technologies and sustainability. Marcus technologies originally were mobile suit-based. Now it's only a matter of time before the rest of the tech plateau at that level. Layla explained as she looked at Millie, then at her son. She was like a mother hawk, making sure he behaved at the table. Sometimes he shows that Marcus style of stubbornness, which really pisses her off sometimes. So that's it. How long is the journey? Millie asked curiously, she is even considering joining one of these deep space trips. Well, she was part of it once, years ago, when they were collecting asteroids for the war effort. Over a day. Not that far. That's it. I thought it would take longer. The fellow blonde gawked at the news. That's super short. It is anti-gravity tech, what do you expect? They should return in a week after exploring all 3 suns in Centauri. There are signs of a possibly habitable planet circling around one of the suns. Layla explained to her. She recalled Marcus complaining and hoping that there were no tall, blue, cat-like people living on one of the planets. Strange and very specific. I see. This is a very exciting moment for us. Debatable. We are preparing for the worst. Anna replied from the other side as she made sure her daughter was sitting properly at the table. You mean aliens? Millie commented with a strained smile. She watched too many movies, and her understanding of what they could look like is a bit flawed. Precisely. We have robust policies and contingencies in place for them. The pink-haired science empress explained as she recalled all the meetings she had to attend on top of her mother's duties. She was one of those who realized that her husband was getting back at her for that Paris incident with all of this work. So it's fine. The trio continued to talk as the kids quickly got bored, but they did behave, and then a certain red-haired woman joined them as well. Colin strolled in and got to sit next to her daughter, who swiftly scrambled to get on her lap. Not long after her, Marcus entered. He was followed by two ladies and his knight Jean, who was at the back. The two who followed him were his prime minister, Kaguya Sumeragi, who had crawled to that position after a good couple of years of hard work. The other individual was his little sister, Nunnally, who became representative of the people. It's a unique job where she travels around the world and interacts with regular people, learns about their lives, and what they need going forward. She is a link between the Imperials and the regulars. Though, at the moment, all four of them looked concerned. "Let's eat first, then we can discuss something important," Marcus said to the gathered people as he swiftly joined his wives at the table. Where is CC? That girl is always so random." Millie noticed that the witch empress was nowhere to be seen. For the next half an hour, the dinner was quite stiff as the atmosphere was weird. Ugh. "Marcus, tell me how your day was. This is dreary and not good for my skin," Millie complained, making Marcus chuckle at his wife. "Sure." After dinner in the main living room, the girls gathered to hear something major from Marcus. With the Emperor in his seat and a teacup in hand, he began to tell what got him this concern. Around 4 hours ago, a group of explorers on Mars' South Pole discovered ruins of unknown origin. Initial estimation is that these ruins are between 45 to 50,000 years old. The Emperor of the world dropped the bombshell, causing those who hadn't heard before to stare at him with disbelief. "You mean to tell me that the little green men are not fake?" Millie asked with a dumbfounded face. "Indeed, maybe even worse. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 11 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 127, Book 2, Chapter 2, Mass Relay." Sometimes, Marcus wondered why he awakened in this specific world. Why the Black Prince? Sure, he loved technology. In his previous life, he rushed headfirst to discover everything he could about space. The awe of seeing an alien world remained with him even to this day. It was the driving force that made him conquer the world and drag humans into space while they screamed and complained. Now, he is starting to understand why he was here. "Legion, prepare my tyrannies. Preparing your mobile suit, your majesty." The Emperor threw his cloak on his workshop chair before walking to his locker room. He opened the wardrobe and pulled out one of his pilot suits and began to change into. Once done, he put on the piloting gloves and took the helmet. With all the preparations done, he left the room and took a lift to his personal hangar. It was a circular room with 3 floors of mechs waiting for him. These mobile suits were sorted by their generation. The second one had the most, as he had all of the KK units stored here, while the latest one, the 3rd generation, had only 2. The prototype Luff and now his personal traveling machine, Gundam Throne Tyrannies. In Tyrannies, the 3rd generation technology was perfected. Especially, the gravity-based technology. It was the most difficult part. Gravity is not like fire or lightning, it's far more profound. It took a while to tailor it to something like a mobile suit. Unlike space colonies or space stations, a mobile suit needs finesse. As Marcus was recalling his research, he looked at Tyrannies. His black and purple mech was pulled from the pedestal and brought to the central platform. The mech then moved and picked up its pilot, bringing it to the torso where the cockpit was. Once the Emperor was inside the cockpit, he got into his seat, and the screens and holograms turned on. There were no control sticks or any buttons. The 3rd generation had perfected the neural interface, and holograms were far more responsive than ever before. Physical instruments like control sticks are considered primitive now. On top of all, this was the ultimate form of security. If the AI doesn't recognize you, well then, there is no way of turning the machine on. This was the lesson he learned in the war for world domination. Back when his old and discontinued Satantas were still in use. Britannians tried to reuse wrecked mechs. Thankfully, the OS of his machines is very specific and hard to replace. The only thing the Britannians could do was try to customize it for their use. But a switch code was embedded in the software's very foundations. Meaning that once the code is sent, the OS returns to the factory model. A trap. Now there is no need for any of that. Because the mech cannot be turned on, and even if the mass-produced models are recovered, they would need to replace cockpits and design an OS that is something one can't simply do in a matter of days or even weeks. Once the Gundam powered up, it folded into its cruising/plane mode, and before him, a tunnel opened, with runway lights igniting inside. At the end of the tunnel, he could see seawater. With a thought, the mobile suit accelerated and launched him from his hangar. Moments later, the mech was underwater before rushing upwards into the sky and then space. The reason why water doesn't fill up his hangar was one of the prototype force field technologies he adapted when he built his underground hangar. Now, this technology is widely used in space colonies and in the new lineup of spaceships he will be creating for his armies. And if it's true, what he found on Mars in this trip, he will need to prepare for a massive war. Marcus frowned at the thought as Tyrannies left the gravity well of Earth. The machine reoriented towards deep space. Set course for Pluto. We are going for the very edge of our solar system. Understood. Removing limiters, switching to interstellar flight. Tyranny's gravity resonators glowed bright blue as they began to emit particles. A bright blue vertical halo appeared behind the mech before the machine disappeared from the area. It became a blue dot in the far distance. It was like a star. The Gundam Throne Tyranny's was built with cutting-edge technology that combines gravity resonator technology, frequencies and vibrations tech from the South Pole ruins, and ion technology. The machine no longer has traditional thrusters that generate thrust, instead, it emits particles that interact with the very fabric of reality. In layman's terms, it kicks off from reality to move like a springboard. Such a principle has no limits, as theoretically, the mechanism has no resistance, and the platform of kicking off reality has no size difference either. The only limits are the fusion reactor's power and the energy it can emit. And so far, there was no need to increase the size of the Dyson sphere-style reactor. In fact, the schematics of the sphere were simply simplified, and the number of heat absorbers increased. Possible improvement solutions include different types of suns. So far, they have been able to make red stars, which are the weakest in terms of the heat they produce. Not that Marcus spends time improving the cores. Maybe I will start investing in this. Honestly, the moment he learned about the ruins on Mars, his first reaction was, I need a bigger gun. But first, he needs to confirm his suspicion. That is why he left with his machine. His trip to the edge of the solar system was short. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived there. Turn on your long-range sensors. We are looking for large metallic objects. Understood. Beginning search. The holograms in the cockpit shifted as Marcus began a flyby. Your Majesty. I have located something. Marcus stiffened when he heard that. He took a deep breath as he focused on the image provided by Legion. Damn it all. It is a mass relay. The Emperor grimaced as he realized what was going on. In his past life, there was one game he played for many hours, and he completed many walkthroughs. He loved pretty much everything about it, the cast, the aliens, the tech, the RPG and shooter mix. Though the ending was shit. However, he never imagined in his wildest dreams that he was part of that universe. The Inventor Emperor never wished for anyone to be part of this world. Simply because of the end threat. The civilization-ending threat. It was a race of sentient machines that had been harvesting civilization for millions upon millions of years. These machines were hard at work when dinosaurs roamed the earth. Maybe it's the Reapers who caused the previous civilization to run away through the portals. Marcus turned on his conspiracy theory brain and began thinking about hundreds of scenarios. In the end, he pinched his own hand. The pain cut off his deep thoughts, forcing him to look at the dormant mass relay. This was a trap. He won't be turning this thing on. No. He will scrap it. Reverse engineer it and find all the little secrets. Sir, this is an unidentified construct. There is no such thing in my databases. That's because this thing is not made by us but aliens, Marcus explained with a frown as he turned Tyranny's around and rushed back to Earth. It was time to put on his working gloves. He needs to return to making stuff. If he is right, he should have around 200 years before the Reapers arrive. That sounds a lot. But this is a galactic threat. Millions of kilometers-long machines can brainwash people. He needs big guns to blow those things up. I suppose Geass energy is the natural counter to this. The Inventor Emperor pondered as his mobile suit smoothly entered Earth's atmosphere before returning to the Bosphorus Strait and lastly to his hangar. He jumped out from his cockpit and into Tyranny's hand. The mech lowered him to the floor level. The Emperor, with rapid steps, walked to the lift that took him to his workshop. Marcus immediately went to the project pages and began creating defensive systems, space fortresses, mass relay recovery, a Mars base, and other auxiliary projects related to these. Only after doing this did he go to the locker room to change clothes. Your Majesty, you can't just leave. Jean said the moment he left the changing room. I had to check something. There was no time for expeditions. He said, with a dead serious tone, making her shut up. This was Marcus's not arguing voice. We are not alone, Jean. There is no time for pleasantries anymore. I have ordered a long list of things that we need to do. He explained to his knight. I understand. What do you need me for? She nodded seriously before asking him. You will start by helping Layla with logistics. The key point is moving resources where they need to go. Marcus stroked his chin as he pondered this. He turned on his hologram and dropped the bombshell news in his science division. It was a simple, aliens are real, line with a photo from the Mars expedition team. I knew it. It was so obvious. Mathematically, it makes sense. There are simply too many solar systems in the universe. But, I never expected they were next door. Lloyd replied almost immediately. Lloyd, don't send messages in caps lock to the Emperor. Cecilia replied to Lloyd's message a few moments later. We have aliens, and you sent me this. Don't you understand how serious this is? The nerdy scientist began to complain to his fellow researcher. Marcus's eyebrows trembled as he was not in the mood for this. Regardless, you four are relocated to Mars until further notice. Organize with explorers to study the alien ruins. We need to figure out what we are dealing with. The Emperor instructed his scientists. Anna, you will supervise them. Be careful. Understood, leave it to me. The pink-haired Empress replied. Nina didn't even reply, as the girl was buried under work, developing technology to terraform Venus. The first thing she wanted to do was suck all the carbon dioxide out of the planet. To do that, she proposed satellites that use gravity technology to drain out the clouds that have buried the planet for millions of years. All of those extracted clouds will go to Mars. Though, now that they have found the ruins, it could change. The red world is off limits. Marcus ended the conversation and then looked at Jean. Go, join up with Layla and start your work. In the meantime, I will start with my work as well. Understood, Your Majesty. What about the portals? His knight reminded her about that. This could be the game changer. Technology that I could find on the other side. Even if I develop more advanced technology than Reapers, those buggers are simply too many. Should I pull the green ending? But for that ending, I would need to be cyborg. Hell, all three endings would lead to my death, even red. That ending would lead to the death of technology and a literal restart of civilization. Marcus rubbed his hair in frustration. In the end, I will need to fight all of those millions of machines. The Inventor Emperor sighed as he realized that he would need to collect talent and even more firepower. But even if I mine all of the planets around my local cluster to make mobile suits and warships, it won't be enough. There are enough Reapers to surround the whole galaxy. Ugh. Your Majesty, are you okay? Jean looked worried. Don't worry. I am thinking of things. I need to process all of these findings. For now, leave me alone. He motioned for her to leave. His knight slowly nodded as she left his workshop. Sigh. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 12 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 128, Book 2, Chapter 3, To Mars We Go. Marcus began developing defensive installations while his scientists scrambled to organize a proper expedition to the South Pole of Mars. Thankfully, this was not the hardest mission to undertake, as Mars had a selection of colonies. These colonies' original purpose was to provide a population to work on terraforming the world. In other words, when Marcus decided that each world would have space colonies, these colonies would house a specific group of people. In the Mars situation, the colonies were full of people who were experts in atmosphere, biodiversity, geology, and everything one would need to create a habitable planet. So these colonies lacked people who were experts in archaeology. The initial archaeological phase passed several years ago. The world has been designated for terraforming without threatening archaeological sites. Clearly, we need to improve our archaeologists. Anna looked at the data provided for her. The people stumbled upon the ruins remnants while working at the South Pole to access water. The building was buried under Mars' red sands. Approaching Mars, Your Majesty. The captain of the expedition-class frigate said to Anna. The spaceship was designed to work as a research command post until proper facilities are built. The ship is preparing to position itself in low orbit above the pole of the world. Slow and speedy, Captain. Send the word to the sword colonies to send Legion capsules. The pink-haired Empress said to the men. Understood, contacting the colonies. With a nod, the communication was established, and the scientist Empress checked the information the explorers on site had provided. Her fingers swirled and played with her hair while she was reading the reports. It has been years since she did any real work. She was spending most of her time with her daughter. Marcus wouldn't allow any long-term work. This was different, understandably so. It was an alien research facility. Initial proposition from Marcus is that this is an observation facility directed towards Earth. Anna was a bit worried about that. If this were the case. What does this mean? Empress Layla is contacting us, Your Majesty. Patch her through. Anna, I have compiled a list of possible styles of facilities we can build. Since water won't be an issue, we are far more flexible. The blonde Empress showed her several styles of buildings that they could build for the research facility. Pick one you think would be the best. Most important thing I do believe is to make sure communication is stable with colonies. That won't be an issue. We will position one of the colonies to be right above the facility to keep a constant connection. The blonde showed the sword-style colony hanging above Mars. Good enough. We can proceed with this. Anna nodded as she proceeded with issuing her orders. One of the sword-style colony moves its tip and targets the South Pole. The colony's cannon fired 3 capsules towards the Martian lands. These were the Legion bots that would prepare the site for construction. One of the capsules was carrying parts for a fusion reactor that will power the new facility. Not long afterwards, the scientists left the expedition frigate, followed by mobile workers, then a small squad of cataphract mobile suits. The third-generation mass-produced machines that replaced Setanta as the main combatants. A couple of days later, the site had been excavated enough that people could arrive and inspect it in person. The building looked like an abandoned research facility of some sort. There were no signs of houses or other types of buildings, except a singular building that was carved into an ancient canyon side. The canyon was nowhere to be found anymore. Most likely filled up with sand and dust over thousands of years. The initial explorers concluded that it could have been artificial in the first place to protect from Mars' ruthless winds. The winds were indeed an issue. Mars is well known for its ruthless sandstorms thanks to its more erratic axis tilt. Without a moon, this world's seasons are longer and more dangerous. Because of that, the sandstorms could last for weeks if not months. While all that sounds awful, Marcus and Layla devised a solution a couple of years ago. To assist in the logistics of planet colonization, the pair created portable fusion reactors that emit a magnetic field barrier. For Mars, they specifically altered these fusion reactors with a small gravitational force to create fields that keep Mars's winds and worst of the weather at bay. Because of that, working in such a location is not an issue. On top of that, they can have breathable air in these bubbles, too. The only issue is the temperature, but for that, a new type of suit has been developed as part of colonial efforts on dangerous planets. With preparations for human arrival done, the first small spacecraft carrying scientists arrived. The first ship carrying a group of well-known scientists arrived. The first one to step foot was the nerdy scientist. Dressed in a new full-body type suit, Lloyd took a deep breath. Ah, Martian air. Quite dull, but it will do. Lloyd exclaimed that he was wearing a specific mask that helped him breathe even when the temperature was close to minus 100 degrees Celsius. One would get hypothermia in mere moments, lungs would freeze, and one's death would come extremely quickly. For that, specific masks for assisted breathing were developed. It's a much better solution than needing to wear breathing masks with oxygen tanks. It's not technically Martian air. Cecilia, next to him, commented as she looked around. This was the first time she had set foot on an alien world. Don't give me those technicalities, more specifically, look at that. Lloyd grinned under the face mask. He was giddy. Alien building. Alien tech. Here he comes. Indeed. With how hostile this world is to life, such buildings can last for a very long time. Cecilia smiled, even though it's 50,000 years old. It can continue to exist even now, thanks to how hostile Mars is to any and all life. It's life itself that causes buildings to crumble and fall apart. Weather adds to it as well, but things like trees and bacteria can eat it up and cause old stuff to break apart and decompose. But Mars is basically almost like a vacuum of space. The atmosphere in this world is extremely thin. Let's go. We have a mission to fulfill. Lloyd, with a jovial tone, motioned for his team to move out. Understood, my lord. The scientists moved out and walked towards the entry point. Once inside the dark building, everyone turned on their projectors and built a HUD in their masks. These assist them in searching and picking up any radio or radiation frequencies. They can see those with their HUDs. Sadly, all they could see were empty rooms. No technology, furniture, or even signs of life. Can't see any biological remains. With how thin the atmosphere is, I expected at least some bones. Cecilia commented as she was recording everything she was looking at. Nothing here, Professor. Another scientist reported from another room. Completely abandoned. Strange, was the facility left behind? If this were an observation facility directed towards Earth. Is it because of a reset happening on Earth? Cecilia wondered whether these aliens had retreated because of a civilizational reset that occurred on Earth during the Younger Dryas. But that was around 10,000 years ago. The amount of sand that hides the facility was calculated to be between 45 and 50,000 years. The stones themselves were around that age as well. If this continues, we won't find anything. The woman sighed, she was disappointed. Got it. Come to the underground levels, I think I found the black box. Lloyd said via comms. The nerd literally dashed to the basement as if he knew where to look. Reckless as ever. The woman complained as she slowly walked to where he was. What they found was a large cavern. In the middle of it, there was a man-made hole. On the other side of the hole, they were looking at something metal-made. Is that a computer? Most likely, their central computer is related to this base. They have built it to last. Lloyd commented as he looked at old-looking panel before him. His hand went to, and a green hologram popped up. Cecilia and Lloyd looked at this with wide eyes. The tech reacted. The pair got closer to it and tried to understand what they were looking at. Legion, can you try to decipher this? I can certainly try, but I need more letters and some sort of starting point. the AI said to the pair. The pair looked a bit, but then Lloyd, all of a sudden, brought his finger closer to one option and pressed it. Lloyd. Cecilia complained, but then the whole place shook as a bridge emerged from the edge of the cliff and moved to the other side, where the main computer was. The nerd started to walk as he strolled over to the main computer on the other side. At that moment, 3 green screens surrounded him when he walked over there. This makes no sense. Unless it was left like this on purpose. As a scientist, developer, and creator himself, he knows that research data should not be left unprotected. But here he was, accessing it without any safeguards. He could assume it was due to time, but even then, it should be a fragment or corrupt. Well, he doesn't understand what he is looking at, but he can tell it wasn't corrupted. Letters he can't understand were everywhere. There were no faults in these texts apart from the fact that these holograms were old and not that stable. Unbelievable. We have access to their database. Cecilia strolled over as she gazed at this with awe. Swiftly notify the Emperor. We found something major. Already notified His Majesty, Legion commented as the AI began to dedicate even more resources to cracking the language. By this point, the AI has experience with hundreds of Earth-based languages. It has foundations to work with. Especially since it got a clue. The button Lloyd pressed pulled that bridge. A sonic boom spread through the bubble of the new research site as a plane flew over with a spin, transforming into a humanoid form that revealed itself to be a Gundam. From the mech's chest, hot air left the vents before the machine landed on the ground and dropped to one knee, assisting its pilot out of the cockpit. Marcus, dressed in his pilot suit, left the machine and strolled over to the ruins that became a temporary research facility. The elite guards at the site saluted him. Inside the facility, there were computers and other tools needed to decipher the language. Deeper, in the underground where the database is, there were even more computers with holographic screens. Any news? Marcus asked his wife, who was there as well. Several words. We are getting there. There is one word that is constantly getting mentioned. I can assume that it's the species of these aliens, or their faction name. We are not sure. But it appears constantly in these files. The most interesting fact is that these aliens were indeed observing us. There is data related to Earth. Anna showed him several pieces of information. Like climate, resources and other things. Marcus's eyes scanned the information. Interesting. Any data on why this base has been abandoned like this? The Emperor asked her. No idea. There are no records, literally nothing. It's like they vanished in thin air. The pink-haired Empress said with a curious tone. The recording simply stops. Such a thing doesn't simply happen. There was some sort of event. She said with a sigh. I see. You didn't mention their name. How did they call themselves? Marcus asked her curiously. They call themselves the Proteins. Marcus didn't look surprised, shocked, or intrigued, he simply nodded. After all, he already knew their name. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 13 is up. And other stories on my PAT. Chapter 129, Book 2, Chapter 4, The Dark Shadow of the Galaxy. The data we recovered from the Protein ruins is not that impressive. Lloyd began his speech in the meeting with the rest of the Senate members. This is where half of them finally learned about the existence of aliens for the first time. Though the ones who were blind to this were the civil sector. Simply put, what we got is that they were observing us and checking if we are worthy to join their empire. There are also planetary observations of our world 50,000 years ago. Like I said, nothing fascinating. Now there was other stuff that piqued our interests. Lloyd smiled as he looked at Marcus, who was just sitting there with closed eyes. He was not, doubt, pondering his next decision. Technology. The Emperor mentioned a single word. Indeed. The technology is based around an advanced element called EZO. Or Element Zero. This element warps reality. Something we have achieved already with gravity resonance. So we are either way working towards what they have, Maribel concluded as she looked at Marcus. Gauging his reaction and expression, the girl was worried about him, realizing that her relaxed emperor was gone. Yes, but we are fundamentally a bit more advanced in that regard simply because we achieved what they have with basic technology without advanced elements. The reactor that was powering the computer does use power cells. They use EZO to store basic electricity. Nothing like our fusion technology. You mean they use basic electricity stored only with this element? Indeed. They don't need anything else. It warps space. Isolates in power cells to keep it for a very long time and store a considerable amount of power. Where we use Dyson sphere technology to basically have perpetual energy, only it's a specific and locked output, while they have incredible amount of storage to store a limited amount of power. In other words, we generate a limitless amount of specific energy that they can theoretically store a limitless amount of limited energy. Can we get this EZO? That was the question. Sakuradite combined with Ezo, they could rule the whole galaxy. That's what I was thinking. Lloyd looked at Marcus. Do it. Study and assimilate this technology. The Emperor said without hesitation. Now the question is how they got here. Marcus took over from Giddy Lloyd. He showed them a massive relay close to Pluto's orbit. What is that? People gasped at the sight of the construct. From the data we got. This is a mass relay. Once it's online, it generates a mass effect field around a spaceship and slingshots to a different location in the cosmos. The Emperor showed them an AI simulation. With this, we could rapidly expand through the whole cosmos. Some people got extremely excited. Think for a second. Mary Bell stopped the excited minister. We have no idea what is on the other side. Cornelia finished for her. This is a gamble. We should not gamble that easily. She looked at her brother. Indeed, sister. We shall take these relays apart and reverse engineer them to add to our spaceships. Our border should be solid, not spread out and open for other aliens to exploit. Marcus recalled how bad it was in some of the territories in Mass Effect. Piracy. Slavery. Are you for real? He won't bother with mass relays. Remember our goals. All of a sudden, he got deadly serious. We shall have humans on every single solar system in the cosmos. No more, no less. Cosmos belongs to us, not some proteins or other aliens. This is our destiny. With his declaration, everyone in the room got goosebumps. Yes. Your Majesty. The relay thing is a huge object. It will take a considerable amount of effort to move it. Cornelia caught up with Marcus after the meeting. We can use their technology against them. He said plainly as he looked at the starry sky. Do you think these proteins are there? She looked where he was looking. No, they are gone. Someone or something has dealt with them. The data is there, but we can't point it out or prove it. He said with a serious tone. You mean there is a threat there? And why didn't it attack us when we were playing with sticks and stones? She asked with crossed arms. If it's a sapient life form, it could have unique goals. Or has rules, my dear sister, there are many different possible answers to this. He smiled a bit. What we do know is that they abruptly left without an explanation. Legion concluded from the data that it was a retreat. Most likely something happened to them that they could not continue with their observations. As you can imagine. At that moment, a pair of slender hands wrapped around Marcus as he was hugged from behind. Lulu. Cornelia turned to the side and looked at him. She saw her little sister hugging the Emperor. Yuffie. What are you doing? The War Princess asked with a resigned sigh. Her little sister only got more affectionate over the years. She is a bit afraid that she loves her brother a bit too much. Given how genetic science has advanced over the years, she is a bit afraid that her little sister could cross a line one should not. Nothing, the pink-haired princess leaned her head against Marcus's back. It has been several days since I last saw Lulu. So, I missed him. She explained herself. I missed you, too. And it doesn't help that he plays along. Cornelia massaged her forehead. The Emperor, while he can be a ruthless man sometimes, he ends up doing pretty much everything Euphemia asks him to do. It can be dangerous sometimes. As she was thinking, he turned around and hugged her for a second. The Pinkett grinned from ear to ear before making a bit of distance from each other. Do you want me to keep the public clueless about what we found on Mars? Euphemia asked him. Since she is part of the civil sector and is part of the military police, she is very flexible in opinion management. Do what you can. However, this won't stay silent for long. We could release the information but keep the site off limits. She suggested. All of a sudden, she got serious. Do it. Marcus nodded, then he got some ideas. Do it so that we can discover the ruins of an alien observatory. Spread the information that these could know about us for a long time and that we should be united more than ever in our goals to dominate the cosmos. The Emperor explained to her. Euphemia sharply nodded. This was no longer a war between them, but it's them against other alien lifeforms. The pink-haired princess will do everything in her power to keep their peace, even if it means they have to shatter other species' peace in the process. After talking to a pair of them, Marcus returned to his workshop in the palace on top of the citadel. He needed to speak with someone else. With a couple of presses on the holographic display, an image of a certain well-developed blonde manifested before him. It was Shamna, his priestess and someone who runs his Geass order. I have read the reports. It would seem we are in the next stage now. By the next stage, it means they are approaching the next level of politics now. From interhuman politics in a single world, it will now be interplanetary, interspecies politics among many species. Not there yet, but close. Fufufu, that expression. It's telling me something else. The woman seductively smiled at him, telling him that she could read his expressions quite well. Which part do you want to hear? The honest one. She sharply said which one she wants to hear. In that case, I am worried. There could be a very dangerous threat hiding in the shadows of our galaxy. He sighed while leaning in his chair. And I mean something frightening. The data is there. But we have no proof. It's like a murder scene, but we can't prove it. We know it's a murder, however, we can't call it a murder without proof. It's frustrating and hard to put into words. Shamna nervously nodded. When Marcus starts mumbling like that, she knows that this is serious. She hasn't seen him like that. What do you wish of me, Your Majesty? Marcus sighed as he massaged his forehead. I am diverting more resources to Geass technology development. The data we got from proteins hasn't indicated whether they have or know about our Geass. The brain-related technology could be our trump card. I want you to increase in scale and reach a scale of mass production. If we can wield it en masse, we can destroy our enemies or even make them kill each other. He explained to her. However, do not rush this. This technology is dangerous. I don't want this blow up in our face, do you understand? This is serious. I don't want someone to snap and cause a genocide or something like that. He explained to her in a dead serious tone. Marcus knows that Geass could easily backfire because it's literally in its name. It's a byproduct of human minds, and human minds are not that trustworthy. Understood. I simply increase the scale of current research. The priestess nodded at his orders. Good. I know I can trust you with that. Just saying that caused her to smile as the call ended. I never thought it would come a day that we would be talking about something like aliens. Cece's voice said from behind Marcus as the Emperor was looking at the moon and the colonies in the night sky. I always knew they were there. I am a realist when it comes to this. It's simply impossible to ignore the elephant in the room. Just look how many galaxies, solar systems you see in the night sky. The Emperor said while he lifted his hand and grabbed the stars themselves. But something next door. I lived long enough to know that this is not that simple. The green-haired Empress walked over to his side and looked at the stars herself. Indeed, this is why I am increasing the scale of production. Allocating resources to weapons, defense, and fortification technologies. You assume they will want to conquer us? She smiled at him. Maybe not, but I will. He looked at her and smiled. It's our destiny to rule everything. We evolved by looking into the stars and wondering what is out there. We want to go there. That is the very same curiosity that made us not fear fire and lightning. It's what allowed us to crawl to the top of the food chain in this world and in the end in this very cosmos. You don't need to persuade me of that. She shook her head as she leaned into his shoulder. Hey. For now, why don't you come with me? There is that one mission that you still need to fulfill. She then moved and looked at him with lustful eyes. Is that why you were looking for me? Marcus chuckled. I need to do my part in this conquest of the whole galaxy. A son by the name of, Ah, right. Scipio would do just fine. He could be a great conqueror who would conquer stars for your glorious empire. Cece began to pull him aside as she needed to continue with this task she had been working on for the past 5 years. She has finally mastered the control of her code and Geass. This is needed to make her immortal. When she is mortal, then it's possible for her to get pregnant. It's that simple. When she is immortal, her body is frozen, some of her body functions don't work. You need to turn off your code as well. Cece complained as she could see a bird symbol on his chest. Marcus achieved his code in the South Pole, where he visited the thought elevator. As my Empress commands me. Marcus chuckled at her behavior. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 14 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 130, Book 2, Chapter 5, Precursor Civilizations Technology. With things set in motion, Marcus could finally take a breather. Or so he thought, as a mere 2 days later, there was a situation in South Pole's research facility. Over the past 5 years, the research facility has grown to an enormous degree. From studying the city ruins, to stones that react to specific sound frequencies. These stones were unique as they were not just carved. The cutting method was observed with code assistance. The visions carved into the pyramids were recharged with Geass energy, and has been recorded with the Geass method. In other words, a form of memory sharing was at work. Now that he knows the proteins are real in his universe, Marcus realized he is copying their information sharing method, or something similar. No, he will copy it. Meaning that he will create an information sharing method, direct transfer of data into people's brains, spreading through the whole empire in a matter of seconds. Memory beacons will be a thing, but for now. He is not here for the city or ancient bacteria study. No, the portals were coming online any moment. Your Majesty, this is incredible. One of the lead scientists gawked at what he was looking at. The 3 pyramids were emitting pillars of blue light into the sky from their tips. Ancient technology in flesh. Anna, next to him, was looking at this with wide eyes. My guess is that people are transformed into light upon entering the portals and sent through those pillars to a certain location. Lloyd, on the other side of the Emperor, said with a calculating look. Can our satellites track the course of the pillars? Marcus asked people in the command center. There is no pillar of light in space, Your Majesty. We can only see them here. I assume they returned to the magnetic field. One of them said to the Emperor. He saw the data they gathered on the magnetic field. At that moment, Marcus activated his Geass. Over the years, his Geass grew to an absurd level, as the amount of energy he could access continued to increase, even after he became a code bearer. One could say he reached a critical mass, became free-falling in power. He can now freely control his body state and his Geass. No longer limited by his state, he could gaze at things without worry of his brain exploding from too much information. So he gazed at this phenomenon without hesitation and swiftly grasped what he saw after examining the history of this specific event. I see. What did you see? Anna immediately asked, wanting to know. So did everyone in the room. How to control it? With that said, he turned around and rapidly left the command center. Anna and Lloyd and his crew followed after him. Everyone went outside. Marcus strolled to the main pyramid. He took the stairs to the top, where the energy was rushing toward the sky. The pyramid is using magnetic frequencies to locate similar Earths in parallel universes. These people knew that some planets are inhospitable, so they targeted parallel worlds instead of other planets. These frequencies resonate with space-time continuum and merge with a nearly identical world to create a safe passage. The reason why it takes so long to charge is that the portal on the other side needs to form. Fascinating, your Geass is a game changer. I am jealous, I want something similar. Lloyd praised and complained at the same time. If not for my code, I would be dead from information overload. Marcus rolled his eyes at him. My code healed my brain as I was looking at this. He clarified what was going on. Marcus. Don't be reckless like that. Anna exclaimed with a worried tone. Relax. I can't die from something like this. He motioned to his wife to take it easy. She gets worried far too easily. Now let's see. Marcus looked at the stone tablet before him. There was one before him at the highest pyramid. So what is this? Star map. Marcus placed his hand on the star chart. At that moment, he saw images of multiple Earths. His eyes snapped wide as he pulled back and looked at the stone table with disbelief. The next moment, he took a deep breath. What happened? The curious people looked at him. I saw the destinations. He explained, then placed his hand on the tablet and focused one more time. He saw several familiar Earths. The most familiar and easy to discern are the ones with a huge ring of solar panels around them, and another with hourglass-style colonies in the space. These two, any mech fan would know them. Gundam 00 and Gundam Seed, these two. He pulled back and looked at the tablet. At that moment, he made a decision. To fight Reapers, he needs technology. Technology has never been seen before and is possibly more advanced and separate from what he is developing. What comes to his mind is GN drive tech, the GN particle, and, lastly, the living metal that appears in the movie The Trailblazer. Living metal would enormously improve his empire's building capabilities. While Gundam Seed Universe has genetic data that would help him advance in genetics. Both worlds would improve his faction considerably. Well. How is it? Anna asked. She was worried. Don't worry, I got this. He smiled as he placed his hand and focused on the Gundam 00 universe. At that moment one of the portals reacted as it began to awaken. Half circles, moon crescent-shaped, manifested on the arches as the portal began to power up. It's working, the portal is reacting. The scientists scrambled down from the pyramid and towards the portal. They began inspecting the readings on their devices and trying to understand what they were seeing. Marcus would be excited as well if not for the fact that he nearly fried his brain. He is now well aware of how this specific technology works. In fact, he has ideas for integrating into his current tech. The pair of Emperor and Empress followed the scientists as they walked down the stairs and looked at the glowing forming portal in the arch. I assume you know where this is going, Marcus. Anna, holding his hand, asked him as she looked at the blue energy forming in the arch. Yes. The rest of you come with me, we have things to discuss and expeditions to prepare. The Emperor motioned for the scientists to come with him. The group returned to the hub building outside of the ancient city. The research facility was almost the same size as the ancient city, with many different branches of research complexes. It's big enough to house a decent-sized scientist population. Now, I want to begin that I have grasped a decent amount of mechanisms of how this technology works. Everyone looked at him with bated breath as Marcus began to explain. the magnetic field resonance with the spacetime continuum and vibrations behind it. This technology has enormous potential for future FTL-type uses. Vibrations can lead to the concept of space folding, which could lead to concepts of teleportation. Marcus's words caused several of them to short-circuit their brains. Regardless, he continued with the matter at hand. First, the portals. They can't remain open forever. The energy is needed to recharge. Now there are means to open this from both sides. All we need is to send a pulse into the arch to kickstart the portal. To do that, a specific frequency stone needs to be used. However, we can synthesize it. Marcus drew a couple of things on a holographic board. Do we know what is on the other side? One of the curious scientists asked him. Ice. The portal formed at the exact same place on another Earth. Then, there is a city like this. No. There is not. When the people were running from the cataclysms, they were not looking back. Now I wonder if they were running from reapers. These people were far more in tune on a spiritual level than on the material plane. Could they sense extermination happening through the whole galaxy? Marcus, for a second, pondered. He was one of them now. He had code, and his Geass was far more powerful than ever before. The Emperor could sense certain things from a distance now. If there was some sort of amplification field, this sense could be magnified several-fold. So it's almost a one-way trip. No. As I said, the portal will be linked until someone destroys it. The issue is that it's at least 50 to 100 meters under ice. The first ones to be sent will be Ice Legion bots to excavate out of that hole before we build a military base on the other side. Considering the size of the portal, we won't be able to bring over our spaceships, Lloyd commented as he realized that the upcoming conflict would be unfavorable for the Empire. Don't worry, we won't be fighting from the beginning. We will be infiltrating the civilization first. Marcus smiled at them. Oh. I am behind that. All of a sudden, everyone got the idea of special agents and stuff. They should lower their fascination with James Bond. Marcus chuckled to himself as he saw the females had this dreamy look of special agents. The Emperor even looked at his wife, who wore a thoughtful expression. You are not going anywhere. I will be leading the expedition. The Emperor of the World said with narrowed eyes, causing Anna to pout a bit. At least let me visit after we have a stable connection and base there. She puffed at him. Fine. And why are you leading this expedition? She immediately complained. He is the head of their empire. He should be sitting on his throne and bark orders to his servants. Because I know this new world the best. Marcus rolled his eyes. You do. Anna looked surprised. Indeed. This world has heavily invested in solar technology. In fact, they have been working on it for the past 200 years. It was so intense that some of their other technology suffered as a result. It's the perfect world for us to improve and perfect our fusion technology. Oh, that is a good destination. We will be waiting for that data, Your Majesty. For now we shall focus on EZO and how to implement protein technology into our society, Lloyd said with a smile. He wasn't that interested anymore. So he will step back and focus on what they already have on the plate. That's the plan. I don't need scientists at the moment. We shall focus on logistics and infiltration. Marcus was well aware that his eccentric people were more interested in the new stuff than the old. But that is, until they see what solar reactors can do. Tech that has been under development for 200 years is not something to sneeze at. His fusion tech he worked for 40 years at most, over 2 of his lives. And even then, it was separate development. His Gundam tech can be considered primitive, but it was Sakuradite that accelerated this process. He wondered what he could do once he got his hands on actual Gundam technology from Celestial Being. Combining solar reactor tech, Sakuradite, fusion technology, and now EZO. Marcus began to grin from ear to ear. That smile, last time you smiled like that, you caused a world war. Anna's smile was a bit strained as she recalled her time working in secrecy with her husband-to-be back then. Well, I was thinking how powerful our tech will be with EZO and what I will gain, in this new world. Marcus's evil smile lessened as he looked at his wife. Good that your enthusiasm is back, Your Majesty. The scientists were happy that their leader was no longer gloomy and on edge. Truth to be told, he was nervous about the discovery of the Reapers. But this despair lessened considerably because he could potentially gain access to Gundam 00 technology and unlock human potential. He still hasn't achieved much towards human evolution. Sure, he might have achieved something akin to the sixth sense. But that's because of his Geass code and the relentless training he's been going through. I could try to see the side effects of the blue particle. It could be stimulating brain waves if I mix it with Geass energy. Well, he was pulling straws by this point until he got his hands on solar reactor. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Chapter 15 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 131, Book 2, Chapter 6, Thought Accelerator. Marcus oversaw the drone preparations for the portal's entry. He is preparing several stages for this adventure. The first ones to try to pass the portal were unmanned drones, though, from the very beginning, there were issues. Your Majesties. The scientists showed what he saw via the drone. Marcus, Layla, and Anna looked at the ice on the other side. We will need to send AI-piloted mobile workers for this. Layla massaged her forehead. They were 95% expecting this. But seeing this in person. Already prepared for this. We will be using new fusion tortures. Marcus nodded at his wife. Prepare to collect any incoming water from the portal. I want scientists to gather it and check its composition. We might encounter unknown bacteria. Who knows what is on the other side of the portal? Anna reminded them that it was an alien world at the very core. It could have had completely different diseases from what they encountered. Understood. We are preparing teams. The team managers nodded at the Empress's orders. Marcus continued to watch as mobile workers piloted by Legion proceeded to enter the portals and started to melt the ice on the other side. Before long, water began to drip through the portal, and the scientist teams dressed in white suits proceeded to suck the water into specially prepared containers. There is far more water than we expected. Anna got nervous as more mobile workers stepped through the portal. Then send more teams. We made preparations for a considerable amount of water. Marcus commented as he crossed his arms and watched multiple screens doing the same thing. There is an entire command center that is overseeing this. Your Majesty, the signal is getting weaker. It would seem the portal is not that good for Legion's signal. Send in the boosters. The Emperor issued an order to his military branch working with the scientists. One of the military mobile workers brought an antenna with a cable through the portal, and soon enough, the signal returned. In mere moments, a considerable-sized cavern has been created. Decent enough progress. Proceed to carve towards the surface. Get the portal fusion reactor and recharge stations ready. As well as a Legion HUB. The portal won't be open forever. Marcus rapidly barked his orders. The portals can be opened for several hours at most before they need to be recharged for a week or so. Though that period can shrink, as the Emperor has already instructed improvements to the way it is recharged. The system uses magnetic force, similar to modern generators, only a bit more primitive and organic. This civilization was more in tune with nature instead of trying to conquer it. Understood. We are preparing for Phase 2. Around a week later, the portal came back online, and Legion from the other side immediately began sending updates. Your Majesty. We have pictures from the surface. It's nothing impressive, but the night sky is what should fascinate you. The observation team showed Marcus the pictures sent over from Legion from the other side. He saw the stars and constellations and compared them to his ones. It's nearly identical, but there are some differences. Anna and Layla looked over his shoulder and checked the holograms with pictures. That's because there is around 200 years of difference, Marcus replied as he showed her star movements. So it's the future world. Layla replied, wondering what this society looked like. In a way. He shrugged as he ordered more of the mobile workers to pass through to the other side and begin working. At the same time, he checked the other parameters. It would seem we will be able to send over humans soon. He said to his wives. Indeed. This Earth is identical to ours when it comes to oxygen levels. Even the temperatures. Check this out. Anna highlighted the samples the mobile workers took. Legion took samples. When it comes to this planet's ancient history, this planet is basically identical to ours, same events, this planet experienced the same events, among them the younger Dryas. This world is not that different. Anna showed them a strained smile. You mean, it was for nothing? Layla looked at the fellow Empress. These people were running away from bad weather, but they ended up in an identical world anyway. Well. I suppose not. If we compare to our world, they went to an Earth that is 200 years in future. Anna replied after thinking a bit. In other words, they went to a world that already recovered to some extent. It's better than living in a world that is recovering from a catastrophe. Layla frowned. It made a little sense to her. Marcus wondered the same thing. Does it mean that they were running away from Reapers? The Emperor, all of a sudden, stood up and walked out of the command center and went to the pyramids in the ancient city. His wives followed after him, they wondered what had happened to him. What he did was walk to the main pyramid and begin inspecting it. He was looking through the carvings on the steps. Looking for anything that he could have missed. Though these have been studied many times, and there are detailed recordings of these. Even the visions were recorded in a form that they can be watched on a screen and studied. I do miss something. The Emperor knew that these guys had achieved a heightened form of spiritual consciousness. After all, they achieved a form of technology that can elevate their consciousness to a realm where the afterlife is. This is utterly insane when compared to a normal form of technology. Isn't it similar to a form of immortality? That's how code is achieved. Through a thought elevator. Eventually, his eye settled on the pillar of blue light rushing upwards. Wait. Aren't there many pyramids around the world? Without the portals? Like Egypt. A realization washed over him. He didn't need to watch this with his Geass eyes. No, his gut feeling was telling him what this pillar is. Marcus strolled into it. As the moment he walked in, he felt his mind leaving him. The next moment, he realized that he was traveling through a space corridor when he realized what was going on below him was Earth. It was like he was standing on some sort of platform and gazing at the world below him. Amazing, it's like my mind has been heightened, like I left my body and ascended. As he thought about that, he looked around. Into the darkness of the space. At that moment, he felt it, the coldness, the metallic coldness that was sleeping in the vastness of the void. I don't need to be a genius to know what it was. Regardless, where he was looking, they were there. It was strange, maybe because he was looking for them. He tried on other things. Like he gazed at aliens that should be in this galaxy. Marcus swiftly found the blue-skinned race of women, a race of fast-thinking lizards, and a race of warriors with scales. While he didn't find their exact location or their home world. What he sensed was a strange spiritual link that told him the aliens were there. This technology was not finished, as far as he understood, but he was clear that this was most likely how the code-bearer leader would meet up with people from around the world. The thought elevators were the ancestor knowledge, a place to speak with people in the afterlife. And one could travel huge distances, but the pyramid's peaks. They were most likely council meeting. Though the portal addition was an interesting alteration to this spiritual technology. Truly, wild abilities. With that said, Marcus felt a yank as he realized that he was back on top of the pyramid. Marcus. What was that? Weren't you afraid of getting disintegrated? Layla rushed over, she sounded terrified. No. It's not that kind of form of energy. Marcus shook his head. Damn it. Why can't you for a second just act normally? The blonde began to complain as she felt that he would be the source of her first gray hair. That's because I needed to test something out. What did you find? Anna asked him first. She was concerned, but her curiosity was above that. This is not some transition beam. This is a thought accelerator. Thought accelerator? The pair of empresses looked at each other. What does that even mean? This civilization was a spiritual one. They used sound like we use electricity or machinery to do everything. What they use is sound and later vibrations to lift massive boulders. He looked at the arches, the portal has closed for this week. But this was infrastructure. They used sound and vibrations to stimulate their brain. This is most likely how they have ascended and achieved the thought elevators. The side effects of this were Geass. It's like a physical manifestation and connection to the collective unconsciousness. The code is the apex of it. Literally a form of pseudo-immortality. This is why I feel that my senses are heightened because my brain has achieved a higher form. A form of ascension. But if this was the case, why did CC never have this kind of perception? Layla asked, pondering out loud. Marcus deadpanned. Really? Compared to CC? Because only recently she achieved complete mastery over her code and Geass. And the first thing she does is desire to get impregnated. The Emperor sighed as that didn't change with his witch wife. That does make sense. The blonde Empress nodded, then gave him a stern look. Can you lower the amount of your reckless actions? You may have the code, but it doesn't mean I stopped worrying about your actions. You are the ruler of this solar system and have kids now. The Logistics Empress said with a resigned tone. That is why I have code. So that I won't die easily. He rolled his eyes. Gaining a code was essential to him, as he wants to rule the cosmos, which is a big place. Something like old age has no place in it. Like I said. Not an excuse. We are not immune like you are. Layla sighed. Marcus smiled a bit. Very well. I will keep that in mind. Just remember that technology, regardless of origin, to me is like garlic to a vampire. He walked over to her and placed his hands on her shoulders. Sadly, he can't kiss her here as they were in the South Pole, where the temperature was below -35 today. It was too cold for a make-out session. Fine. But you owe us with this, Layla said before looking at Anna for confirmation. I think several days in Solomon Islands would do nicely for a relaxation. And I take another couple of days. Anna chipped in. She knows well enough that Solomon Islands is literally the lovebirds' home, a place meant for a few people. Sure. I can go fishing with Trojan there. He can already imagine fishing with his son. No sharks. Layla immediately pointed her finger at him. She recalled him fishing for sharks just because it was cool. Fine, regular fish it is. Marcus sighed. His wife, he noticed that both of them were looking at him, meaning, wives, not just a wife who doesn't like him fishing for predatory fish. Good. You can go fishing for greater fish once our son is of decent age. Not 5 years old. I am impressed that he has such patience already. Anna is still surprised by how patient Trojan is. That's because of my genes. Layla rolled her eyes. Marcus can be reckless most of the time. It's she who thinks first, then does. I am more than patient when I want to. He rolled his eyes, he could tell that her gaze was accusing him of something. Sure, do you want me to remind you of other times when you were not patient? Layla rolled her eyes back at him. The moment she has a ring on her finger, she can talk back to me like this. Marcus shook his head. Fine, whatever, he has other things to do. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 16 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 132, Book 2, Chapter 7, to Gundam 00 we go. Your Majesty, all of the preparations are done. We are ready for a human test. Marcus nodded as he looked at the hologram screen. He got volunteers who are ready to enter another world via the portal. Good, then proceed with the test. With that said, the portal powered up. The pillar of light followed. He checked the notifications that came with this portal session. Legion has fully excavated the surroundings of the portal area, and there is no more ice above them. This was good, but it left them vulnerable to observation from space. That means for the next extension of the base, he brought over a barrier upgrade for the fusion reactor. As he thought about the extension, he watched the first test of a human passing through being successful. It would seem it was a success. Maribel, who joined him after finishing her immediate job, looked at the main screen. Yes. But we did this to follow protocol. Health and safety that follows experimental technology. This is lost ancient technology that we are using. Marcus explained to her. When are we going there? All of a sudden, another voice said to him as warmly dressed Euphemia strolled into the command center. The Emperor looked at her. Then Maribel and her knight, who was there as well. You want to go there? He asked with a raised eyebrow. That much is given. This is another Earth we are talking about. Euphemia said with a puff. She wants to see this Earth. There won't be a government to run. Same for Marcus. He won't need to do a thing as Emperor. It's basically a vacation. I suggest we send a considerable amount of assets first. We still need soldiers and mobile suits for protection. We can't just casually stroll there. Maribel sighed as she rolled her eyes at Euphemia's enthusiasm. I know. I am transferring a cataphract battalion and a Gundam. They will rotate with each portal power-up. Marcus explained to the brown-haired princess. Good. She nodded back, then looked at Aldrin for a second. I suppose we will take our machines for this. Euphemia smiled when she heard that. Imagine going to a new land without your knight. I will be taking my Bridget just like Lulu will take his Tyrannies. The Pinkett said with an assured tone. Does Cornelia know what you are planning to do? Marcus, all of a sudden, asked the younger girl. The Pinkett turned stiff as she looked at Marcus, then nervously laughed. Cornelia is busy with her military training on Mars. She is training the garrison there. She explained, with her tee-hee-hee laugh. Besides, I am not a small girl. This year I will turn 23. Euphemia puffed her cheeks. Maribel shook her head. Thankfully, she doesn't have an overprotective sibling. But then she looked at Marcus. She smiled just at the thought that he would protect her, so it was fine. Regardless. We can take our knights. She said while looking at Aldrin. You can take Jean with you. The brown-haired girl said with a smile. Your knight is more than capable. Besides, this world is the future. It should be safe, right? If only you knew, my dear Maribel. Marcus recalled the extremism in Gundam 00, it was not as bad as in Gundam Seed, but it still existed. That stuff exists everywhere, well, not his empire. He has a system in place to deal with such people before they become a nuisance. We will see. After all, it is a new place. After arranging things and sending the first human expedition on its way, Marcus began preparing for the next trip. The next trip is a week away. He is preparing transportable research blocks, the successor technology to the original research station used at the very beginning. As well as people transporter shuttles. These were not normal ones. As Marcus' team designed a prototype stealth small spaceship that could carry people. Designed with the latest technology. No normal radar can pick it up. Either heat or radio waves. It has gravity resonators to block those, as well as the color spectrum of the human eye, making it hard to notice. These shuttles are the answer to the portal's size. While the Empire can't bring their carriers, they can bring these. Decent in size, capable of carrying a mobile suit attached to its belly. The storage unit was developed separately. It can attach and detach, allowing it to hide and maintain mobile suits. Marcus designed all of these things with limited resources in mind. Unlike his conquered world, where he can do as he pleases, in this one, it will be like New Game Plus. He doesn't have all of his achievements with him, but he can transfer assets from his old save file, something like that. The scout drone carriers have sent their report to us. One of the military officers explained to Marcus and his group. As we have suspected, the world is dominated by humans. There are only 3 factions that have positioned themselves around 3 space elevators. These elevators are positioned in a similar location to ours. They are used to transport energy from space and their colonization efforts. I am surprised that they only have 3 elevators. Mary Bell frowned. If they are 200 years in front, why are they so behind them? They don't have Securidite. The officer dropped the bombshell to the girls. You mean, they built this without it? I suppose then it makes sense why the progress is so slow. Securidite literally jumped our society around 200 years into the future, Marcus added from the side. The sheer ability to transfer 100% of energy is enormous. These people used fossil fuels until there was nothing left. Only then did they switch to renewable energy. If this is the case, do these people have anything we could possibly want? Mary Bell frowned. She already had the feeling that these guys were primitive. Don't worry. You will see something that will surprise you. Marcus smiled, his gaze telling her he knew something she did not. As His Majesty has said, there are things that could be useful to us. The officer got their attention back as he began to show pictures of the cities and all that. Euphemia gawked at the sight of cities. She got excited to see new stuff. It has been a while, and she is feeling like going on a holiday. This was it. Mary Bell was much more controlled as she looked curiously, as did Marcus and the brown-haired princess knights. The pair only looked somewhat interested. Their duties to protect their masters are far more important than something like this. They do look advanced, but they don't have flying cards. 200 years in future and that is not part of it. Mary Bell frowned even more after inspecting the pictures. That technology came from the ancient city we found in the South Pole, my dear sister. Marcus chuckled while saying that. You already had a basic idea of how to manipulate gravity with your second-generation reactors. Not to mention third. Yes, but for a mass production model outside of fusion reactors without resonance is practically impossible. Marcus pondered. He realized a while back that the ability to negate gravity with vibrations is most likely one of the most advanced pieces of tech from a previous civilization. Those people most likely were around for thousands of years to develop something like that. Still you achieved that, the princess pouted while looking away. Well, that is because that's Lulu. Euphemia chipped in. The pair were his greatest glazers. I have a dream, and I shall achieve it. He replied with a shrug. Everyone knows his dream. It's probably the most well-known thing in the world. And we shall help you, no matter what, Mary Bell replied with a dead serious tone. Euphemia, next to her, nodded with similar intensity. I am coming with you guys. Millie rushed over to Marcus, who was dressed in winter gear. Next to him was his knight and 2 princesses, including Mary Bell's knight. They are the initial group that will infiltrate human society in the new world. Millie. Marcus looked at the blonde, who was dressed and ready. Yep. I can't miss such an opportunity to explore an alien world, yet it's not alien. The Empress of Education said with an excited smile. Fine. Don't forget your fly dyes. Marcus sighed as he reminded her about that. Of course. The girl looked behind her. There was a Gundam with a huge rifle attached to its left shoulder. This was Gundam Throne Fly Dyes, successor to her Nightmare Killer. Apart from all of the 3rd-generation upgrades, it was basically the same hyper-long-range machine that can snipe things in orbit from a planet's surface with its sniper rifle. Though Euphemia and Mary Bell didn't look happy to see one of his wives who would be coming with them. Especially Millie, this fox. She is most likely here to get back at all of the lost time before they got married. Euphemia thought to herself, as she knew that this woman was like a scared cat, before deciding to woman up and marry the emperor. And now they have this perfect moment to do those things. Anyway, let's go, we have places to be and a world to see. The year was 2305 of Anno Domini. The world has run out of most of the fossil fuels and has begun to focus on renewable energy. 3 massive space elevators were built, and the world's nations united around them. In the West, the Americas, Australia, New Zealand and Japan became the Union of Solar Energy and Free Nations, or simply the Union. In Europe, there was the Advanced European Union, also known as AEU. It was a political body that was trying to dominate the central parts of the world. However, they have barely any presence in Africa, where their elevator is located. And lastly, the Human Reform League. Made up of Russian Asia side, China, India, Indochina countries, except for a few Middle East countries, the Human Reform League, also known as HRL, they dominates the old continent of Asia. Their space elevator is built north of the Solomon Islands, quite close to where Marcus had built his second tower. I never imagined that I would get a meeting on these fictional countries in this life. Holy Britannian Empire was enough, but it turns out that it's not the case. Marcus was attending another meeting on these new countries. His drones and drone carriers have spread throughout the whole world as they are gathering intel and watching these three major power blocks. It became especially easy when the Empire realized that the sensory technology of this world is still primitive compared to theirs. That allows for the spread of observation drones all over the world and watching and observing everything. Even downloaded a considerable amount of information about this world. In fact, even internet firewalls were not that great. This has proven to Marcus that celestial being's side effect is brain drain. Most, if not all, high-class scientists have left their countries to join the secretive organization. That is why, even in the 24th century, much of the technology is still behind. With that in mind, the Marcus group is learning how to behave and dress up in this society. It was not hard. Only the difference is the slang. Though, it could be a bit different for Euphemia and Maribel, who are real princesses. Well, for that, Marcus has a solution, but he swiftly needs to transfer some of his capital into this new world. It was time for Anno Domini 24th century Earth to learn about Anaheim. The Emperor has more than enough auxiliary tech that he can sell, and to make it even easier, he has his Geass. He has his father's eyes. He can easily rewire anyone who could get suspicious of him. But first, he needs to make himself appear in the world. With that in mind, everyone moved to Japan. The reason? Millie wanted to see this world's Japan. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on. You know what to do. More chapters. Book 2, Chapter 17 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 133, Book 2, Chapter 8, Infiltration. Marcus strolled into one of the banks in Japan's biggest city, Tokyo. This was not his Tokyo but the Tokyo of the Special Economic Zone of the Union of Solar Energy and Free Nation Power Block. Why hello there. He greeted the receptionist. Hello, if you have any inquiries please use the console over there to get into the line. The woman at the reception motioned towards the console at the entrance, but Marcus ignored it. Of course. But I want to speak with your manager. The Emperor asked, his eyes glowing red. Her eyes widened for a second as red rings appeared around her eyes. Sure, one moment, please follow me. She got up from her chair as she motioned for him to follow her. The inventor smiled as he nodded before following her. Father's Geass is made for this. Marcus smiled as he realized how well this power would serve him in this world. It's perfect for infiltration job like this. As he pondered, the woman opened the doors without hesitation to the manager's office. Sir, Marcus Anaheim would like to speak with you. The woman said with a super serious voice. Who? Marcus's eyes glowed as he rewired the man to serve him. Of course, what can I do for you, sir? The man's confused face disappeared and was replaced with a worshipping one. I would like to open an account with your bank, and of course, I want to meet with people in government. Someone with your position should have access to book a meeting. The Emperor didn't go to some random bank. This was a major investment bank with ties to the Union's government. The bank helps when there is a need to buy out certain companies. Marcus walked here with a specific purpose to get into inner circles. The high end of society. With a single stroke, he shall be at the upper echelons of society. Of course. Such a thing is easy. I can do that for you. The man motioned for the receptionist to return to her post. After she was gone, Marcus proceeded to make Anaheim a reality in this world. And for money? Well, that is easy. He has arranged a meeting with the main branch where he will be able to use his gold. Resources, something like gold, he can make it rain with it. Being the emperor of an empire of solar system-sized proportions comes with certain perks. After opening an account and arranging several meetings, Marcus left his minion to continue with his work. Well, how did it go? Maribel asked Marcus as she, alongside other girls, approached him. How do you expect? He asked instead of replying. Fathers, I should have helped you here, Euphemia replied from his other side. That they did. We should go and find a house to stay. Marcus nodded. The next thing on their list was a place to stay. Yes. Since you have that power, we can get a great place to live in. Millie gushed at the idea of a new house. You do know that Japan in this world has even less space. I doubt we find anything decent. Mary Bell reminded her that the population in this world should be even higher than their Earth's before Anaheim's ascension. So we can get a great flat. Millie replied with a smirk, making Mary Bell groan and Euphemia nervously laugh. We shall see. Marcus pulled out his phone and used Legion to find the highest-ranked property provider. The girls waited for him as he went through a list, then picked one. Good. I have one. This one can help us with not just a house, but also warehouses. I suppose I can start a company before I even register one. The Emperor chuckled as he realized that he didn't need to play by the rules. That's what he did in his younger days, before becoming a ruler. He needs to remember those days in his current situation. Good. Then let's go. The group moved towards their waiting limo. Mary Bell shook her head when she was reminded that these cars don't fly. In her books, this was a step back, not forward. Not bad. It's a Penus. Millie gushed at their new flat at the top of a skyscraper. It was two-store Penus with super large windows overlooking the city. Yeah. They don't have houses. They do lack space. He commented on why Penus. Besides, they were quite close to the center of this large metropolis. Marcus is already planning, bit by bit, to acquire some assets in this place. After all, he does need a seat of power. Not that he is in a hurry. He has 2 years before Gundam Ashia descends from space and reveals celestial beings' existence. The group explored the large penthouse. It has everything one would need. Many rooms, several bathrooms, spacious living rooms, and a good-sized office. All of that stuff is good for a cover operation and possible world conquest. In the end, he might need this world for more than technology. One of the things that he lacks is population size. Even now, after 5 years, the number of people living in his world is growing at a steady pace, but it's not enough for rapid expansion to secure the worlds he is planning to terraform and colonize. Over 100 million people left Earth, but when they left, Marcus noticed that some production sectors were falling. He needs to get the population back on track. And the best thing would be transport people from one world to another. Marcus could turn this world into a colony. But that's later. Maybe after the Trailblazer events. That is a concerning event. Though I need that living metal for my projects. However, Reaper's inborn ability is to brainwash. Could they brainwash living metal? It is brainwaves after all that they are interested in. The Emperor grimaced as he realized that it could be a double-edged sword. If he brings those aliens over to his universe, they could end up brainwashed. Now that is super dangerous. I need to think of something. This place is awesome. I should get a few of these for our Earth. I think I will after we return. Millie said to Marcus after exploring the penthouse. She loves the view and the windows. It's simply fantastic. You could in the colonies when you travel. He said to her, as for now, he shelved the events that will happen in 200 years. Fantastic suggestion. As expected from my husband. Millie clapped her hands as she glided to his side. The blonde beauty smirked as she hugged Marcus. Her actions caused a pair of sisters look at her with annoyance. Euphemia and Mary Bell already had plans, but this woman joined them at the very last second. Yes, for now we have to infiltrate this society. He looked at Millie, then at the rest. I will be depending on you girls. This time I am not starting alone. I have you all and Geass as well. The moment he mentioned Geass, the girls nodded. I suppose we can use it here without bothering of consequences of our image, Mary Bell concluded. On their Earth, she was an imperial princess, her Geass is a bit twisted, but this was not her world. The amount she cares is not that much. She doesn't mind turning a bunch of people into her slaves. Wah. But we don't have Geass. Euphemia complained. This is the first time she has heard that her sister has fancy powers. Same. I want Geass as well. Millie complained as she looked at her husband with a bit of annoyance. These two, don't they know that these powers have side effects? Jean massaged her forehead. She's been with her emperor long enough to know that these powers have consequences. Aldrin was similar. The girl looked at these two with disbelief. They want this cursed power. She has seen her princess turn people into dolls. People who opposed and tried to rebel against the Empire end up turned into mindless slaves when they encounter Mary Bell. Fine. I suppose I can grant you the power you want. Marcus sighed, he couldn't resist when they looked at him like that. Yes. I am first. Euphemia strolled over and looked at him with excited eyes. The Emperor got out of Millie's hug and looked at the pinkette before him. The code that was just below his neck began to glow. He condensed Geass energy in his palm before clenching his hand and then poking Euphemia's forehead with his right index finger. The Geass energy flooded into her body as she covered her right eye with her hand. The group looked at her with bated breath, wondering what she got. What did you get? Millie asked with a curious tone. I can make people happy, she said while turning her gaze to Millie. At that moment, the blonde began to smile silly as she could not control her smile. Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, Millie could not control herself and started laughing while holding her stomach. That's interesting. I suggest you turn your Geass off as Millie needs to breathe, Marcus commented as he looked at Millie, who was on the floor laughing uncontrollably. I think this is more than happiness, she made her laugh uncontrollably, Mary Bell commented while watching what was happening before her. Her knight slowly nodded, she was concerned about what she just seen. She hopes that this was not permanent, the laughing part for Millie, that is. Oh, right. Euphemia's eye stopped glowing, and Millie stopped laughing. The blonde slowly recovered as she was shaking and looking at Euphemia with a sweaty forehead while taking several deep breaths. Be careful with that. Millie complained, it was not funny. Sorry. Euphemia sheepishly smiled. She didn't completely understand how this power works. Whatever, at least it's not permanent, it would seem you need to maintain it to keep it working. The blonde commented as she looked at her husband. Once that power reaches a critical point, it could get ugly. She said to him. Well aware. You will need to train it, Yuffie. Otherwise, the consequences could get dire. Or you will need to carry contact lenses. He explained to the pinkette. I know, already heard about this from Cornelia. She explained with a nod. Good, then we can proceed with you, Millie. He looked at one of his wives, who was waiting for this. Yes. I was waiting for this. The blonde began to grin from ear to ear. It was her time to get power. Marcus smiled at her enthusiasm as he gathered Geass energy and then gave it to her. Normally, just sharing energy wouldn't do a thing. One would have a temporary boost in their brain activity, but code is being used as a catalyst. And the code is a physical manifestation of the link to the collective unconsciousness. By giving Geass, one is put on a road to a higher plane of existence. As Marcus thought about this, Millie's one eye morphed into a bird. She then turned around and looked at Euphemia. Of course. The Emperor rolled his eyes. Millie wants revenge. All of a sudden, confused Euphemia's expression morphed from confusion to anger, she started to seethe with anger, then it turned into outright envy, followed by depression. What is going on? The pinkette looked down, she was having a hard time understanding what was going on. But then all of a sudden, she got hot, her cheeks turned red, her breathing turned haggard. What did you do to me? Euphemia complained as she bit her lower lip. Her gaze ended up on Marcus, she could barely control herself and not just jump on him. Absolute emotional control. I can pull on your emotions, Millie explained before dismissing her power, and Euphemia returned to normal. The pinkette princess recovered as she looked at Millie with annoyance. How could she? She almost embarrassed herself, she was close. Almost jumped on Marcus. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 18 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 134, Book 2, Chapter 9, Celebration and Command Tablet. After giving the girls Geass, the pair of knights once again declined these crazy powers. They saw enough of what Millie, Euphemia, and Mary Bell can do. Not to mention Marcus, who can copy all the powers, is pseudo-immortal and is eternally young. Now that this is done, we should celebrate, Millie commented as she was feeling a bit better after getting back at Euphemia for that laughing episode. How? Why don't we go shopping? Imagine visiting a mall that is 200 years in the future. The blonde clapped her hands in excitement as she imagined some crazy futuristic clothes she could buy. Sorry to break your bubble, but we don't have money yet. All I was able to get was a full fridge until I transferred my gold into actual currency. You need to wait for a couple of days. Marcus explained to his excited wife. The blonde woman deflated like a balloon after hearing that. Fine. She nodded before recovering almost instantly. In that case. The blonde got in front of him and took his hands. I will have to rely on my almighty husband to entertain us. This is a worthy celebration after all. You want me to cook? He realized where this was going. Of course. It has been years since I tasted your godly cooking. Millie grinned from ear to ear. Mary Bell and Aldrin looked at them with wide eyes. Lelouch's cooking. He can cook. The pair of them realized something. They arrived in this world, but which of them can cook? They are certain that they haven't seen Euphemia or Millie cook. The same applies to Jean, that girl is purely a knight, a bodyguard and someone who fights, not cooks. But now. Why you can cook? Mary Bell looked surprised and delighted at the same time. Indeed. You should have seen what kind of dishes he would prepare when we were attending the academy. He was head cook several times. Millie puffed her chest proudly. Maribel and Euphemia looked jealous. They missed such a great chance to see him in that setting. Since we have such a chance, we shall do just that. Marcus nodded as he removed his hoodie, leaving himself in a t-shirt. It has been a while since he could wear such casual clothes. Let me help. Euphemia swiftly took a step forward. Me too. Maribel took a step forward. Good. The rest of you prepare the table for food. Marcus nodded before issuing commands for the rest. Millie, Aldrin, and Jean nodded as they looked around. Follow me, girls. We are going to improvise in this situation. We don't have funds, but we can use some stuff we find in Penthouse. The blonde empress issued her orders. Understood. I have this feeling you are used to such a thing. Aldrin asked, and she recalled Millie's wedding, which was a grand affair, but she thought they used some sort of event organizer for such preparations. Of course, you did attend my wedding, right? Indeed. It was all me. She puffed her chest one more time. I can do a thing or two. Not just shoot a beam rifle from my flight eyes. The blonde pointed her finger like a beam rifle at Aldrin. Noted, Your Majesty. Aldrin smiled, her smile was a bit forced. It would seem this time around, she will learn more about this particular empress. Good. You had no chance to learn how awesome it was to be with Marcus when he didn't have to run a solar system-sized empire. Millie smiled back as she looked at Marcus in the kitchen, barking orders to the two of the sisters. Maribel and Aldrin looked at the dishes spread out on the table. They were in a bit of awe that they were part of this. Sure, they had great food like this before from master chefs. But this was different. They prepared this themselves. Like always. You surprise us, Lulu. Millie clapped her hands in happiness. This was a banquet. I aim to please. Marcus snorted as he took his chopsticks. Since we are in Japan, once more. He looked at his wife. The blonde smirked back at him. We shall eat some of their dishes this time around. Indeed. It has been a while. The group began to eat and taste the food they rarely eat. What is this green thing? Maribel asked them curiously. Oh, that let me tell you a couple things about this. There was a peculiar glint in her eyes as she began to assist her sister-in-law. The brown-haired princess listened to Millie before tasting it. Once she put it into her mouth, her eyes widened before tears began to swell in her eyes. The girl scrambled to her feet as she dashed to the kitchen to get some water. Oh my. I think I forgot to mention that you shouldn't eat that much wasabi at once. The blonde smiled innocently. Marcus didn't comment as he was eating his food in silence. He was thinking about what to do next. Now that he was in this peculiar world, safely. He can start with his plan for technology. And most likely world domination, after all, the game is rigged like that. The plan of unification is there. All I need is hijack it. The Emperor pondered as his eyes fell on what was going on. He saw Maribel all flustered and with tears. Really, Millie? Wasabi trick, aren't you too mature for that? He rolled his eyes as he realized what she'd just done. I couldn't resist. Maribel looked so innocent. Millie laughed as she wiped her tears. Innocent? You haven't seen what I saw. Aldrin grimaced, recalling certain missions Maribel was sent over the past 5 years. There is a reason why rebellions and insurrections don't exist in their world. That won't happen again. The brown-haired princess used a napkin to clean herself up. Euphemia could only nervously laugh at their interaction. It was a bit amusing and concerning. Sorry. But I couldn't control myself. Millie smiled while saying that. After the wasabi incident, the group continued to eat. Midway, Marcus decided to turn on the TV and see the world's current situation. It was safe to say that he somewhat missed the whole political nonsense. His world stopped simply because there was only one government. Most of the news he would see in his world was about colonial matters and development in his empire. But then again, there should be some drama. Marcus's gaze went to Maribel. He was certain that there was no drama simply because the brown-haired princess opposite him would make them disappear. And there is Shamna, that woman can be dangerous when she wants to. The Emperor took a sip of his tea as he continued to enjoy his tea while watching the weather forecast for the week. So it will be raining. He is used to having great weather in his city. There is a reason why he took Anatolia and Greece as his domain. Warm weather, always sunny, nice breeze from the sea, and of course, great beaches. Well, this does bring memories. For the next couple of days, Marcus was on the move. He went to arrange meetings and put people under his thumb. He made preparations for Anaheim to appear in this world. To do that, he needed to set up logistics. This was not his first rodeo. This time around, he won't be making a hidden faction behind closed doors, he will be running a great company. This is to bide his time. He needs to become a celestial being observer and gradually use celestial being to achieve his goals. Why do all of the open power moves when he has scapegoats who will do it for him? Whatever celestial being destroys and affects Anaheim could be there to rescue. Gaining the affection of the masses. Just imagining that made Marcus grin from ear to ear. But first, I need to confirm something. Marcus went to a very specific place after buying a car. He needed a car because he couldn't use his tyrannies as one in this world. The store he went to buy from is selling stones. Stones for furniture, like tiles and stuff. This is where he wants to buy limestone. A thick block of limestone. Stuff like that can be used for the kitchen or bathrooms. But this is not what he wants. Nope, he will be carving into this stone. After spending a considerable amount of money on a piece of stone, he went back to his penthouse and prepared the gear he had been buying for the past day. This was to test out the technology from the precursor human civilization. He has time to do all of this. Besides, mastering this technology and adding to his empire is important for the endgame against the Reapers. The more advanced technology he has, the greater the odds against the hordes of those spaceships. The whole brainwaves, ascended consciousness, is literally the answer against Reaper brainwashing. With that in mind, he decided to expand on this as much as possible. What are you doing, masonry? Millie asked him when she saw what he was doing in his office. Advanced precursor civilization technology, Millie. That's a fancy way of saying that you are doing masonry. The girl rolled her eyes before walking over to inspect what he was doing. Oh, you are carving those strange letters. She realized this was the same stuff she had seen on the pyramids, the arches, and the thought elevator. Like I said. This is their tech. This is a command tablet, or at least I want to make one. He stroked the stone as he explained to her. What is a command tablet? The blonde asked, her curiosity growing by the minute. In computer terms, this is like the CPU. He showed her his carvings so far. Basically, I need consciousness amplifier. Those are pyramids, but this is what allows me to look for something specific. He pointed at the stone tablet. What do you want to look for? She asked him, raising an eyebrow. For tech. For a specific organization that has been working behind the scenes for the past 200 years. He explained to her as he looked at his handiwork. Oh. You probably noticed the brain drain that happened to this world. The technology progress so far was atrocious, that's because the true experts were working on something specific. Marcus explained to her as he was about to return to his work. Is that so? Indeed, while I do this, I want you and the girls to begin infiltrating the society instead of just having fun. He rolled his eyes at her. We don't just have fun, you know. Millie puffed her cheeks. We did our research on culture and clothes while tasting food. She explained with a serious tone. Oh, then I expect 5,000 words report on what you discovered in your recon mission. He showed her a bright smile. Are you serious? You did use my money in this mission, so I expect something back. He explained with an even brighter smile. Ugh, fine. I just wanted to explore this place. The Empress caved in as she knew this would only get worse for her. Then you should say so. All you need to do is simply say how it is. He stopped, brightly smiling, and instead, his expression returned to neutral. Since you finished with your fun, you can return to why we are here. It's technology for our empire. We have an unknown galaxy before us, and this world is our perk for our empire's advancement. I know. She sighed, it's a bit annoying that she has such a responsibility. Good. Remember, you can have your fun if you make some progress. Yes, I know. I suppose I can get into the weapon business and figure out what they have been making. Millie stroked her chin as she could worm herself into a weapon manufacturing company of some sort. She has decent experience with those. Having a Gundam that uses rifles has its perks. A good start. Marcus smiled. Thankfully, all of the females around him were competent in their own ways. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1,000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 19 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 135, Book 2, Chapter 10, Hijacking a Quantum Computer. Marcus looked at the map of known ancient pyramids. The issue with his plan is that he has no idea if it even works. The precursor technology is at least 10,000 years old. Asking for any of this to work is a tall order. But the Inventor Emperor needs to test it out for the simple fact that it would make it easier to gain control of Veda. The supercomputer of celestial being. That's right. Veda uses brainwaves to operate and interact with its terminals. Marcus's idea is to piggyback on that connection and hack the quantum computer with his Geass energy with the help of a consciousness amplifier. But first, he needs to find a working pyramid. After spending a week learning carving with the help of his Geass and spending a fortune on limestone plates, Marcus took a complete command tablet and flew around the world with his tyrannies to find an operating pyramid. First, he went to the Yucatan Peninsula in Central America, in Mexico, where countless pyramids are located. Let's see if this works. The Emperor looked down from his 360-degree cockpit as he used the augmented sensors of his mobile suit to locate stone constructs. Eventually, he found decent-size one, the most stable-looking. Without wasting any more time, he swiftly landed his Gundam and got out with the limestone tablet. Marcus swiftly rushed up the steps to the top and looked around. His eyes perked up when he saw a slot in the ground. This was where the tablet should slide into the construct. With the slot located, he began cleaning it so the command tablet he prepared could slide in. He knew the diameter of these tablets, so he prepared just the right size. But the issue is whether the pyramid would even work. To test that, Marcus tried to kickstart the pyramid by channeling his Geass energy. Fuck. The Emperor swore under his breath as he pulled out the tablet, out and got down the pyramid steps and got back into his mech before flying away to locate another decent-looking construct. Eventually, after several hours, he went to Peru. The most mysterious place when it comes to precursor human civilization. A while later, he eventually located the complete-looking pyramid so far. He swiftly scrambled to test it out. After cleaning the dust and rubble from the tablet slot on a pedestal, he placed the limestone in its place. Tremble. Marcus's eyes perked up. He swiftly channeled more of his Geass energy, and the whole place trembled even more. Bit by bit, the carvings on the pyramids manifested for the first time in many centuries, the energy washed over, and the whole pyramid seemed to recover to some extent. Then, all of a sudden, a pillar of light erupted from the top section. The consciousness amplifier was on. Marvelous. This is what I call sturdiness. Marcus commented as he walked into the pillar of light. The next thing he felt like he was yanked out of his body and was standing in the void overlooking planet Earth. Only this time it was a different kind of Earth, with a huge solar energy gathering system around it. But this was not why he was here. He focused on the moon and the quantum computer on its dark side. Gotcha. Now. Marcus's eyes began to glow as he activated his Geass. Marcus Justinian Anaheim commands you to obey. His Geass glowed brighter as his Geass energy slammed into the quantum computer via the brainwaves. All of a sudden, the red energy fermented through the whole system as the core programming went haywire. With the help of the consciousness amplifier, his mind was stronger than a mere quantum computer. If it were a simple piece of tech and not an advanced piece of hardware, it could have easily ignored this. But this computer was built with the ability to interact with a human mind. I lost connection with Veda. A girl said to a fellow girl. They were working on a certain piece of equipment aboard a docked ship. Is it the signal again? Ugh. The other girl groaned for a second. If this doesn't work properly, how are we going to start our interventions? The girl complained to the pinkette next to her. As the girl complained, the screens returned to normal. Oh. It's back. It's okay now. Yes, the girl who had just complained looked happy that it, in fact, does work. The pair didn't realize that something had gone wrong with their central computer. When Marcus opened his eyes, the pillar of light was gone, and there was a bit of rumbling in the background, the aftermath of the consciousness amplifier. The Inventor Emperor smirked as he got it. He hacked Veda. No more like took it at a fundamental level. He rewired the whole thing, making it his computer. Now that he has it, he can relax and watch as celestial being unites the world for him. Simply marvelous. Once I have Veda's schematics, I will rebuild Legion into a quantum computer with a biological interface. Marcus said to himself. To ensure it's protected against even basic threats like hacking, the Emperor will base its security on Geass energy. Not many even understand how it works. Only a proper biological mind can produce this energy, so something like basic artificial intelligence will have a hard time hacking, especially remotely. At least in theory. With that in mind, he went back to his mobile suit and was about to set course to his penthouse in Tokyo. Now that he knows how to access it and has master controls, he can start slowly data mining this thing. The schematics, blueprints, and the rest of the things are in the databanks. While rebuilding from scratch takes time, he does have time, but he wants proper physical hardware too. One of the GN drives is something he wants to get his hands on. Sure, he could build from scratch, and he will once he has the data, but having an actual Gundam piece of tech from the proper Gundam universe is like an art collection from a painter. He needs to add it to his nightmare collection, which he has in his palace. As his mobile suit was close to Japan, he noticed that the limestone tablet he had still glowed with red light. Marcus stopped flying and inspected it more closely. I see. To hold Veda under my thumb, this tablet is directly connected via Geass energy. Such simple yet complex technology. A rock with energy can hold a quantum computer under its thumb. With such a discovery, he turned his mobile suit south, towards the South Pole. The South Pole base was slowly growing. With each portal opening, more and more personnel and mobile suits were transferred. By this point, they had barracks for troops, hangars for mobile suits, a research post, and, of course, a barrier that hid them from the outside world. The troops stationed here were elites among elites alongside a single G-Force Gundam that rotates every week. The troops were first from the Super Soldier program that Marcus ASP was working on. The Empire took the best regulars and made them go through grueling training, and they were among the first to have Geass implants. These artificial Geass were the first of those who could use absolute battle sense. An augmented sense for battle. In other words, it was a simplistic version of Cornelia's Geass. Suzaku looked at the sky as he saw a familiar mobile suit land in front of the hangars. The doors opened as this machine walked inside. I do wonder what he found about this world. He is curious about the current state of this Earth. He read the reports. He was a bit baffled that even 200 years into the future from their time, people still had conflicts. Turns out that Lelouch was right. He shook his head. He was a bit disappointed how this world ended. But they do have huge humanoid machines. They were nothing like their mobile suits or nightmares. Suzaku. Is it your turn this week? Marcus walked over. He was dressed in casual clothes. It was a bit strange to see the Emperor without a damn crown or dressed in purple and black imperial robes. Yes. This week is mine to guard this place. The brown-haired knight slightly bowed to his Emperor. I see. Marcus motioned for him to follow him. Did you find something interesting that you returned to the base? The knight asked. You could say that. The Emperor showed him the limestone tablet he was carrying. The letters are glowing red. Suzaku pointed out the obvious. Obvious aside, I need to take this into a secure location. Marcus rolled his eyes at him, pointing out the obvious. Is it some sort of relic? We should bring it back to Constantinople if not to Lagrange 3. No. This thing can't leave this reality, because I used the precursor civilization's means to hack a quantum computer. Quantum computer. Even we don't have those. Indeed. I used Geass to rewire it so it would answer to me. But as you can imagine, this is what is keeping it in my control, for now. Marcus placed it under his hand. Once I make a terminal, it will be permanent addition to the Empire, and I can make a quantum computer of my own. He motioned for the knight to follow him. How did you even find something like that? There were no reports of such technology. Suzaku was confused. Their drones were quite invasive in their scouting. The best these people could do is average-level AI. Something that the Empire's Legion could overpower. That's the thing. Make a call, Suzaku, let the girls and the personnel gather. It's time to address the hidden elephant in the room. As you wish. After hiding the limestone tablet away, Marcus went to the center room of one of the research stations. He began to address his researchers, soldiers, knights and girls who joined him via holographic call. As I was suspecting, this world was suffering from something called brain drain. This is a term used when one nation takes another nation's talents. But instead of a nation, we have a secret organization that was doing it. Marcus, with a hand motion, pulled up countless records of talented people disappearing over the past 200 years on hologram screens. That's quite a drain. Mary Bell commented with wide eyes. Indeed. They all were working for an organization called Celestial Being. They were developing this. All of a sudden, Marcus accessed something that piqued everyone's curiosity. They saw footage of cone-shaped engine of some sort emitting green particles. This is a solar reactor that is emitting what is called GN particles. It's similar, if not better, than what we have with our gravity particle. No way, are you saying that our top-of-the-line technology is inferior? No. What I am saying is that this particle stimulates brain waves, causing a natural evolution in one's brain. Making a person reach the next stage. You mean they become psychic? Euphemia commented as she realized that this was what Marcus wanted from the very beginning. Indeed. In the databanks, they call it innovators. What is interesting for me is that we could cross our technologies. These cone-shaped reactors might generate perpetual energy, but they lack our mastery over gravity. Where we access it directly, they access it as a side effect, make it a lesser variation of it. Marcus showcased the two technologies side by side. As the Emperor was showcasing the technologies side by side. On the other side of the Earth sphere inside an asteroid colony, something strange happened. If you see this message, then Veda has been compromised. A video of a bald man sitting on a chair in front of a camera appeared. This man had an intellectual aura around him. My Veda was built with the intention to assist Celestial Being, not outsiders' whims, that is why. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 20 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 136, Book 2, Chapter 11, Gundams vs. Gundams. After introducing Celestial Being and its goal, the group were a bit speechless. You are saying they want to unite the world with their Gundams? Mary Bell was a bit speechless. For one, these guys were building Gundams. That's supposed to be their trademark mobile suits. Indeed. They will use Gundam's overwhelming power to make the world unite against them. Once they have beaten the whole world, they will eventually share their technology. There is one thing that I don't get. Suzaku, who was listening to the whole thing, looked confused. They will unite against Celestial Being, but what about afterwards? Once Celestial Being shares their tech, what will unite them then? For our empire was the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. The whole world was united to explore and conquer the very stars. It's our destiny to rule everything. Marcus looked at his childhood friend. He was a bit surprised. Suzaku Kuruji sounded patriotic and believed in the empire's ideology. Indeed. But we are not here to care about them. We are here to use Celestial Being. The Emperor, with a hand motion, summoned a list. Millie, Mary Bell, and Euphemia. I want you to use your retinues to infiltrate these companies. He offered them a huge selection of companies, from transportation to weaponry. These are the companies that support Celestial Being. I want you to be ready, as when they begin their interventions, we are going to use the chaos to proceed with the takeover. Good. I understand. We won't even need to fight the war. Mary Bell's eyes widened as she realized how they would conquer the world without even lifting a finger. Amazing. As expected from Lulu. Euphemia clapped her hands. This will be a master stroke. Crafty, quite the opposite from our first rodeo. Millie joked. This was the opposite of the initial declaration of independence in Japan. Indeed. For now, we have around 2 years. Use that time to infiltrate as much as possible. I will use my Anaheim as well. He, Lulu, are you back to selling prosthetics? Euphemia joked as well. She recalled her early teenage years of seeing his company change the world for many people. Something like that. He smiled as he got some ideas for this. He sent the list to the trio of girls, and they read it over. We are going to need to return to our world. There is a considerable number of people we will need to involve in this scheme. Mary Bell said to her emperor. The portal will open in 4 days. Suzaku, as the guard of the week, knows when it opens. I see. Until then I can do my research on where to begin. Marcus smiled at her as he got some idea. I will deal with these 2 big shoots. He showed the linear train industries and something called the Corner Foundation. Oh, you know something, do you? Millie knows that look on his face. Indeed. These 2 have their own lofty goals of world domination. I am simply removing the rabble. The Emperor of the World said with a bit of a mocking smile. Someone has competition. Marcus's blonde wife teased him as she realized there are people in this world who are trying to do the same thing he does. Snort. Don't compare me with wannabes who never conquered a world before. This Corner family are nothing more than a bunch of people who joined the gig late and now are trying to pretend they know better. You mean like us? Millie rolled her eyes at her husband's outburst. The difference between them and us is that they waited for over 100 years, and we just arrived here and are springing into action in a matter of days. This is where we do, and they just talk. Marcus clarified to his naughty wife, who likes to tease him. Maybe anyway, I have things to do. My thanks for the list. Now I know what to do. The blonde winked at him before ending the call from her side. Same. We have things to prepare. I will see you later. Mary Bell and Euphemia followed as they ended their calls. Once they were gone, Marcus looked at one of his Gundam pilots. We are going to do our own thing as well. With a flick of a button, he accessed something that made Suzaku raise one of his eyebrows. Are those Gundams? Indeed. We are going to acquire these thrones. We shall dismantle the Corner family's little plan before Celestial Being even begins with their interventions. We shall prepare in the background. Marcus said with a smile. Sign me up. The brown-haired knight smiled a bit. It has been years since he did anything remotely exciting. In that case, are you willing to stay in this reality? Because this won't happen over a day. We need to prepare. This Corner family is heavily involved in the solar power business and is part of something called the United Nations. United Nations? Suzaku was a bit confused, but then he did some reading. You mean to tell me there were over 200 nations in this world? The brown-haired knight looked baffled by the number of flags he saw. Isn't it a bit counterproductive with so many borders and languages? He exclaimed, growing more confused by the moment. By this point, after over 5 years living in the Empire, there is only one language, and everyone can communicate without issue. Indeed. But it's something they call freedom. Right. I leave the details to you. This is a bit too much for me. The knight ended up even more confused with the world he was in. From tech to the political landscape, this world was just weird to him. After seeing what true world peace looks like and what it takes to maintain it, the knight is not convinced this celestial being knows what it takes to bring it. That is why he is volunteering to help Marcus take over this world and bring true peace to this reality as well. While the plan is not difficult to execute, what they need is finesse. The Corner family is considered old blood, the old guard. They are deep-rooted in the current world order and part of the Union. On top of that, they are part of the United Nations and serve on the executive board that runs solar power. So, simply removing this Alejandro Corner is not the easiest thing to do. High-profile disappearances can be tricky. That is why Marcus decided to see how well he could use Veda in this situation. Fraud can be very damaging. All he needed to do was uncover some dirt and spread it out on the Corner family. But it's not that simple either. Midway, Marcus realized that he could replace the Corners in UN and the board related to solar power. For that, he needs to enter the energy business, and to do that, he decided to sell superior batteries. He already has the tech, so it's not the hardest thing to do. Besides, he tested out his synthetic version of Sakuradite, it was the perfect place to do so. With that in mind, Marcus bought out a struggling battery company and rebranded it Anaheim Energy, a branch of Anaheim Robotics. The transition was smooth for him since he bought in Union's territory, where he already has a considerable amount of influence with the help of his Geass and Veda's manipulations. Speaking of Veda, the Emperor designed and programmed an OS that can interact with Veda and Legion. His AI can send commands to Veda, which it can process. This is what he needed, as he was lacking the processing power in this reality. He can't just make data centers magically appear. But now he has Veda, who can do the heavy lifting until he has a better alternative. And so, Marcus and Suzaku got into place to carry out their first mission, the removal of Team Trinity. Team Trinity was branded as a secondary Gundam Meisters group. In truth, they were tools for the Corner family and their plot for world's domination. So the first thing they're going to do is start chipping away at the Corner family. While his energy company is nowhere near ready to replace Corner family, he is making this attack to make some dirt on this family. Being part of the UN Peace Board and developing weapons. Now that's naughty. Approaching the base of Team Trinity, Suzaku said to Marcus over the comms. The pair of them were in their Gundams. Looks like a base built in an asteroid. The Duel's pilot commented as his mech scanners were scanning the whole thing. I am getting strange readings. Is this the GN particle you were talking about? The knight showed him a couple of readings he got. Marcus got the same thing. This is the very first time he is encountering this particle on his sensors. Indeed. There is a movement. Duel pulled out its beam rifle as the asteroid was opening, revealing a spaceship docked inside of it. Though what they were looking at more closely was 3 machines emitting red particles. How did they notice us? Marcus frowned, but then a window popped up as he saw a schematic for radar based on GN particles. We emit gravity wells, did they use that? The Emperor's mobile suit pulled out its 2 third-generation hyper-impact beam rifles. I thought we could surprise them and get those mobile suits without a fight. I guess I was wrong. The Inventor commented as he used the zoom-in feature to inspect the trio of thrones. I don't know who you guys are, but you found this place, so I will need to kill you all. The Orange Gundam declared that its sections on the legs had opened. Go my fangs. 8 dart-like objects shoot out from the mobile suit. Permission to eliminate targets, Your Majesty. Suzaku's mobile suit got in front of Marcus. Go, disable them. We need legitimate data, schematics are one thing. Understood. For the Empire. Duel's eyes glowed as blue particles it emitted magnified its output several times, and the mobile suit pulled out its 3rd-generation beam rifle and shot at the incoming fangs. The sheer blast of the chute incinerated several of the fangs before rushing towards the 3 celestial beings' thrones. Though before they were touched, the machines dodged the attacks. Impressive reaction speed of these Gundams. Suzaku swiftly noticed that these machines were superior to Zaku's he recalled from the war. My fangs. You will pay for what you did. The orange machine's pilot complained as he pulled out a broadsword and rushed towards Suzaku with the remaining fangs changing their angles and rushing towards Duel from the sides. The G-Force machine swiftly shoots several more beam shots to destroy a couple more fangs before pulling out a beam saber to intercept the incoming orange Gundam throne. That is not good enough. Cut him apart, my fangs. 2 remaining fangs almost cut the Gundam up, but then it got extremely fast and delivered a kick to the orange Gundam's face and then shot the head off. No way. Jonathan, Nina, help me, damn it. As the celestial being's Gundam complained, Suzaku noticed something bad about this. That Fong thing, it cut through my gravity well protection. Every single 3rd-generation Gundam made in the Empire has this protection, it can easily stop beams, physical attacks, or any other physical objects that try to reach it. The nanometal is used to make the mech, which practically makes it indestructible. Until they encountered these GN particles. According to the initial reports on the particle, it can affect gravity. Suzaku had a couple sweats drop from his forehead. There were a couple of small cuts on his duel's frame. He didn't have much time to think as the other two mobile suits joined the attack. The black one that had a huge cannon on its shoulder targeted Suzaku while the red one opened fire with its beam rifle. But then Tyrannies, behind him, opened fire, and all of a sudden, an all-out conflict between Gundams began. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Book 2, Chapter 21 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 137, Book 2, Chapter 12, Gundams vs. Gundams Part. Tyrannies switched to artillery mode, as limiters were removed and a massive amount of energy began to flow into its weapon systems. 2 ultra-impact beam rifles, 2 hip cannons and 2 wings that moved on the shoulders pointed towards 2 Gundams of celestial being. A blue beam with a tint of yellow slammed into a red beam with a tint of black. The collision between 2 beams caused a massive explosion. What are these machines? Why do these people have Gundams? Johann Trinity, the pilot of Gundamines, exclaimed with worry as he saw how these enemies' mobile suits move. It's like they are sliding through the very fabric of reality. The purple and black winged mobile suit extended its wings, and blue particles spread through the field, before 6 cannons targeted them once more. He can fire it again, so soon. Sure enough, another massive 6 beams rushed towards them. The duo dodged the beam barely as the black Gundam's pilot contacted the red machine. Nina. We are docking. Understood, Johann. His sister replied as the red machine flew behind the black one. The 2 machines were connected by a cable. The shoulder cannon on the black Gundam's shoulder extended and pointed at the waiting black and purple mysterious Gundam. The mobile suit was waiting while the other 2 mobile suits were duking it out in the background. Since you are challenging me, let me show you what a Gundam Meister of celestial being can do. Red particles began to charge as, at that moment, the Gundam on the other side brought 2 rifles close together as it took position as well. A massive ball of blue and yellow energy began to charge at the mech's rifle's barrel's edge. It can switch like that as well. Who the hell built these machines? Johann began to really sweat. They haven't even reached the point where they can do interventions, yet there are people already waiting for them. What is happening? What is going on? Fire. A red beam erupted as it rushed towards the black and purple Gundam. The machine in question shot back, and 2 beams once more collided, but this time they merged into a single ball of energy before exploding into a huge explosion of multicolored light. TSK. We have no choice, we have to retreat. Johann instructed his siblings. What? But I have him on the ropes. Haven't you paid any attention, Michael? These machines run on different power sources. I am not picking up any GN particles in them. If we continue to fight, they could wear us down. As Johann said, the black and purple machine holstered its beam rifles and drew 2 beam sabers. Its wings configuration changed as it switched into a more compact mode. Then it moved, sliding towards the 2 mobile suits that were close to each other. TSK. No choice. Nina. We are double-teaming this thing. Let's capture it and bring it to Laguna. Roger. The pair of Gundams pulled out beam sabers before engaging in a melee. Blue and red collided as 2 black mobile suits tried to overpower each other. Now, Nina. Red Gundam tried to swing at the mysterious machine's back, but its leg slammed into Nina's machine's face. What the? You kicked me. Damn you. Nina tried to swing with even more anger, but the opposing Gundam moved more like a human than a machine as it slid out of the red machine's swing and appeared behind her. Nina's eyes widened as the pilot realized that she nearly cut her brother's machine in half. She tried to turn around, but the blue beam saber struck her machine's arm. She expected to lose her machine's hand, but she swiftly realized that the beam's power wasn't the strongest. It couldn't completely cut my Dre's arm. Johann, their beam sabers are weak. Nina said with glee as she tried to overpower the Gundam before her, but that's where she was wrong, and her inexperience is showing its fangs as the left beam saber went right into her face. Nina. Johann's eyes widened in horror as he saw how her sister's machines had got impaled by the beam saber. Even if the beam didn't cut as well, it was enough to damage the head unit, disabling the main camera. Nina. The orange mobile suit dropped its fight and rushed towards the red machine. Damn you bastard. I will kill you. But at that moment, the other mysterious mobile suit delivered a powerful kick to the orange mobile suit's head, causing the celestial being's Gundam to stagger before, with a spin, its main sword hand was damaged. Damn, these 2 are good fighters. Johann complained to himself as he tried to attack the black and purple mobile and get it away from Nina. But the machine got away anyway with a spin before picking up speed with a spin and delivering another beam saber right into the cockpit area. Ack! Nina. The orange mobile suit's pilot exclaimed in horror as he summoned its two remaining fangs to attack the winged mobile suit. But the other mysterious mobile suit effortlessly shoot them down before continuing to attack and disable more of the orange Gundam. Michael, you idiot. Fight your attacker. We have to get out of here. Johann realized that the situation was going into a very quick downward spiral. But Nina. Michael tried to contact his sister one more time, but no one was answering. Ugh. The orange Gundam's pilot exclaimed with frustration as he tried to fight the opposing Gundam. What is this with these guys? Suzaku was confused. He felt he was fighting complete amateurs who had their hands on the world's most advanced tech. Who the hell shows its back to its enemy? The knight was so confused that he even stopped fighting for a second. But then swiftly caused the orange mobile suit lose its sword hand before cutting it up more. Before long, two Gundam were disabled. Marcus instructed to fry the pilots inside their suits. With two mechs down, the black Gundam turned around and tried to run away. But this is where their Gundams were superior. Tyrannies and Duel double-teamed before disabling the third machine with the stab to the cockpit. Your Majesty, our beams were barely effective against their armor, Suzaku commented as he collected its beams from the black and orange mobile suits. Marcus's image popped up on his screen. He could see the very annoyed face of his emperor. I know, damn it. The issue with our beam technology is that it taps directly into our fusion reactor's heat. The issue is that we need to rework the whole frame of this technology. It has been a while since I saw him this angry. Some sweat dropped from Suzaku's forehead after seeing how pissed off his emperor was. Marcus's mobile suits are his pride and joy. They are the physical manifestation of his ideology. Anything that can compete with them is literally a death sentence. Thankfully, these pilots were complete novices. Who would give such people such advanced machines? The brown-haired teen commented for a second. If these three were any better, they would have lost and would have exposed their existence far too early. They were most likely created next to their machines. We shouldn't bother with them, as they all wanted us dead anyway. For now, we are to recover these three machines, explore their base and take over their ship. Suzaku slowly nodded. Marcus was right, these guys screamed death over the comms. Truly retarded to say the least. Before long, the Emperor radioed his troops, and 3 stealth spaceships flew over and docked in the base. Black tactical gear-wearing super soldiers poured in and began to explore the base. After them, Marcus and Suzaku entered. It was a simple base meant for 3 mobile suits. It was nothing special. But it was fine. The Emperor decided to use this place for his space operations. Send word for the base in the South Pole. We can spread out here. We shall fortify this location. The Inventor Emperor said to his troops as he walked over and checked the consoles. Fascinating. They have a secondary system, separate from Veda, to run their operations. But this is good, I can use this information to fuck up the Corner family and Laguna Harvey, to take over linear trains. A small smile appeared on his lips. Anything interesting? It is. They are planning to target civilians. Unlike what the original Gundam Meisters are supposed to do. Marcus showed Suzaku some of the initial plans for what these specific Meisters are supposed to do. So a splinter group? Because these machines were weird. I checked the database we have, and these were not GN series mobile suits or their reactors. They were emitting red particles and not green. Suzaku commented as he was reading the data they had acquired from Veda. This was the Corner family plot. They were planning to use celestial being to weaken the world before taking over it. So, what will you do? We don't need to do anything, except let them do their plan while our companies will take over the governments around the world, Marcus explained to him. Celestial being wasn't prepared for a charismatic leader who would turn the world into an absolute monarchy. Just imagining their faces when they see what they did will be hilarious. I doubt it will be that easy. I do have some hope that they are not as stupid as these 3 we faced outside of the asteroid base. Suzaku commented with crossed arms, disappointed by how pathetic his first enemies in this new reality were. On which side are you, Suzaku? Marcus rolled his eyes at his childhood friend. Yours, obviously, Your Majesty, but I am still a knight. I need to keep my abilities as sharp as possible. Whatever. Tell the teams to bring stealth technology to this place and expand the operational range. We shall change this place into an observation base. Understood. The trio of Gundams were brought to the South Pole's base. The initial scans of their technology have begun. They will be brought over to Empire's controlled territories and brought over to Rakshada's and Lloyd's attention. More so for Rakshada, as she works mostly with mobile suit tech, while Lloyd doesn't mind other techs. At the moment, he is working to bring EZO into mobile suits. Especially, the fusion reactor technology. EZO is a higher form of element. Something like this is a complete and utter game changer for society, potentially changing it forever. If they can add this tech to their miniature Dyson sphere tech, they could technically harden and make greater stars inside their Dyson spheres. Greater power means stronger beams and beam sabers, that just from the top of Marcus's head, as he needs stronger beams. Of course, a larger reactor means stronger gravity resonators. That means they could travel faster through space, achieving greater FTL speeds. As Marcus was thinking about advances in space technology, he watched how Legion finished scanning the trio of machines he brought over from space. These machines just fit right inside his stealth spaceships. Initial scans are complete. The technology these mobile suits developed is separate from what I got from Veda. Legion showed comparisons and a lack of. So it was a true splitter group, Suzaku commented with a raised eyebrow. Indeed, I could only access them after having the highest clearance. Marcus smiled. He knows that not everyone in Celestial Being can access the highest layers of the quantum computer. The solar reactor lacks certain parts. That is why they emit different colored GN particles. But because of that, they lack the perpetual power of the schematics found in Veda. So they are not as great. These machines need to be recharged before they can be used. Suzaku frowned when he heard that. He recalled his teenage years when he had the chance to pilot Lancelot. It used to run on a battery. But it was too late by then when he became the pilot of a G-Force Gundam. A fusion reactor meant this machine could run for thousands of years. I see. Well, this is not that great, is it? It's good enough for my scientists to reverse engineer these alongside the schematics to build proper reactors. I suppose we have a reason why we need to colonize Jupiter as soon as possible. Marcus now had an extra incentive to accelerate Jupiter's colonization. They need that radiation to make proper solar reactors. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 22 and 23 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 138, Book 2, Chapter 13, Family Time. Magnificent. Truly. As expected from our glorious Emperor. Lloyd did a spin as he looked at 3 machines brought to their main hangar in Lagrange 3 base behind the sun. So these are Gundams from a different reality. The question is, why does a different reality has Gundam-like machines? Rakshasa commented as she took a small smoke of her Kizaru pipe. How are they so similar? From size to style. She commented as she looked from top to bottom. This technology is so different. This is déjà vu all over again. I hope you don't want us to learn everything about these machines in a matter of days. The developer woman had a resigned voice. She had a bad experience with her last employer, aka Marcus family. I am not that desperate, Marcus replied as he was there with Suzaku and Jean. Good. She nodded with a relieved look. However. He looked at Lloyd. I need you to improve the reactor. My initial data on EZO is that we could improve it to the next generation and improve the output of our beam technology. I see. So they are lacking compared to these machines. Indeed, and I want you, Raxhata, to figure out the metal. I have data from Veda for you to cross-reference this. Leave it to me, Your Majesty, this is just what I wanted to do anyway. Technology from a different fabric of reality. The woman almost licked her lips. Good, now that this is out of the way, Lloyd, you can contact Nina and ask her to assist you in the development of EZO-powered fusion reactor. This is crucial because we could face Gundams with proper GN technology who are decent fighters, unlike these machine pilots. Marcus explained to them. This was far more important. He didn't want to move more than necessary resources from his reality to the Gundam 00 verse. He is far too paranoid to remove military might from a galaxy where he knows that Reapers are real and they could awaken early because of his empire's scientific might. Understood, you can leave that to me. I was having fun with EZO. I can send you a detailed report. Do that. But first I need to see wives. It has been a couple of weeks. The moment he mentioned that, the nerdy scientist had this pitying look. Do that, Your Majesty. Empress Anna had this look which is telling me that she can't focus on her work 100%. I see. I guess I was stretching. Marcus chuckled. He knew her quite well. Indeed. Marcus returned home in his mobile suit. After storing on its pedestal in the hangar, he took the lift to his workshop. Once in his workshop, he changed his clothes and left the room. Once back in his palace, he walked through the corridors to one of the living rooms where his wives most of the time hang out. His eyes perked up as he saw Layla and Anna working with their laptops on their laps. The pair looked like mothers working from home. The Emperor sneaked behind them before wrapping his hands around them. Guess who? Layla rolled her eyes before smiling at him. Mark. Anna's eyes brightened as she placed her laptop to the side and hugged him. Really? Working with laptops. The Inventor joked about their love of old tech. Never mind that. How you been? She swiftly let him go before standing up from the couch and walking around it to hug him properly. Brought 3 Gundams from a different reality. Layla's eyebrow went up. Gundams from a different reality. Some sort of echo from our world to theirs. Is it like a gun? Something human would develop regardless of reality. The blonde turned on her conspiracy brain for a second, but then she snapped out when she saw Anna making out with Marcus. Hey. I am still here, you know. The blonde complained about her sister doing that in front of her like that. After the sloppy kiss ended, Anna pulled back and looked at Layla. What of it? We are sisters anyway. The pinkette smirked while saying that. Still, you are an empress. And I am showing an example. After 5 years of marriage I still love my emperor. The nerdy empress puffed proudly. She was proud and leading by example in her opinion. The blonde rolled her eyes, but she moved her laptop to the side as she got up and got into her husband's hands. You are right. We should be leading by example. She agreed as she kissed him as well. It turned into another sloppy kiss that lasted for a minute before she pulled back and looked at him from top to bottom. We should catch up, Layla suggested as he looked at the maid waiting in the room. Take our laptops to our rooms, and prepare some tea and snacks. Understood, Your Majesty. After issuing commands, Anna and Layla pulled their husband onto the couch as they settled in. The maids swiftly sprang into action by taking their laptops. So, tell me what that world looks like. Layla asked while Anna waited patiently for him to explain. You didn't read the reports? He asked her curiously. I did, but I want to hear it from you. She ended up leaning into his shoulder as her finger stroked his chest. Well, all I can say is that it's a world that failed to unite itself. It would be similar looking to our Earth before my rebellion and war for independence. Marcus compared as he wrapped his hands around the two of them. And technology. Now that's an interesting topic. He smiled a bit as he began to explain the brain drain problem of that world. It's a unique situation in which the world has suffered because of a hidden organization that has been working for 200 years to develop specific technology and build Gundams. When Layla heard that, she felt a small sense of déjà vu. Wasn't it similar to them? Anaheim did a similar thing. But because of Sakuradite, Marcus was able to do it much quicker than this celestial being. Yet, part of her was a bit in awe. As she got a comparison, how quickly Marcus developed his machine and how quickly Celestial Being did. After all, both of them based their tech around a specific thing. Marcus' tech is based around the fusion reactor, and Celestial Being is based around their solar reactor. The only thing his darling wife doesn't understand is that he didn't just make it in mere 8 years or so. No, spend more than he did in his previous life. But even so, in his opinion, solar reactor technology is superior because it produces a higher tier element in the form of a particle, unlike his fusion reactor, which is simply a power source. Though over the years, his science team developed a gravity particle via the resonance effect, it is not superior to the GN particle. Not yet, at least. They will see how good the ESO-powered fusion reactor is. Will it springboard his tech further? Who knows, it is a bit exciting. So that's how that world is. It is a bit strange how a world without Sakuradite is. Anna nodded a couple of times. She is interested, the girl is thinking of visiting this world, and maybe making another date. And maybe a son this time, Fufu. The girl's green eyes gleamed with a desire as she wanted another child. And their space elevators? Layla asked. She already read the reports, but she wants to hear Marcus nerd out about tech related to space. She found it cute. Oh, those, well. After spending about 2 hours with his 2 lovely wives, he went to look for his children and his other, certain red-haired wife, who is working as a babysitter this time. Guess who? Marcus pulled the same thing on Colin as he wrapped his hands around the beauty, watching their children play in inner palace gardens. Colin smirked as she moved her head to the side and looked at him. Do you think I would allow anyone to get this close to me if not for my husband? The ace pilot snorted as she leaned into his back. Is that so? Good to know that my darling is as sharp as ever. Marcus hugged her closer as he watched his baby girls playing hide-and-seek. Though his little conqueror was drawing something on the terrace. He is quite excited about his Trojan. His boy inherited his talents. From a small age, he noticed that he loves to draw, not something like pictures, but more like sketches. His son fell in love with Gundams from the very beginning, maybe because of their size or aura. But Gundams fascinated his son, and that is something Marcus was happy about. Yes, well, you didn't take me on your new adventure, Colin complained, but this is where Marcus got dead serious. Colin, I need you here. You and Cornelia, I need you to protect our empire's borders. I have a very bad feeling about what is lurking in the depths of space. Our ancestors most likely ran away from this threat to other realities. I see. Colin got a chill when she heard that. She rarely sees her husband this serious, she hopes it's nothing major that they can't overcome. I have Suzaku and Jean who can assist me in fights. He reminded her that he had his G-Force, Royal Guards, and ASP. You still need to build machines for Jean, Aldrin and Maribel. Did you forget about them? Colin had an amused glint in her eyes as she saw him stiffen for a second. You are right. In the reality I am visiting, I can't have my armada with me. So, I might as well go with quality over quantity. Indeed, do that. Your surprise will make their day. Colin is certain those three will be over the moon if they get their Gundams. I do ideas for their machines, so we are not far from it. He nodded at her as he placed his head on her shoulder, and he proceeded to hug his warrior empress. Around 10 minutes later, one of his little girls noticed their father. Gasp. Papa. The red-haired girl forgot about the game and dashed towards the couple who were simply cuddling. That was until they saw their daughter dash over. Mama. Not fair. I want Papa to hug me too. The girl complained as she puffed her cheeks like a hamster. Okay. Colin rolled her eyes as she moved a bit to the side, making the little girl smirk. She swiftly got into her father's hands. Hug. As my princess commands, Marcus smirked back as he scooped his daughter on his lap. Before long, his other girl noticed that her little sister was no longer playing. Not fair, Julia. The black-haired daughter of the Emperor dashed over like a missile. I want to hug Papa as well. She got herself onto one of his legs and ended up hugging her father. Marcus felt a bit stuffed with two of them trying to hug him. Colin started laughing as she got away and looked at the pair of them trying to squeeze the Inventor Emperor. Relax, you two. No need to try so hard. He ended up patting both of their head. Humph. Claudia pulled back a bit. Okay. Anyway, Papa, did you have anything for us? The Emperor rolled his eyes. Of course, they want gifts. Thankfully, he had Millie, Euphemia, and Maribel to help him buy things for these two. As it's quite easy with his son. As he always gets model figures of all sorts to help develop his talent and mind, but for these two. They want toys. Of course, I have something. Go and bring Trojan, I have something for him as well. Okay. Julia dashed over to her older brother, who ignored everything so far. At the mention of gifts, he jumped up excitedly and dashed over with his sister. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 24 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 139, Book 2, Chapter 14, another one. Marcus took his children to one of the living rooms. He then instructed his maids to follow Jean, who only now arrived at the palace with the gifts. The night girl barely had time to take a breather. Regardless, as the excited kids were waiting for their stuff, Trojan showed his father what he was drawing. Papa, look. The Inventor Emperor looked at the drawing. Oh, what is that? Marcus asked curiously what he was looking at. It's a Gundam. He pointed at the humanoid drawing. What caught Marcus' attention was the machine's forehead in this drawing. Indeed. How do you call it? The Emperor of the World asked his son. It's Unicorn Gundam. Oh. There was a realization look on his face after he heard that from his son. It's white, and it can puff. Trojan did an exaggerated motion, something like transformation. Is that so? He smirked at his son. This was a wonderful development. Yes. It can change. Trojan explained with an excited look. I see. This is impressive. Do you want to see my drawings? Marcus asked his son. The ones I drew when I was around your age. He asked him curiously if he wanted to see what he used to draw. Instead of replying, the kid nodded several times. And maybe we can draw together. Trojan suggested to his father. Sure. Ack. Papa, I want to draw with you as well. All of a sudden, his two girls manifested next to the Emperor. It's like they have supernatural hearing. Of course, my princesses. Marcus rolled his eyes. He would play along with them. I want to see it as well. I haven't seen your early drawings. I am a bit interested. Colin commented as she wanted to see how crazy her husband was from an early age. She can already see how their children are going to be. Trojan is already doing early sketches of literal mobile suits. If he continues to develop that talent, he could be making literal killer robots in his early teenage years. Sure, let's go to my workshop. Yeah. Papa's workshop. Claudia got even more excited. Just don't touch anything. He sharply replied, causing their excitement take a bump. Oh okay. With that said, the group walked to his workshop. He then went to a corner of his workshop where a bookshelf of sketches was. Sometimes, Marcus loves to simply draw on paper before going digital with early designs. These paper drawings have their place in his creations. Among them were his early designs for his mobile suits. Here, look at this. He showed early sketches to Tyrannies. Oh. You drew this when you were 10 or something. Colin was impressed to see details in his early sketches. She could see drawings of the machine from all angles. Marcus nodded at her question as he looked at his son. Do you want me to make copies of this? He asked him as he saw his son's reaction to the drawings. Instead of saying anything, the little prince nodded a couple of times. All right. He went to the other side of the workshop and used assembly line functions to make copies of his early sketches. After getting them, his little conqueror was gone. Forget the gifts, the boy disappeared as he rushed to his room. He was motivated. Only the two girls were left as they wanted to draw with their father. Shall we? He smiled at them, and the girls pumped their fists. They had a new drawing set that Marcus created with assembly lines. Colin shook her head, seeing him make another drawing set. Though each time they get a new set, they do keep it like collectibles, as each of them looks different from the previous one. Midway through, Marcus was instructing his daughters how to do it. Anna and Layla joined them as they watched the Emperor playing with his baby girls. And where is Trojan? Layla asked as she had this feeling her son was disappeared on her again. He got a copy of Marcus's sketchbook. He literally ran away to draw in peace. Colin explained with an amused tone. I see. Well, as long as he is happy. I can't do much when he is his father's son. The blonde sighed, a bit worried that her son might have inherited that obsession with machines. But part of it is Marcus pushing his hobbies on his kid. Oh, he is. That much I am certain. Colin smirked as she recalled how the pair of them were smirking like little children at the sight of mobile suit pictures. Anyway, I am a bit jealous. Layla puffed a bit as she watched how he was playing with them like that. Even she can't do that. It's a bit embarrassing. Come now. At least we can help with something else. Anna chipped in. We can prepare snacks and join them for a bit. The Pinkett Empress suggested. Good suggestion. I am more interested to know where CC. Colin asked the two. She was in Imperial Hospital. Layla dropped the bombshell. She is a code bearer. Why would she be in the hospital? Colin was confused. What else? That which has been trying for the past 5 years. Layla rolled her eyes as she reminded them of that. Oh. Did she succeed? Colin asked, ever so curious. From facial expression, most likely, Layla smirked as she felt pity for the witch. Oh, well, we shouldn't fall behind. Anna smiled while saying that. Layla looked at her as if she had another head. What? I want another one. The Science Empress dropped the news on what she desired. Same. Colin joined her midway. You too. Layla shook her head. This was wild to her, just recalling how she would throw up daily and even randomly because her nose would pick up a strange smell. However, seeing how these girls are, who knows? After spending most of his day with kids, Marcus rested, enjoying a bit of downtime. Everyone has their jobs, instructions and tasks, all that is left for them is relax. So he watched a bit of TV, checking out how his world is. This is like a window into how regular people live their lives. What he saw surprised him a bit. On Mars, our glorious empire has found ruins of an alien building. Initial scans revealed that this was a 50,000-year-old construct used as an observation post to watch us from Mars. Such discovery has accelerated the Empire's plans for colonization efforts. The news showed pictures of Mars ruins. Then pictures of scientists working. The Emperor has dedicated a huge amount of resources to the military, among them fortifications ring that will be built outside the asteroid belt. The resources of the asteroid will be used to build fortresses to protect the inner solar system worlds. The image changed to show pictures of the solar system and where the defenses shall be built. Among other things, first contact protocols are in effect. The Imperial Senate is suggesting attacking first, asking questions later in accordance with our destiny to rule the cosmos. Sounds about right. Our closest neighbors are Batarians, and those are slavers. It's good PR to use for invasion. Marcus pondered as he recalled the galaxy map from Mass Effect. Most of the aliens living in southern-western side of the galaxy. That means he can easily expand eastward and claim all that space as his own. Though the issue is that his core provinces will be close to other species, and that is not something he likes. It's like having noisy neighbors next door. As the Emperor was having a good time lazing around and watching television for the first time in 3 weeks. His peace was interrupted when someone sneaked into his relaxation room. A slender beauty ended up lying on top of him, her long green hair cascading down around him. I have some good news. The witch purred her words as she lifted her head and looked at him. Oh. Do tell. I am expecting your child. The woman said with glee. About time. We have been working for 5 years. He smirked while saying that. Humph, it's not my fault this whole code and Geass thing can be so annoying. She pouted at him for a second before she leaned forward and was ready to kiss him. Shall we celebrate it with a bit of? No, you won't. Layla's voice interrupted her. The pair looked to the side. It was Layla and Anna, dressed casually. These two looked like they were ready to retire for the day. Cece frowned when she saw these two. You just became pregnant. This is the critical time for you, for the first few months. So no strenuous activities. Or you want to lose the child. The blonde said, crossing her arms as she spoke with confidence. Humph, fine. You have a good point. Cece quite easily caved in as she slowly got up from her husband. But then she moved in, kissing him hungrily before getting up and leaving the room, leaving the trio behind. Well, now she is gone, you can come with us. We need to catch up. Anna strolled over as she motioned for her husband to come with them. Marcus rolled his eyes. He was certain that Anna wanted another child, but Layla. That woman began to swear with the amount of throwing up she had. Really, Layla wants to join. The Emperor looked at his blonde wife. Don't worry, it is a safe day. The blonde blushed a bit as she looked away. Oh, is that a challenge? The Emperor turned off the holographic TV as he got from his comfy couch and took Anna's hand. No, of course not. Layla puffed her cheeks in annoyance. She recalled the last challenge 5 years ago. It was the most embarrassing time in her life to date. Marcus made sure she was pregnant in a matter of a few short weeks. That is something that she never wants to experience ever again. I see, well, since you two are here, we should retreat to the bedroom. He walked over to Layla with Anna in one hand, and he took Layla's hand with his free hand. Yes, Anna replied with a seductive look. The Pinkette decided to start working on her second child. A couple of days later, Marcus was back in the research station complex in Lagrange 3. Over the years, this place became not a simple research facility but a literal colony. There are 3 Sword Type 2 colonies. Each has its own purpose. One is used for people to live, another for food production, and the third for manufacturing. In total, there are around 300,000 people who live here. This place has the highest rating of nerds in the Empire. Experimental tech is quite common in this place. Not only that, because this is space, separate research facilities exist, and if something happens, something like a bio-weapon that gets loose, the research facility can be disabled or separated from the network and then blown up. Because of that, certain rules are extremely loose for the sake of advancements. Though, it's not a Wild West. The Empire's presence here is second only to Earth's. Warships, mobile suits, ASP has tight grip on the population. People can go wild in these colonies with their tech, but not wild enough to cause a breakdown in law and order. The closest place Marcus can compare this place to is the college and the academy grounds. There is a considerable amount of those in the core colony. That is why it has 2 support colonies, as Empress Millie wanted Ashford Academy on steroids. And this is what they got. As Marcus Tyrannes landed in the mobile suit hangar, he was greeted by some unexpected people. Uncle. A black-haired teenage girl with purple eyes greeted him. She was dressed as a scientist, wearing a white lab coat. Behind her was an almost exact copy of her, the only difference between them was the disposition. Sakuya. What are you doing here? Marcus asked after getting out of his mobile suit. I have graduated and been working on mobile suit projects for the past 2 weeks now. The girl proudly puffed her chest. Graduated, aren't you like 15? The Emperor was a bit confused. Did this girl fly through academic years? She didn't just graduate high school, but graduate meaning she finished university as well. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1,000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 25 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 140, Book 2, Chapter 15, Mega Projects. Lagrange 3, the other side of the Sun. It's situated directly opposite Earth's orbit around the Sun. Anaheim originally used this position to build the first 5 colonies, which are now situated at Lagrange 1, directly between Sun and Earth. After the construction of the 5 colonies was completed, this location became Anaheim's R&D center. Over 5 years, it slowly became the first official colony outside Earth's sphere of influence. Over time, it grew and had 3 permanent Sword Type 2 colonies. With proper gravity, living in these colonies was no different from Earth, as they had abundant vegetation and space for academic purposes. Living here has become something akin to a dream for those who pursue an academic life, and, given how driven society is, most people want to live here. Among them was Marcus' niece. So what are you working on, Sakuya? Marcus asked his niece as he finally changed out of his pilot suit and walked through the corridors of the mobile suit-dedicated research station. Miss Raxhata has personally picked me to help her work on the new Gundams you brought from a different reality. I couldn't say no to that. Marcus looked a bit surprised to hear that. He needs to check Sakuya's profile to figure out how good she is. Her presence got him by surprise, he didn't have much time to check on her. Well, he made sure nothing happened to her or her father. Since, well, he knew something could happen since Hokkaido has a lot of Sakuradite, but that's the thing, his empire has a lot of resources thanks to space ventures, and he has his ASP, so pulling something like rebellion in his territories is practically impossible. So, he knew she was in good hands, and nothing could happen to her or her family. Is that so? So what did you figure out about those Gundams? He asked. Marcus got curious, he wants to know what his niece figured out. Well, for one, they are made from a similar nano-metal we use. This is the material we use to build our space elevators. The metal is extremely light. What is fascinating is that this material works in sync with the particle generated by the cone-shaped reactor. Now, this reactor is fascinating as it generates these strange particles via baryonic decay. Though I saw the designs and compared them with the ones you gave us. These machines are, before she could finish, a mature woman's voice interrupted her as they arrived at a hangar. Second rate at best, Rakshasa said as she was sitting on a comfortable couch. It was a bit strange, as she had a red couch and a coffee table in the middle of a closed-off hangar. Behind her were the 3 Gundam thrones, which were taken apart and scattered all over the place. Marcus realized that his mobile suit developer had turned the whole hangar into her research department. What do you have for me, Rakshata? The Emperor's attention went from Sakuya to her. Nothing much. The technology they use is completely separate from ours. There isn't much we can add without making drastic changes. What we could use is their beam technology condensation methods, they are superior to ours. From what I could understand, they turn that particle into a beam. We could use that method on our gravity particle to turn it into something. The woman stroked her chin as she pondered what she could do with it. A gravity-based weaponry. Marcus casually shrugged, it was obvious where it could go. We discovered this particle through sheer dumb luck after we noticed that the sun inside the reactor reacts to certain materials, creating a resonance. Indeed, uncle. The particle we see from the Gundams is nothing more than exhaust. An exhaust that we could weaponize. Sakuya inserted herself into the conversation. Precisely. I realized that we are close to space-folding technology when I first saw these particles. He added 2 bits himself. Indeed. Now back to this. Rakshata summoned 2 schematics with her hand motion. These 2 are the schematics of the machines from the quantum computer. They are similar but at the same time different. The ones you got from Veda highlight some of the things that do not make sense. Like the TD blanket. It's drawn here. She pointed at one of the parts. However, how to make this part we do not know. She frowned while saying that. We can build all of this. She used a metal stick to highlight all of the parts. Except this. The mobile suit creator said, frowning. However, we know that they used Jupiter as a creation place. Sakuya smirked a bit. We have a powerful AI that can guess what it is. Strong gravity well and potent radiation of a gas giant and a failed sun suggest they used a form of fusion. Copying a form of a sun. Then we can start there. Marcus sharply nodded. They can win with the development of these solar reactors. He needs these to develop a higher form of humans to face the Reapers. The quantum brainwaves should have stronger defenses against potential brainwashing by the Reapers. We will use the barrier technology we utilized on Mars to protect ourselves from the gas giant's radiation. Exposing parts of it should be decent enough to start developing solar reactors of our own, Marcus said to the pair. Good. I can't wait to play with one. Rakshata said with a smirk. Until then, I will develop better weapons for your Gundams, as it is now our beam technology is lacking. The Emperor trembled. This is the first time in his life he has heard that his Gundams are inferior. Don't worry, uncle. We shall have the edge in this soon enough. Sakuya clenched her fist as she wanted their empire to dominate once more. Marcus smiled at her for a bit. Don't overwork yourself, Sakuya. The Emperor patted her head for a second, making her blush a storm. Why yes. He nodded before walking out of Rakshata's hangar. I will be staying here for a bit. Maybe make something by myself. The Emperor waved his hand as he walked away to find a place to work. Rakshata chuckled, seeing her Emperor pissed for mentioning that his tech was inferior is amusing to say the least. I should assist. Let him do his thing, Sakuya, for now, you will be helping my little sister in researching how to improve the armors. Rakshata motioned towards a cute girl buried under piles of metal. Understood. Now come, Sakura, we will help Shanti. Understood, princess. Sakura sighed, she isn't built to tinker with metals, her princess became such a weirdo. Don't call me princess. You know well enough that only His Majesty can grant me that title. As you wish. You do know that, Sakura, could be more useful in logistics. She inherited Sumeragi blood. Raxhata said with a small frown. The woman has been paying close attention to them. She wanted Sakuya as she was Marcus' niece, hell, she even looks like his female version. But that was not only that, Sakuya has his smarts, which is terrifying, and that is why she wanted this girl to work with her. What do you suggest? Sakuya stopped and looked at her boss. Send her to Kagaya, she is the current prime minister. She could be useful to her. Prime minister. She looked nervous. That's the highest position one could achieve outside the imperial family. Do you think she would just accept someone as young as Sakura into her circle? Raxhata snorted when she heard that. Have you even seen what is going on? The woman smiled while asking the young emperor's niece. Sakuya looked confused for a second. Haven't seen her. Did you? Her whole group is full of beautiful females. Do you know why? The mobile suit developer grinned. Uncle. The black-haired girl realized what she was hinting at. Indeed. Your uncle is the literal ruler of humanity. His authority is absolute, no one can question him. He is the ultimate prize for anyone who has any remote desire for authority or power. The Indian woman crossed her legs as she spread her hands on the top of the couch. It doesn't help that he has a harem. It's like open doors, an invitation for them to try to seduce him. That is why I believe your Sakura would be in good hands there. Are you suggesting Sakura should try seducing the emperor himself? Sakuya gawked at her boss's suggestion. Maybe, if she wants to try that. Raxhata snorted. Sakuya's reactions amused her, the girl went through several different ones. What I am saying is that once she is under Kagaya's roof, she will be protected and no one would do anything to her, it's as simple as that. The mobile suit developer explained to them. But I am supposed to be your body double, Sakuya. Sakura frowned while saying that. It doesn't matter anymore. My claim to Britannia throne doesn't exist anymore. Only uncle's blood has any sort of power. People would compare me more to the Sumeragi family than the Britannia royal family. The girl shook her head. The old rules don't matter anymore. You should do whatever you want, Sakuya said with a small smile. Do what? I want. Sakura, for a second, pondered. The first thing she thought about was Marcus. Sakura was raised to dedicate her life as Sakuya's shadow and take the hit for the princess in case it needs to be. But now, Sakuya is telling her to do what she wants. In that case, there is one thing I would want to do. Well, she still wants to do her duty as Sumeragi, and there is one thing she would like to do to make her family proud, and that is to become an empress. There is only one half-Japanese empress, and she is not that good in her books. There should be a proper Japanese empress who could serve humanity in splendid elegance. Then I shall follow your suggestion, Miss Raxhata. I shall join Cousin Kagaya's camp. Sakura nodded while explaining what she would do. Sounds good enough. Raxhata flicked her finger as she sent a hologram to Sakura. The black-haired girl looked at what she got. It was the Prime Minister's contact info. What should I do? Sakura asked, confused. Just send her your name, and that I sent you to her, that should be enough. The woman explained with a careless shrug. Okay. I can do that. A bit later, she finished the message and sent it to the current Prime Minister. With the acquisition of Celestial Being Gundam thrones, I can begin the removal of the Corner family from the power they hold. I need to devise decent technology which could garner the attention of the world and at the same time not overwhelm the economy. Marcus's eyes scanned the data he got from Veda and the type of batteries the world had devised in that reality. It was decent tech, but not something he was overly shocked to see. Those 200 years of development he can quite casually cross and even improve. We are returning to designing and tuning, Legion. Are you ready? For you, Your Majesty, always. That reminds me. His eyes went to the designs of Veda that he had extracted. Oh. At that moment, he recalled something. Veda's design reminds him a bit of a Dyson sphere. Megastructures. There was another game that Marcus used to play alongside Mass Effect. It was a game that inspired him to make his fusion reactor. A game where one can build Dyson spheres, hyper-relays, gateways, and ring worlds. That's right, you fuckers. This is giving me ideas. Marcus recalled Stellaris. A game where one can legitimately conquer the galaxy and build mega projects. The way he will conquer the galaxy is by following that game's example. Build fortifications above the suns, FTL inhibitors, and cannons the size of dwarf planets. By the time those machine freaks realize what is going on, he will stomp them to the space dust they are. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 26 and 27 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 141, Book 2, Chapter 16, Mega Ideas for Cosmic Domination. Well, look at this, Cecilia. Lloyd, with a smirk, showed her what Marcus just shared over their chat group. It was new designs for a fortress station. Not any station, but a station powered by the sun. It will look something like the Cloud City from Star Wars, in shape. But there will be many of them, smaller disc-shaped, connected to the central disc surrounded by massive turrets, by massive, like tens of kilometers in length. Lastly, there was a huge gun next to this station. What in? The assistant to Lloyd was speechless when she saw these designs. This thing is hundreds of kilometers. How are we going to build it? And how can we build shielding so close to the sun? The blue-haired woman had no idea how to even proceed with the creation of this. This will be the key to occupying the solar system, Cecilia. This is not a single fortress, but rather a series of stages. Eventually, it will be a massive complex around our sun to be used for protection from foreign invaders. Lloyd showed her how this will work. Each solar system we colonize will have a fortress-style station above its sun. We will use these for communication between solar systems and project power. On top of that, they can work like shipyards. No need to look for planets if it's the central hub where all of the resources are being brought to a single spot. I see, it would seem our emperor has put on his working gloves. You don't say. Look at these. Lloyd chuckled. If she thought that one was great, he showed some of the sketches he posted. A legitimate Dyson sphere. Cecilia's brain short-circuits for a second. Initial tests showed that we could build it with the help of ESO, and our nanometal can handle it. We are already making miniature ones. I don't see why we could not make a legitimate one. Lloyd snorted, feeling he could organize it and do it. But the sheer scale. The amount of resources and people to build a cocoon around a sun. It's insane. The nerdy scientist rolled his eyes at her. Over 5 years, our production output has increased by 1,000%. We have 14 sword colonies. 5 around Earth, 3 at Lagrange 3 at Mars and 3 at Venus. We are building faster than we increase our population. What is lagging is the people. He sighed, but then he had a brilliant idea. I know you should get a child with the Emperor. You're two geniuses put together. I could have another great assistant. Lloyd smiled brightly at this fantastic idea. Lloyd. What are you suggesting, you sociopath idiot? The woman began to complain at such a suggestion. Snort. Why not? I need more help. Humanity needs more people if we want to dominate the whole galaxy and then the cosmos. Those aliens won't wait for our emotions to settle down or accept something. The nerd shook his head. We could do something about cloning or vat-grown people. He stroked his chin all of a sudden. These ideas were not bad, but Cecilia was not even listening as the blue-haired woman had this spacey look. Though the list he sent me, damn him, even I can't keep up with these. I mean, using black holes to make minerals. Where did he get that idea? The nerdy pudding-eating scientist was a bit jealous of the absurd ideas his emperor could come up with. Marcus was grinning like a devil as he was printing ideas left and right. First, he started with Occupation Fortress. The fortress above the sun is like a fortress controlling the surrounding area. In this situation, it was a solar system. Now, exercising power over such a wide area would be difficult, but because of ESO and gravity resonance, his empire has devised a method that allows his troops to respond at the ends of the solar system in a matter of minutes. His tyrannies reaching Pluto in a matter of minutes is proof. Now, if he can translate to energy attacks, particle cannon, or ion cannon, now that's a different thing altogether. He will be able to resist an invasion of the solar system by solar system. Hell, if he can calibrate it decently, he could shoot into other solar systems. It could potentially destroy an invasion fleet as the attacks would come from multiple surrounding solar systems. Reapers might be big. 2 kilometers long, but they are still small compared to a planet or the fortress I am planning to build around my home. The one way to fight them is to scale up. Now that I think about. Marcus did some math in his head. There should be around 8,000 to 14,000 sovereign-class Reapers in total, simply because one Reaper is made by harvesting one advanced civilization. How many civilizations could be per galaxy? Around 3 to 5 per cycle. Regardless, now that his logic brain is back on, he is not that terrified of them. The more time he has, the more means he can come up with to fight them. But for now, he sketches some mega projects: matter decompressor to make minerals from black holes, Dyson sphere, ring world, strategic coordination center, mega shipyards. He simply recalled what he used to build in his favorite grand strategy game. Now, I can build it here. The Emperor grinned a bit, as after he finished his sketches, he moved on to upgrades for his Legion systems. The thing he noticed is that people in this reality are clueless about AI development, so he won't allow them to interact with his Legion's modifications. This reminds me, what about the Geth? They are self-aware AI. I wonder if I could get them to join me. All those guys wanted was to be useful. The core essence of servitude never truly disappeared in their design. Marcus leaned into his seat as he pondered what to do. Sadly, those eyes are literally on the other side of the galaxy. Well, whatever, I need to prepare to conquer 00verse. I need population. The Emperor was thinking the same thing as Lloyd. He is building colonies faster than he can populate them. He needs more people. However, he can delay construction of habitable areas and begin focusing on infrastructure. Among other things, I have an alternative to mass relays. Marcus grinned from ear to ear. And that is gateways. The best thing is that he was working towards that. Space folding and building a highway between solar systems. This system would allow him rapid travel through his vast empire. It would make the empire feel small, and if it feels small, it's easier to control. So many things to do. I need to focus on essentials and build the Star Fortress. Yes, let's go with Star Fortress. Around a week later, Marcus returned to the 00 universe with the next batch of soldiers. The work continued to improve the Arctic base and the one in space. Your Majesty. Maya saluted her Emperor, a bit surprised to see him. Maya. It has been a while. Marcus smiled, seeing the black-haired Gundam strike pilot. Yes. How are you doing? He asked her, making her fiddle a bit. It was okay. I suppose. I think I was a bit aimless. The girl didn't have the guts to lie to her Emperor. I became used to fighting, everything else became dull. I tried different hobbies. The girl said with a resigned sigh. The girl hoped that she didn't sound weird to her liege. That much is given, you are a Gundam pilot. He rolled his eyes. The only thing that could match in that intensity is designing and making greater size constructs, Marcus explained with a voice radiating thick confidence. The girl chuckled a bit when she heard that. I leave those things to you, Your Majesty. Do that. I already heard from Lloyd that our Emperor wants to blast aliens half across the solar system with a massive cannon. Suzaku said with a sarcastic tone. Indeed. Blast first, ask questions later. Marcus agreed, this was his foreign policy. I see. What about this world? Do you wish for me to fight? Maya asked him. She wants to see Gundams of this reality. She heard that these two captured 3 and brought them back to reverse engineer the Gundam's technology. You could have a chance. There is an organization that has advanced Gundams that can fight us on equal footing. The Inventor Emperor's words caused her to look at him with wide eyes. But, our machines can cross the entire solar system in minutes. Yes, but we can't use that power on Earth. We could literally impact Earth's gravitational well. Messing up the rotation, worst case, Earth could stop spinning. That is why there are limiters when our Gundam is under Earth's gravitational influence. Marcus reminded her of the downside of the machine's insane speed. So these Gundams are better. She looked conflicted. Not quite. You will see once you fight them, Maya. Suzaku tried to calm her down. The girl has become quite a hardcore Imperial mobile suit supremacist. After all, these mechs are the ones that keep the peace in the Empire. HNN. With that said, Maya went to her post. She was the one who guarded the base this week. It would seem that the news has shocked her, Suzaku commented as he watched Maya walk towards the hangar. I can understand her. When I first experienced Dagda crossing the entire solar system in a matter of minutes, it made me feel invincible. Marcus knew where this was coming from. He was the pioneer of this. He was the one who created these machines and used them to conquer his world. So now. There are challengers to that. It makes one feel annoyed, especially him. I suppose it is true. What is our next move? Suzaku asked him. We bind ourselves to this world's economy. My Anaheim needs to spread and become irreplaceable. Only then can we begin conquering the world. 2 years could not be enough, but it is fine, as celestial beings' actions could help me along the way. Marcus smiled a bit while saying that. I see. I can assume you are not doing any open actions because this is not our world. Suzaku realized that the Emperor is not planning any grand invasions for this world. We don't have resources for that or actual means. The portal is not wide enough to bring over any of my carriers. Not that I want to do that. Improving my empire is a priority, sending an invasion fleet here is counterproductive. He explained to him as the pair walked towards the stealth spaceships waiting for them. You could make an organization in this world that would assist you in taking over. There are those who would do that. The knight suggested to him. Eventually, it will happen, Suzaku. We've only been here for a few months. Marcus smiled a bit while saying that. It has only been a couple of short months, but he already has Veda under his control and the Gundam thrones. It means he has a considerable amount of flexibility. Whatever your plan is. Your knights are here to assist. Suzaku commented, and Jean, who was like a shadow, nodded at the Gundam pilot's words. Indeed. I have time, so might as well make Gundams for Jean, Aldrin, and Maribel. Jean perked up when she heard that. I would be honored to pilot such a machine. The girl could barely hide her giddiness. Good. Then let's return to Japan. He motioned for her before looking at Suzaku. Suzaku, I need you in space. Watch Earth from our new base. If anything happens, tell me. Understood, Your Majesty. The knight in white nodded with a bow as Marcus and Jean got into the stealth spaceship that would take them to Japan. It was time for him to return to the roots, back to what he did when he was a student at Ashford Academy. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 28 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 142, Book 2, Chapter 17, Infiltrating R&D of the Union. One of the first things Marcus did was get a couple more people under his control. He needed a company that could help him first spread his products through the Union. Then he could spread the AEU and the Human Reform League. But first, he needs to get the Union under his thumb. Not the hardest thing to do, but like always, he needs time. The first products to hit the shelves were batteries based on his empire's tech. It had synthetic sakuradite, and that alone significantly improved their battery life. In fact, it was so impressive that the military got involved a mere week later. Union has a branch of military that is called Mobile Suit Warehouse and Development, or also known as MSWAD. This branch of the military has a very simple objective: their job is to develop or discover technology to improve their mobile suits. Nothing more, nothing less. That is why Marcus was discovered in a mere week as his technology appeared on their radar. He didn't need advertisement. Well, he never did any sort of advertisement in his world either. His high level of technology spoke for him. Please, this way, Mr. Anaheim. An officer dressed in blue motioned for Marcus to enter a large hangar. His eyes perked up as he saw mobile suits lined up against the wall, and there were some of them in their plane mode in the middle of the hangar. Amazing, isn't it? This is YMS-01A Union flag. Our standard edition, mass-produced mobile suit will be released in a year or two. It was so successful that the other two nations are scrambling to develop something that could counter them. A male voice said to Marcus as it emerged from the shadow of a mobile suit. Oh, sorry, where are my manners? I am Billy Katagiri. I am with Mobile Suit Warehouse and Development, also known as MSWAD. I was the one who noticed your batteries on the market. I am very impressed. He walked over and offered his hand for a shake. Marcus smiled a bit. He wasn't expecting to meet the top guy of the other side of the camp. This guy mastered GN technology in a matter of a few short years. It's my pleasure, Billy Katagiri. I am Marcus Anaheim, you could say. I am a very big fan of mobile suits. Oh. That is good to hear. Won't you be interested in joining MSWAD? Billy smiled while saying that. This guy, before him, is a genius. His battery technology improved the Union flag's operational time by 30%. That is simply absurd. Are you offering me a job already? I think screening me first should come first. Marcus joked a bit at such an idea. But he is starting to like it, play around with the Union. Now that could be fun. And why is that? You are a Union citizen, operating a company, and what you do has to come through specific filters. We take our technology very seriously. Oh, I see. I did brainwash those guys with my Geass to get my license. Marcus internally grimaced. He should use his Geass a bit less. It could lead to awkward situations. You do have a license to make batteries for the Union citizens. The government did their own research into you. The nerdy-looking glasses-wearing guy said with a small smile. Well, my license is for civilian use, not them. He looked at the Union flag. That can be arranged, and believe me, military contracts pay far more. The brown-haired, lab coat-wearing developer smirked while saying that. In that case, I am in. Marcus smirked as he offered his hand for a handshake. Billy accepted it. You won't be disappointed. The Union mobile suit developer said with a happy tone. I know, I won't. The Emperor of the World and the invader who wants to conquer this world mysteriously smiled at the nerdy-looking guy. Fantastic, now can you explain how you came up with the specific architecture for the solid-state battery of yours? This concept is something else. The men wanted to talk shop from the very beginning. Well, by this point, the battery's architecture was the most important part since there is a limit on how much we can innovate the core components. Marcus began to explain, and the brown-haired mobile suit developer nodded several times as he was taking all of the information like a sponge. How was it? Millie asked Marcus, who had just passed through the doors into their penthouse. Her husband has just returned from America. Instead of saying anything, he showed her a badge. A military badge. What does MSWAD stand for? The blonde asked in confusion. Mobile Suit Warehouse and Development. The R&D baby of Union. I am literally in their military development project and will be working for the military. He said that with shaky lips. The Emperor could barely control his amusement. He was in the upper echelons of society. In fact, he could compromise the entire nation, install bugs in the core software and all of that. I guess having brainwashed the core of business and banking does come with perks. The military trusts them to a considerable degree. Though I should be careful until Legion is plugged into their systems. Aren't you amusing? The big bad villain infiltrated the military of the enemy. Millie joked as she shook her head. This was quite something. Well, I can start developing stuff for Union. He stroked his chin as he ignored her comments. Oh, are you planning to make the Union strong? That could help us in the long run. Millie's eyes widened as she realized what this could mean. Celestial Being only has 4 operational machines, and only has 5 solar reactors. At one point, they could have only 4 to 5 operational units. If, for example, Union has a machine that can produce 50% to 60% more power, they could resist the Gundams to some extent. As he said that, Marcus realized something big. He could pull a Palpatine. He could play 2 factions until he has complete and utter control of the whole world. That look. Millie deadpanned at him. What? For a second, he complained. Why is she looking at him like that? You had that evil smile on your face. What are you planning now? She asked him, motioning for him to sit next to her. The blonde patted the sofa next to her to come over. The Emperor sighed as he walked over and sat down next to her. Moments later, she straddled him on his lap, facing him. A naughty look was on her face. Well, I do have some ideas, like playing both sides. He said with a teasing smile. His hand sneaked behind her and grabbed her curvy ass and squeezed those cheeks. Oh, so evil, I can't wait to see how it's going to play out. But for now, there is no one in the house, we can do things. The blonde whispered into his ear as she leaned into him. No one in the house. Is she ignoring Jean? Marcus internally chuckled at how Millie could gloss over the bodyguards like that. If my Empress says so. He smirked as he leaned forward and kissed his wife on the lips before starting a make-out session. Millie's blue eyes gleamed with desire as she wrapped her hands around his neck and then pushed herself into him. Before long, sloppy sounds began to spread through the whole living room. A couple of moments later, the pair separated and looked at each other with drool around their lips. Marcus didn't say a thing as his hands went to her sweater, pulling it up and removing it before taking her shirt off, leaving her with a light blue bra. Though it stayed there for long as he unclipped it and then simply threw it away. The blonde beauty chuckled at how effortlessly he could undress her. Well, that happens when he has a harem. As the beauty pondered, Marcus moved in and began kissing and playing with her ample assets. The woman softly moaned as she looked at him playing with her breasts. MHHNN. NHHHNN. HNNN. Before long, Millie's moans became unhinged as she started to feel warm. Her blue eyes turned glassy as she began to rub herself into his growing tent. Eventually, she couldn't take it and began to undress him and herself. No more games, she said, with a heated tone. Marcus grinned, as he loves to work up his wives like that. The blonde undressed herself and her husband before sitting back on his lap. With a lewd smirk, she used her pussy lips to stimulate his cock before pushing herself up and then sitting down on his rod, making her special place swallow his rod. Oh, that's it. Millie grinned as she looked at him. The beauty stroked his chest as she moved her hips forward and back, feeling him deep inside of her. After playing for a bit, she raised her ass before smacking down. Up and down she went, slowly picking up her speed. Marcus's hands sneaked up on her breasts as he began to play with her incredible assets. You love them, don't you? She asked with a heated look. Of course, especially when you make that lewd gaze. Millie's whole body trembled as she felt naughty, especially when he commented like that. Oh, all she could say was a passionate moan as Marcus's hands went to her bum and he started to move her on his cock. MHNNN. NHHH. Ag. T, that's it. Make a mess out of me, the blonde lewdly commanded as she got into riding his rod before he grabbed her and stood up before laying her on the coffee table. It took a couple of seconds for her to realize what was going on as he took his wife's legs and placed them on his shoulders before he pressed down his tool into her wet cave. NHHHHNNNN, no. The beauty realized that this was no longer simple sex, it's like he is trying to impregnate her. The blonde shook her head. Yet, her pussy started to drip even more love juices, coating his rod. Marcus picked up his thrusting speed as Millie gnashed her teeth as she looked at the ceiling of the room. Her gaze was distant, she knew what was coming soon. After a couple more powerful smacks, the Emperor released his seed to the depths of his wife's womb. Fufufu, it's so warm. The beauty's hand stroked the tummy, she could feel his load in her depths. This is not the end, Millie darling wife. The inventor grinned as he picked her up. The blonde instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. What are you planning? She asked. There was a bit of concern in her voice. To continue. We need to catch up, Millie. He said with a smirk. He spends the least amount of time with Millie. Now, he is going to fix that. There was a bit of dread in the blonde's eyes. What happened here? Euphemia asked Jean, who was collecting clothes in the living room. Marcus Knight picked a blue bra as she compared her assets to the bra. She was speechless. So big, how is her back with these? Jean ignored Euphemia for a second, but then she realized that the princess was here. It's His Majesty and Her Majesty, doing married things. She didn't want to get into more details. I see. The pinkette had an unreadable look as she then noticed evidence on the table, on the sofa and in other spots. She looked around for a bit before leaving the room and walking through the corridor. HHNNNNNNO. Euphemia stopped for a second as blush crept on her face. Shameless. It's in the middle of the day. Damn you, Millie, for doing that to Lulu. In her eyes, it's Millie who is corrupting her perfect emperor. However, since this is the case, I shall have it my way as well. She clenched her hand. This world is perfect to do what she was not able to do in her world. Chapter 143, Book 2, Chapter 18, Moving Out and New Job. The next day. In Swad's main base, Billy Katagiri was heavy in work as the doors of his office opened, and a certain individual walked in. There was no greeting or anything, as these two were good friends. So, how is the new guy? A blonde man asked Billy Katagiri. Oh, it's you, Graham. The brown-haired man pulled back from his computer and looked at his office invader. Well. Billy fixed his glasses and then smirked. It will be revolutionary. That good. The blonde man's eyes widened in surprise. They were talking about yesterday's meeting between Billy and Marcus Anaheim. The battery architecture is something we have never seen before. It will boost your flag's operational time around 30%. Whistle. Damn. Graham whistled as he walked over, leaned into his table and then crossed his arms. So superior batteries? The blonde asked, raising an eyebrow. He wanted the details. That is just the beginning. The command already issued orders to make Anaheim a military-grade company. They are not taking any chances. Isn't it a bit too quick? Graham was more than surprised by how quickly the military is moving to acquire this company. The company is not the main thing in the first place. We want Marcus Anaheim's genius. That guy is one of a kind. Billy didn't hold back, as he decided to drop a bit more. Once Anaheim is part of us, your flag's performance will improve considerably, and that is not just the operational time. Marcus already forwarded his other plans. Among them are the upgrades to the frame and the new thrusters. The developer of the mobile suit showed his computer screen. That's a lot of upgrades. The blonde pilot looked surprised to see those. Well, you see, he is a fan of mobile suits, just like I am. He forwarded some of his initial ideas. It's the same to say he is one of a kind, as these ideas appear to work on the flag. I can't wait. Graham grinned a bit. He can't wait to pilot an improved flag. Same. He will be joining us soon. There is a bit of distance between Japan and our HQ. Billy grimaced while saying the last part. Sadly, Anaheim is not on the mainland. Hee, I think I am going to like him. Billy nodded, though, he had this strange feeling that things were going far too smoothly. In the field of asteroids, which was brought over to building the elevators and the orbital system. There is one asteroid that was converted into a small colony. This colony belongs to celestial being. At the moment, the secret organization is working overtime to prepare for their grant reveal, which will take place in a few short years. Any news, Tyria? A brown-haired woman asked the purple-haired Gundam Meister. Veda is working as usual. I didn't find anything out of place. I checked everything I could. The artillery Gundam pilot said with an annoyed frown. He can't understand what is happening with the central computer. They received the founder of Celestial Being's video message stating that Veda had been compromised, along with the Trans-AM system and blueprints for the twin drive system. However, they can still use the quantum computer like before without any changes. Regardless, we should be prepared. The woman nodded as she looked at a pair of teenage girls. Christina and Felt, I need you to make a separate system from Veda for the Gundams. This way, even if the group reveals itself and takes away Veda, we will be prepared. Tyria grimaced when he heard that. Whoever hacked into Veda, he will find that individual and kill him. I suppose we should practice without Veda's assistance as well. Brown-haired newcomer and pilot of Dyname's Gundam raised his hand while saying that. Yes, Locken. Same with you, Alleluia. The brown-haired woman nodded as she then loomed over the black-haired teen, who is the pilot of the Kyrios Gundam. We still need to find a pilot for Ashia. The plain Gundam pilot looked at the window that led to the hangar, where 4 machines were standing and waiting for their time. Veda has decided on who will be Ashia's pilot. Who? Locken looked curious. I do not know. Right, celestial being's secrecy. The sniper Gundam's pilot snorted. He was a bit taken aback by how secretive these guys are. I hope it doesn't bite back with all the secrecy. Locken had this bad feeling about this. He is hoping it's just some goosebumps. Marcus looked at Euphemia and Maribel. The pair of them was a bit strange. Something has happened, and he has no idea what. They are not saying a thing and pretending that everything is fine. Well, whatever. Anyway, I got accepted into Union's military, and I will be developing mobile suits. He said with a smirk. What? That is quite a leap. Maribel looked surprised, but then she realized that it was just around Marcus' alley. He made the initial nightmare killers. So he knows more than enough about the machines and mobile suits. Yes. It's perfect, because I will be able to manipulate both sides. He said that with a growing smirk as he continued to eat his breakfast. I see. You have the quantum computer of celestial being, and then you are part of the Union's military. Though you need access to the AEU and Human Reform League. Maribel switched into her politician mode as she began to think what to do. I do have some ideas. But that will need to wait for celestial beings' interventions. He smiled a bit. The inventor has some ideas about who he wants to recruit. It's not the hardest thing to do. Fine. So I suppose we will be moving to America? The brown-haired princess asked him. Unlike Euphemia, she is trying not to think about what she heard last night. Even now, Millie didn't leave the bedroom, and that made her jealous. Indeed. I am sure that Millie won't mind moving between America and Japan. It's a bit strange that they are calling this place like that. I am used to seeing Britannia. Maribel casually mentioned how strange it is. Even after Anaheim took over and it became the Holy Byzantine Empire, the North Continent was still called Britannia. Yet, in this world, it's North America. She did read a history book about the royalty surviving in Great Britain. The original colonies rebelled and created this. It's a bit concerning what they became. I can't see them accepting nobility or any form of imperialism. It's going to take a while for them to accept us. Maribel's thoughts wandered off, while Euphemia stayed silent as she was eating her food without saying a word. It's something called divergence points, Mary. A simple different choice has led to the world you use before us. However, there are some differences. Marcus hinted at something, and the brown-haired girl immediately knew what it was. Sakuradite. Indeed. That is why this is fascinating. If this world doesn't have Sakuradite, then it may have something else. Like, for example, living metal that will come from deep space. Another thing Marcus wanted to check out is Mars, if there are protein ruins or mass relay, though the Reaper invasion would have happened a while back by this point. So, I doubt that. I see. Then I will be on the lookout. Maribel seriously nodded. She wants to ace this mission. Good, I trust you, Mary. The Emperor smiled at her. He was very satisfied with her zeal. He can always trust her. Me too. All of a sudden, Euphemia chipped in as she cleaned her lips with a napkin. The Pinkette looked at her half-sister. She was a bit annoyed that Marcus started calling her by a new nickname. Only she can have such a privilege. With Marcus's admission to MSWAD, the group needed to move out to America. This time around, they used a bit more classic mode of transportation. By this point, there is no doubt that he is on people's radar, the Union, and maybe other countries' radars as well. Though, it was a bit confusing for the agents and spies, they didn't expect him to be surrounded by females. Hell, for them, as outsiders, it looked like this man had a legitimate harem. 3 out of 5 women were all over him. Hugging his hand, or just standing close, these 3 did that. But the other 2, they looked like bodyguards, but even then, well, it was just weird. Eventually, the group arrived in America. Marcus went to the West Coast. Since he is in this place, he might as well enjoy sunshine, and with that in mind, he selected a manor with access to the beach. It was perfect as his new HQ was not far either. He can take a couple-hour car drive or a helicopter that could take him just a few minutes. Oh, wow, this place is even better. Millie, who had finally recovered, looked around the new manor, with its huge windows overlooking the cliff to the Pacific Ocean. Yes, look at the view, Maribel commented. She loved the sigh before her. Indeed. It hits a bit different when you don't need to think about paperwork. Euphemia stepped into a minefield with this comment. Just mentioning that caused them to freeze and remember their jobs. This adventure is their ticket out from this. Forget about that dreary stuff. Let's hit the beach, girls. Millie all of a sudden shelved the resurfaced memories and suggested going to the beachside. Dreary. Are you saying that my glorious empire is dreary? My dear Empress. Marcus all of a sudden turned around and looked at her with narrowed eyes. Of course not. How did you conclude that? My dear husband. Even if she was saying that, the blonde grabbed Euphemia's and Maribel's hands as she dragged the two towards the corridor that leads to the bedroom and other rooms. Aldrin. Jean, can you bring our clothes? Millie asked them. But the pair looked at their emperor, waiting for his word. Marcus simply shrugged at them and motioned to do it. As the trio were going for a swim, the emperor decided to make some burgers. He was, after all, in the land of burgers. The emperor took a quick helicopter trip to the base of MSWAD. It was time for his first day in office. Second Lieutenant Graham Alker, 8th Air Squadron, it's an honor to meet you, sir. A blond man in a blue uniform introduced himself to Marcus the moment he changed into a military uniform and a lab coat. Weirdly enough, this was a similar get-up to his usual one. The honor is mine, Lieutenant. What can I do for you? The inventor asked him, as he looked at the blond man who was borderline smirking. I have heard that you are a one-of-a-kind genius who can make my flag sing. The man declared his intentions. Sing, huh? That's quite an attachment you got for the machine. Lieutenant, your flag can wait. At that moment, a commanding officer walked over with Billy Katagiri. They looked amused at the blonde's antics. But sir, I'm the best when it comes to testing out experimental machines. The pilot protested as he looked at him and then at Marcus. That is true, but Mr. Anaheim still needs to do many things before he starts improving our machines. The military officer shook his head. There were a bunch of things that Marcus needed to do before he could put his hands on the flags. Yes, like for example, get actual permission to work on your hardware. The inventor rolled his eyes as he looked at the blonde. Though he liked the enthusiasm, it was something else to see one's love for a machine like that. Ha ha ha, true, please follow me, Mr. Anaheim, we shall formally invite you into MSWAD. The commanding officer laughed before walking over to Marcus and patting his shoulder. The group walked to the office, where Marcus needed to sign a pile of papers. Regardless of where he was, that stuff can't leave him alone. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1,000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Book 2 Chapter 29 is up, and other stories on my PAT.